Marshall Peak, Chapter 5038, Purifying Black Ink Pills. Zhu Guming was never a patient man, so after waiting for a bit, he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai, what spirit pill were you trying to make? Yang Kai replied respectfully, Grandmaster Zhu Gu, the spirit pill I was trying to refine is called the Purifying Black Ink Pill. What? Xiaofan raised his voice. Purifying Black Ink Pill, Yang Kai enunciated every word. Zhu Guming and Xiaofan exchanged glances. Most of the time, the uses of spirit pills would be obvious from their names, and the name of this spirit pill was quite thought-provoking indeed. Zhu Guming frowned. Could the use of this purifying black ink pill be? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Zhu Gu, it is as you think, purifying black ink pills are used to purify black ink strength that has invaded humans. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming and Xiaofan gasped at the same time. Tang Kun, who was standing beside them, widened his mouth and sported a look of disbelief. Yang Kai explained slowly, in ancient times, there were already human masters who fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. The seniors of ancient times were truly ingenious and seemed to have developed these purifying black ink pills that could be used to resist black ink strength. However, this pill recipe had been lost with the passage of time. Recently, I happened to find a tattered handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist in a sealed world. I found the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill in that handwritten record. Unfortunately, the pill recipe is incomplete as the handwritten record was in poor condition. I've been trying to complete the pill recipe during this period of time, but I've yet to succeed. Zhu Guming hurriedly said, a handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist. Where is it? Xiaofan also looked fervently at Yang Kai. Although they were already among the best alchemy grandmasters alive, there was no end to the pursuit of knowledge in this grand Tao. They reckoned that the insights and knowledge of a senior from ancient times could help them improve their skills, therefore, they were deathly curious about the handwritten record that Yang Kai had mentioned. It would be of great help to them if they could have a look at it. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep this treasure to himself, so he promptly fished out the record. An agile Zhu Guming took the handwritten record and infused his divine sense into it. Xiaofan, who didn't manage to get his hands on it, was clearly anxious and kept glaring at Zhu Guming, as though he was trying to kill the latter with his gaze. He initially thought that it would take Zhu Guming a long time to read it, but just a moment later, the latter appeared speechless. I don't understand it at all. Incapable and ignorant fool. Xiaofan snorted as he rudely took the tattered handwritten record from Zhu Guming and infused his divine sense into it. Zhu Guming shot him a glance and snapped, I'll write my name backwards from now on if you can understand it. Xiaofan sported a solemn expression as he focused on going through the handwritten record. A while later, he retracted his divine sense and appeared dejected. This senior's intelligence is indeed unrivaled. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming snorted. Many of the characters found in this handwritten record were from ancient times and were completely unrecognizable. They could identify some of the words, but they couldn't understand the meaning behind them when they tried to piece them together. Apparently, the language used in ancient times was different from the present. Such a handwritten record was definitely invaluable, however, it wouldn't be of much use if it couldn't be comprehended. Ignoring Zhu Guming's mockery, Xiaofan turned to Yang Kai and asked, you can understand it? Zhu Guming became energized as well. When he observed Yang Kai practice alchemy just now, he realized that the latter had made some excellent progress in the early steps, but failed as the process went on. It was obvious that Yang Kai had comprehended the first part of the pill recipe of these purifying black ink pills. Yang Kai replied, I can understand most of it. In fact, he was also unable to recognize most of the words in the handwritten record. However, after he refined the alchemic Tao essence left behind by the senior alchemist, he could intuit the meaning of those words despite not being able to identify them. Zhu Guming and Xiaofan were elated upon hearing that, with the former saying nervously, tell us about the purifying black ink pills recipe. Perhaps we'll be able to help." Xiaofan nodded repeatedly. The two of them had always been on bad terms, as each believed that they were better than the other when it came to their skills in alchemy. They rarely saw eye to eye, but in order to have a detailed explanation of the pill recipe of the purifying black ink pill now, they decided to put their grudges aside at least temporarily. It had always been Yang Kai's intention to seek help from the grandmasters in the pill hall, so he wasn't the least bit upset. He then explained to them everything he knew about the pill recipe in detail while Zhu Guming and Xiaofan listened attentively. It took Yang Kai an hour to finish explaining what he knew. After that, he let out a sigh. The handwritten record has been in existence for far too long, which is why it's so tattered. The most valuable information in it is the purifying black ink pill recipe, however, even that is incomplete. I've repeatedly tried different methods to complete it. Everything went well in the initial stage, but it wouldn't be long after that I'd fail. I imagine that one or more key herbs were recorded in the missing part of the pill recipe. If we can figure out the missing part, the pill recipe will be complete once again." Zhu Guming nodded. "Your speculation is likely correct, however, we have no idea about what's missing from the pill recipe." "Well, it's not like we're completely clueless. The first part and much of the latter section of the pill recipe are complete, we're only missing a piece from the middle. We can figure out the missing part by making some deductions based on the first and last parts of the recipe." There was a solemn expression on Zhou Fang's face. "Despite that, it won't be an easy feat. Is it one herb or several herbs that are missing? What is the appropriate amount? When is the best time to add the herbs to the furnace? There are a lot of variables involved. A lot of herbs will be consumed if we want to complete this recipe." Zhu Guming countered. "The humans from all the great passes have spent countless herbs trying to create something like this purifying black ink pill over the years. Now that we already have a half-complete pill recipe though, we just have to figure out the missing part. Why would we shy away from this relatively easier task?" Xiaofan nodded. "You have a point." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "The humans from the different great passes have tried to refine a purifying black ink pill before?" Zhu Guming nodded. "Of course, we've all tried making such a pill before. The invasion of black ink strength has been an unsolvable problem for millennia. Once a human was invaded by black ink strength on the battlefield, they had no choice but to give up a part of their small universe, thus putting an end to their martial Tao. Therefore, alchemists like us thought that perhaps we could create a kind of spirit pill that could resist or purify black ink strength. Coincidentally, we also named such pills purifying black ink pills, though they were never successfully created." Xiaofan said, "We spent countless years and resources on this project, but unfortunately, no progress was ever made. Even though a lot of strange pills had been created during the process, they were unable to resist the black ink strength in the end. In fact, before your arrival in Blue Sky Pass, this old fart and I would study how to refine purifying black ink pills in our spare time. However, after you came to Blue Sky Pass and brought with you purifying light, we decided to give up on making such pills." Suddenly thinking of something, Xiaofan said, "By the way, since there's alright purifying light, would purifying black ink pills still be useful even if they're created?" Zhu Guming quickly turned to Yang Kai as he also realized it. Yang Kai replied solemnly, "They'll still be useful. Even though purifying light is able to cleanse black ink strength, casting it requires valuable resources. There will come a day when these unique resources are depleted. By then, without purifying light to rely on, we'll have to make use of purifying black ink pills to ensure our safety. On top of that, purifying light is currently sealed within the purifying black ink battleship of each human army. On the battlefield, if a human soldier is invaded by black ink strength, they have to retreat to a purifying black ink battleship. That is fine if the battleship is nearby, but what if the vessel is too far away for one to return promptly? In that case, purifying black ink pills will be more useful than purifying light. You have a point. Zhu Guming nodded, then turned to Xiaofan. We'll do our best, then. If we can really create working purifying black ink pills, perhaps our names will be remembered by the future generations. Xiaofan was excited at that. We'll definitely do our best. I'll leave it to you then, seniors. Yang Kai had explained most of the purifying black ink pill recipe to them, and he also shared with them his failures during this period of time so that they wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of the matter. He would just let those from the pill hall figure out the complete pill recipe of the purifying black ink pills. In fact, Yang Kai could have passed everything to the pill hall right from the start. The reason he had spent a month practicing alchemy was that he wanted to familiarize himself with the recipe and verify its feasibility first. Even though it was proven that it was possible to create purifying black ink pills, and the pill recipe was only half complete, it would still take them a long time to figure out the missing parts. Before Yang Kai left, he said to Tang Kun, "You should tell those in the medicine garden to begin nurturing large quantities of obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the grandmasters can really complete the pill recipe, those two ingredients will see a huge increase in demand." Tang Kun nodded, "Leave it to me." He had listened to the conversation between Yang Kai, Zhu Guming, and Xiaofan, so he was aware of the importance of this matter. The main ingredients for refining purifying black ink pills were obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the pills were successfully created, the amount currently grown in the medicine garden wouldn't be anywhere near sufficient. After leaving the pill hall, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return home. Instead, he headed to the war materials hall. Now that it was somewhat peaceful in the inner sanctum, and that there was no harassment from the Black Ink clan, it was the best chance for Yang Kai to get some rest and cultivate. When the Black Ink clan struck again, he wouldn't have any free time. Strictly speaking, he was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he needed a lot of time to strengthen his cultivation. After all, accumulation was key to the cultivation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. The War Materials Hall was always bustling with noise as people were constantly coming and going. Yang Kai stood in front of a counter and held out his identity token. Behind the counter was a beautiful woman who took the token. After looking into it, she gazed at Yang Kai in shock. "Are you Yang Kai?" A lot of people in Blue Sky Pass had met Yang Kai before, but there were even more people who had never seen him. Most of them had only heard of his name, which was why this woman asked this question. Yang Kai replied, "If there's not another Yang Kai in the inner sanctum, I'm the one." The woman smiled. "It's really you, senior brother Yang. Do you need anything?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5039, The Use of the Clone's World Fruits. "Please help me check how many military merits I have," Yang Kai requested. "Please give me a moment, senior brother," the woman replied. The information in the War Materials Hall was shared with the Merit Hall. The transactions of the military merits of all human soldiers were recorded in detail in the Merit Hall. After all, it wasn't easy for human soldiers to earn military merits on the Black Ink battlefield, so no negligence could be tolerated. Soon, the woman reported a figure. Yang Kai was shocked upon hearing it and blurted out, "Why do I have so few?" The woman was astounded and asked back, "You call that few?" According to the information she had found, Yang Kai could be considered wealthy when it came to military merits. Most people only had a fraction of his savings. However, Yang Kai was fully aware of how many contributions he had made recently. When he went to Forward Base 4 previously, he and the members of Dawn had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen. He even managed to save Bai Yi and worked with her to kill Zhu Feng. In the last battle, the two of them even assisted Cha Hu to execute a territory lord. After occupying Forward Base 4, Yang Kai brought out the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which allowed those from Blue Sky Pass to move the universe worlds back from different resource harvesting areas. Following that, he opened up 11 portals to ancient sealed worlds. All those were contributions he had made. Just the fact that he and Bai Yi had worked together to kill a territory lord would have earned him a lot of military merits. According to his own estimation, he should have at least 3 times more military merits than the figure he had just heard. "Do you want me to help you check the transactions of your military merits?" the woman asked. "Is it all right for you to do so?" Yang Kai gazed at her. The woman put on a faint smile. "Our information is shared with the merit hall. It's certainly all right for me to do so." After she finished speaking, she started looking into the matter. A moment later, she sported a doubtful expression. "Senior brother, from what I've gathered, you had a transaction last month that cost a lot of military merits. However, this piece of information is classified, so I'm unable to access it to find out what you traded for." "Do you not know what you traded for?" Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. He had just finished refining the world tree a month ago, so he hadn't traded his military merits for anything. The next instant, he suddenly realized that his military merits must have been exchanged for the world tree. Cha Hu had said that the world tree's clone could be given to him, and those from the inner sanctum wouldn't object to it. However, Yang Kai would have to exchange his military merits for it. No one could judge how valuable a world tree clone truly was, for it was one of the rarest and most precious treasures in the universe. The army commanders must have told the people in Merit Hall to deduct Yang Kai's military merits. Although it was a large sum, the figure was nothing compared to the real value of the world tree clone. Yang Kai relaxed upon that realization. On the other hand, the woman behind the counter examined Yang Kai with her alluring eyes as she wondered what he had traded for. This piece of information was so important that it was classified to the point even she couldn't access it. This had never happened before. "Is there anything else you need, senior brother?" "We've received a lot of good things in the war materials hall recently," the woman asked. Yang Kai initially intended to trade for some spirit pills to increase his cultivation speed, so his interest was piqued when he heard that. Recently, those from the inner sanctum had been mining many universe worlds, so it wasn't surprising that some interesting stuff had been found. "I'll have a look first," Yang Kai replied. "All the tradable resources are here. Please take a look, senior brother." As the woman spoke, she passed him a jade slip. After taking the jade slip, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it. Just like what he had seen previously, the jade slip recorded all the purchasable resources. The number 1 item on the list was still profound Een spirit fruits, but they were currently out of stock. It was apparent that this item was always hard to come by. Although they had found a lot of profound Een spirit fruits in the sealed world left behind by the senior alchemist, the need for such fruits was insatiable in Blue Sky Pass. The moment the spirit fruits appeared in the war materials hall, they would be snapped up within a few hours. To the humans, there could never be enough profound Een spirit fruits. Only when all of the open heaven realm masters, who had given up parts of their small universes, fully repaired them would such spirit fruits lose their value. As Yang Kai scrolled down, he was shocked by the second item on the list and he couldn't help but gaze at the woman and ask, "There are world fruits here?" The words "world fruit" were written on the second row of the jade slip. There was a note behind it which said that they were mid-rank world fruits picked from the world tree's clone. World fruits were also the third item on the list, but these were low-rank world fruits. Certainly, Yang Kai knew where the world fruits came from, for he and Cha Hu had personally picked them from the world tree clone. Nevertheless, he had never expected that they would be listed in the war materials hall for others to buy. The woman nodded, "Yes, but there are only a small number of mid-rank world fruits left. There are still a lot of low-rank world fruits, though." Yang Kai was astonished. "There are still some mid-rank world fruits?" These items should have been snapped up by the soldiers in the inner sanctum by now. After all, the effects of world fruits were simply too amazing. When Yang Kai consumed a world fruit back then, he directly ascended to the 6th order from the 5th order. Not only did it help him save lots of cultivation time, but it also extended the limit of his martial Dao. It was inconceivable that there were still some of them left. The only reasonable explanation was that these world fruits were different from the ones he had consumed in the past, so they were less valuable. As expected, the woman explained, You might not be aware of it yet, senior brother, but it is said that these world fruits were picked from a world tree's clone, so they're not as amazing as the ones in the legends. Even if a person consumes a mid-rank world fruit, it will only help them increase the heritage of their small universe a little. It can't help them directly ascend to the next order. It also requires a lot of military merits to trade for these world fruits, so most people would rather get more resources and just cultivate slowly. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai finally realized the reason behind the current situation. It was expected that the world fruits produced from the world tree's clone were not as incredible as the ones from the mother tree. The weakest soldiers in the inner sanctum were in the fifth order open heaven realm, so mid-rank world fruits should supposedly be quite attractive to them. However, military merits were not easy to come by, so no one was willing to squander them. What about the low-rank world fruits? What are their uses? Even the low-rank world fruits grown on the mother tree were not very valuable, let alone the ones from a mere clone. In the War Materials Hall, there was a stark difference between the military merits needed to trade for these two kinds of world fruits. The woman replied, a low-rank world fruit is able to help rapidly restore one's world force. It's equivalent to a potent spirit pill. It was not different from what Yang Kai was aware of. Senior brother, you're in the seventh order open heaven realm, so these two kinds of world fruits are useless to you. You'll only restore your strength by consuming them. Do you still want to purchase them? Yang Kai waved his hand, no. I was just curious. These mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him since their effects were not so incredible. It wasn't necessary to waste his military merits to purchase them. As Yang Kai continued to scroll down, he realized that there were really a lot of wonderful things that he had never seen before. They must have been extracted from those universe worlds. With that said, Yang Kai didn't lack cultivation resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds to head to the Black Ink battlefield, he had prepared enough resources to help him ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm. In the end, he simply purchased some spirit pills that were used for cultivation and left the War Materials Hall. To this day, Yang Kai had never had his own residence in Blue Sky Pass, so he just lived with Feng Ying. Fortunately, Feng Ying was a battalion commander in the past, so she was important enough to have her own courtyard with a lot of rooms. He soon returned to his residence, and the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Feng Ying came over as she had heard some noises. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had returned, she was surprised and asked, "Are you done with everything?" Yang Kai let out a sigh, "It's not so easy. I've passed everything to the pill hall, so I no longer have to worry about it." Feng Ying nodded, "That's good. You should focus on fortifying your cultivation instead of getting distracted." Yang Kai nodded, "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion now, so you have to pay attention to the affairs in the inner sanctum. Inform me if there's any emergency." "Good." Feng Ying nodded, then fished out a square wooden box. "This is for you." "What is it?" Yang Kai took it and asked in puzzlement. Feng Ying shook her head. "Army Commander Zhong Liang told someone to send it here a few days ago. Supposedly it's a reward for you. I don't know what it is." Yang Kai measured the wooden box's weight with his hand and realized that it wasn't heavy. After he opened it, a red spirit fruit the size of a baby fist came into his sight. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. "A world fruit?" Feng Ying arched her brow. "A high-rank world fruit," Yang Kai exclaimed. He and Cha Hu had worked together to pick the world fruits from the world tree clone. Even though there were a lot of world fruits, most of them were low rank while some of them were mid-rank. As for high-rank world fruits, there had only been 6 of them. Even if Cha Hu had also acquired some high-rank world fruits, there shouldn't have been more than a dozen or so. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were placed in the war materials hall for the soldiers to get. Yang Kai initially wondered where the high-rank world fruits were. It never crossed his mind that he would see one here. He was now a 7th order open heaven realm master, so mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him. Only the high-rank ones were useful to him. So, it's a world fruit. Fengming wasn't aware of what was inside the box before opening it. It wasn't until this moment that she realized it was a world fruit. Worried that Yang Kai might have some unrealistic expectations, she said, "The army commanders have told some people to study these world fruits. They've found that the world fruits grown on the clone are not as amazing as the ones in the legend. With that said, you can indeed increase the heritage of your small universe by consuming this thing, which saves you some cultivation time. It's best for your current condition. However, it can't help you directly ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm." The army commanders are indeed thoughtful. Yang Kai nodded and stored the wooden box. "I'll start cultivating now, then. Please keep an eye on the affairs around here, senior sister. Call out to me in case of an emergency." "All right." Fengming waved her hand. Yang Kai bowed his head and returned to his own room. Following that, he activated the restriction around the room and sat down with his legs crossed. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-40, Pleasant Surprise. After emptying his mind, Yang Kai opened the wooden box and fished out the high-rank world fruit picked from the world tree's clone. The fruit was fragrant and tasty. In the past, he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit that came from the mother tree, which allowed him to directly ascend to the 6th order from the 5th order open heaven realm. He could still clearly remember the sweet taste of that fruit. After examining the baby fist-sized fruit for a moment, he placed it into his mouth and bit down on it. The moment the peel broke, his mouth was filled with a refreshingly sweet taste. A sense of warmth streamed into his stomach. The next instant, a gale blew across his entire small universe as a large amount of world force appeared out of thin air. Even the world tree in his small universe rustled lightly. This new power was harmless and devoid of any impurities to Yang Kai. It was so indescribably pure that anyone could easily absorb it. This was the abstrusity of the world fruits. Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and started circulating his secret art. Every time his small universe undulated, his heritage would be strengthened a little, which allowed the world force in his small universe to become more ample and solid. The situation lasted for more than 10 days. It wasn't until half a month later that Yang Kai felt that he had fully refined the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. As he examined his small universe now, he couldn't help feeling moved. Although he already knew that a high-rank world fruit wouldn't allow him to directly ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm and could only save him some cultivation time by strengthening his heritage, he was still pleasantly surprised at the outcome. The heritage of his small universe had increased by 20%. One must not underestimate a 20% increase in heritage. If he were to cultivate in seclusion, it would have taken him 300 to 500 years to achieve the same result. In other words, a high-rank world fruit from a world tree's clone had saved him 300 to 500 years of cultivation time. This was indeed an incredible benefit. 300 to 500 years of cultivation would allow him to fully consolidate his 7th order open heaven realm cultivation and increase his strength significantly. Because it was very hard for an open heaven realm master to ascend to the next order, often taking hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, some people had proposed that every order should be divided into early, middle, and late stages. That would allow them to quickly judge the power of an open heaven realm master. According to this kind of classification, Yang Kai was still just in the early stage of the 7th order open heaven realm. Even though he was still in the early stage after consuming the world fruit, his power had been significantly strengthened. Nevertheless, this kind of classification was too complicated, so it was not universally accepted. With that said, it explained why there could be such a huge gap in strength between two Open Heaven Realm Masters who were in the same order. A newly promoted 7th Order Master was only in the early stage, while someone like Feng Ying was definitely in the late stage of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The difference between them was several thousand years of accumulation, possibly even longer. The huge gap between their heritages meant that they wouldn't be equally matched if they got into a fight. A high-rank world fruit had saved Yang Kai several hundred years of cultivation time, so what if he consumed even more of the fruits? He couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. With that said, Yang Kai knew that it was unlikely to happen. There were only a dozen high-rank world fruits that were picked from the World Tree's clone, and the reason he could get one was that he had made some significant contributions in the past. There were other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Blue Sky Pass who must have also made great contributions, and these high-rank world fruits should be given to them as rewards. Furthermore, even the 8th Order Division commanders and army commanders would benefit from consuming these high-rank world fruits. On top of that, the benefits gained from refining the same kind of treasure would always decrease with repeated consumption. One high-rank world fruit had saved Yang Kai 300 to 500 years of cultivation time, but the effects of a second would likely yield half that benefit at most. As for a 3rd or 4th fruit, there might be no benefits at all. It was a characteristic shared by essentially all precious treasures. Regardless, Yang Kai was already pleased with the increase in strength after having one high-rank world fruit. However, he now needed some time to adjust to the sharp increase in heritage and power. It wasn't until a month later that he let out a long breath. Although he still wasn't fully adapted to his increased strength, it was at least manageable now. Even if he got into a fight with a formidable enemy, he would be able to fully utilize his power. After getting some rest, he fished out a set of 7th Order materials and refined them. In the past, he would always refine 6th Order materials when cultivating. However, since he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, he was able to refine 7th Order materials. Refining materials equivalent to one's own order had always been the quickest and most desirable way for Open Heaven Realm Masters to steadily cultivate. Still, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters usually wouldn't squander materials in such a way. 7th Order Yin and Yang element materials were extremely rare, and they were considered strategic resources in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use such resources unless it was absolutely necessary, and no one would refine them just to cultivate. However, Yang Kai was different. Yellow and blue crystals had been piled up like mountains in his small universe, so he would never be lacking Yin and Yang element materials. He had also prepared a lot of 5-element materials that were sufficient for his own cultivation. On the black ink battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by increasing his strength and quickly ascending to the next order. Therefore, he didn't mind refining 7th Order materials to increase his rate of cultivation. In the past, an Open Heaven Realm Master, who apparently had nothing better to do, had carried out a certain experiment. He refined a set of 4th Order materials, then refined Open Heaven pills equivalent to the cost of a 4th Order set of materials. Comparing the two, the increase in power from refining a set of 4th Order materials was only half that of the increase in power from refining Open Heaven pills. The person obtained the same result after experimenting with 5th Order materials. In other words, the increase in power one would gain from refining a set of materials was only half of what one could gain by refining Open Heaven pills of the same value. Therefore, the average Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't want to squander their wealth by refining a set of materials. The Open Heaven Realm Master who carried out the experiments never experimented with 6th Order and 7th Order materials because he wasn't strong or wealthy enough. However, the results would most likely be the same. In short, it was a waste of resources to refine 6th Order and 7th Order materials. What was wasted wasn't the power of the materials, of course, but the maximum value these materials could bring. However, Yang Kai's primary goal was to increase his strength as quickly as possible, and he wasn't lacking materials, so he didn't mind trading value for speed. Refining open heaven pills was too slow compared to refining 7th-order materials. As time passed, a set of 7th-order materials was absorbed and added to the heritage of his small universe. Even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, it still took Yang Kai quite some time to refine a set of 7th-order materials. It wasn't until half a year later that the power of the 7th-order materials became depleted and they crumbled into dust. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a light flashed across his gaze. His eyes were as bright as two suns. The heritage of his small universe had increased after he refined that set of 7th-order materials. However, he felt that something was off during the process, but it wasn't really a bad thing. It was just that the speed at which he refined materials was quicker than what he had expected. It was the first time he refined a set of 7th-order materials, and he had never experienced such an anomaly before, so he wasn't sure if there was really anything wrong. As such, he didn't stop refining them. As he recalled the entire refinement process, Yang Kai realized that such speed was actually outrageously quick. It had to be noted that it would take him roughly the same time to refine a set of 6th-order materials when he was in the 6th-order open heaven realm in the past. Since he had ascended to the 7th order, it was expected that his refinement speed would increase as well, but this was still ridiculously fast. What he had refined was a set of 7th-order materials, which were starkly different from 6th-order materials. A set of 6th-order materials was worth about 130 million to 150 million open heaven pills. When Yang Kai was in the 6th-order open heaven realm, he could refine more than 100,000 open heaven pills every day. If he traded a set of 6th-order materials for open heaven pills, it would thus take him 4 to 5 years to fully consume them. Nonetheless, it would only take him half a year to refine a set of 6th-order materials. He initially thought that it would take him a few years to refine a set of 7th-order materials which were worth approximately 10 times as much as a 6th-order set of materials, so he was truly surprised at the outcome. After giving it a thought with a frown, he fished out a set of 6th-order materials and refined them in silence. While he was refining the materials this time, Yang Kai also paid close attention to what was happening in his small universe. In just 1 month, the set of 6th-order materials lost all its power and became valueless. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. When he was a 6th-order master, it would take him half a year to refine a set of 6th-order materials. Even though his strength had increased as he was now a 7th-order master, it shouldn't have been so quick and easy for him to refine these materials. He initially estimated it would take him 3 to 4 months. The only explanation was that something was increasing his efficiency when refining the materials, and that assistance must have been provided by the World Tree clone that had merged with his small universe. He had been paying close attention to the World Tree clone when refining the materials, and although there didn't seem to be anything off about it, Yang Kai was certain his increased rate of refinement had something to do with the tree. The only major difference between when he was a 6th-order master and a 7th-order master was the World Tree clone's presence in his small universe. It seemed that the clone was able to significantly increase his speed of refining resources, though he didn't understand the reason behind it. Despite that, it was a huge benefit to him as he could refine a set of materials much quicker now. In other words, as long as he was willing to spend time cultivating, Yang Kai would be able to increase his strength at a much faster rate than other cultivators. The effects wouldn't be conspicuous in the short term, however, ascending to the 8th order from the 7th order was a long process of accumulation. The benefits of the World Tree clone would make a huge difference in the long term. When he told the army commanders about the 3 benefits he was aware of after planting the World Tree's clone in his small universe, Yang Kai felt that there might be more hidden benefits, and had said as much, but didn't go into detail. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from them, it was just that he didn't know them at the time. If he hadn't decided to cultivate in seclusion this time, he wouldn't have discovered this benefit at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to him. It had cost him a lot of military merits to get this World Tree clone, however, the merits were nothing compared to the benefits that this clone had brought him. The clone was as good as free. Since he was in a jovial mood, Yang Kai even found joy in this kind of supposedly boring method of cultivation. He then fished out another set of 7th-order materials and refined them. If others saw Yang Kai right now, they would surely curse him out as a wastrel for squandering so many materials away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5041, Ownership of the World Spring. As time passed, Yang Kai consistently refined a set of 7th-order materials every half a year. With that said, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. Cultivating was a monotonous activity, and if one wasn't composed enough, he would become jittery by remaining in such a state for an extended period of time. Even though it wouldn't happen to Yang Kai, he would still try to prevent it from occurring. Every time he finished refining a set of 7th-order materials, he would leave his room and take a stroll. Sometimes, he would walk around for 3 to 5 days. When he felt like it, he would travel around for 10 days to half a month. After winding down and moving his body, he would cultivate in seclusion again. As he had taken time to get some rest, his efficiency would greatly improve. When he was free one day, he headed to the War Materials Hall and traded all his 5th-order and 6th-order materials for military merits, which he then exchanged for 7th-order 5-element materials. He had brought these 5th-order and 6th-order materials from the 3,000 worlds for his own cultivation. Now, the best way for him to cultivate was to refine 7th-order materials, so these 5th-order and 6th-order materials were of no value to him. 7th-order materials were his best choice. In fact, the conversion rate for exchanging 7th-order 5-element materials in the inner sanctum was quite favorable. For every 2 sets of 6th-order 5-element materials, he would gain enough military merits to trade for a set of 7th-order ones. The conversion rate was just 2 to 1. It had to be noted that in the 3,000 worlds, the value of the materials in each order went up 10 times per order, however, it was only 2 times greater in Blue Sky Pass. After all, the higher-ups had to take care of the soldiers who fought against the Black Ink clan, so they couldn't possibly measure the value of the materials in each order according to the conversion rate in the 3,000 worlds. Secondly, the consumption rate of 7th-order materials was extremely low, so as time passed, a lot of 7th-order materials had been accumulated in Blue Sky Pass. There were even ample reserves of 8th-order materials. There were quite a number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum, and the number of 8th-order division commanders alone came up to several dozen. However, none of them would be as wasteful as Yang Kai, who refined 7th-order materials directly, when cultivating. The main reason was that high-order Yin and Yang element materials were still exceptionally rare. Without 7th-order and 8th-order Yin and Yang element materials, they simply couldn't refine materials to cultivate regardless of how many 5-element materials they possessed, or else their small universes would become imbalanced. As more and more universe worlds were strip-mined outside Blue Sky Pass, a lot of 7th-order and 8th-order materials had been found. Nevertheless, these materials would generally be used for artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, not cultivation. In this situation, Yang Kai was at an advantage. The materials he possessed now were more than sufficient to help him ascend to the 8th-order Open Heaven realm. He also took some time to head to the pill hall to find out about the progress of creating purifying black ink pills. Nonetheless, he didn't meet the 2 alchemy grandmasters, Zhu Guming and Xiaofan. He only saw Tang Kun. According to Tang Kun, after Yang Kai left that day, the 2 grandmasters started focusing on completing the purifying black ink pill recipe. Countless herbs had been consumed so far, but fortunately, they had made some progress. However, they would still have to work harder in order to create purifying black ink pills. Those from the medicine garden had started nurturing more obsidian grass and green feather rattan as well. Once the purifying black ink pill recipe was perfected, there would be enough ingredients to be used in their production. One day, after Yang Kai finished refining a set of 7th-order materials, he left his room. Feng Ying had been waiting for him, and the moment she heard the door opening, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. You're indeed disciplined when it comes to cultivating, junior brother. Over the past 2 years, Yang Kai would always stop cultivating after half a year. With that as a baseline, Feng Ying speculated that he might emerge sometime soon, which was why she decided to wait for him there. It's boring to just sit and cultivate, so I need to relax and unwind from time to time. Yang Kai stretched his back. What's wrong, senior sister? Feng Ying must have something to tell him by waiting for him here. Martial Uncle Zhongliang said that you have to look for him as soon as you stop cultivating. There was a solemn expression on Feng Ying's face. Yang Kai straightened his face. Has something happened in the inner sanctum? Feng Ying shook her head. Nothing major has happened in the inner sanctum. He revealed to me that it has something to do with the world spring. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized what was going on. After he refined the world tree, he told the 4 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass that he was willing to give up the world spring in his small universe. After all, he felt the world tree's clone was also able to protect his small universe even better than the world spring. Although Yang Kai wasn't able to verify this for the time being, he had a feeling that even without the world spring, he still wouldn't be affected by black ink strength. At that time, Zhongliang and the others said that there was no rush to deal with this issue. Even though he was willing to give up the world spring, they had to have a discussion about who would take it. Yang Kai had never expected that it would take 2 years for a decision to be made. It seemed that the army commanders were quite cautious when it came to this matter. I'll head over right now, Yang Kai replied and shot into the sky as he headed straight to the headquarters of the Western Army. Upon his arrival, he told someone to inform Zhongliang, and a moment later, he was shown inside. After entering the hall, he saw Zhongliang assigning some work to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't until Zhongliang was done with his affairs and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master left that Yang Kai took a step forward and cupped his fist. Greetings, sir. Zhongliang nodded gently and rose from the chair. I'm sure Feng Ying has told you why I've asked you to see me. Yang Kai nodded. Yes, senior sister has informed me about it. Have all of you decided on who will take over the world spring? Zhongliang replied, yes, a decision has been made. However, this king has to remind you that since you've decided to give up the world spring, you'll have to sacrifice a small part of your small universe. Doing so will cause your small universe to be incomplete. It's no big deal as you can repair it by consuming a profound Een spirit fruit. However, if you lose the ability to resist black ink strength because of that, you have to stay here in the inner sanctum and must not go anywhere as you please. Yang Kai said obediently, I understand. Zhongliang looked at him with a gentle and approving gaze. That's thoughtful of you. Other than Yang Kai, no one knew what the benefits of the world tree's clone were at that time. Even if he wasn't willing to give up the world spring, no one would say anything. However, as soon as he refined the world tree's clone, he brought up this issue, which showed that he was not an ungrateful person. An 8th Order Master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be able to deal a greater blow to the enemy on the battlefield, for they would no longer have to worry about black ink strength invading their body. Come with me, Zhongliang beckoned to him and shuffled out of the hall. Yang Kai followed closely. Soon, they stepped out of Blue Sky Pass and arrived in the void outside. Someone was already standing there. It was apparent that he had been waiting since receiving a message from Zhongliang. Yang Kai was able to recognize the person at first glance and asked, Sir Ding Yao is going to take over the world spring? The person who had been waiting there was none other than the army commander of the Eastern Army, Ding Yao. Zhongliang nodded, that's right. Other than the old ancestors in the inner sanctum, this old fart is the strongest, so he's the most suited to take over the world spring. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Zhongliang could call Ding Yao an old fart, but he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. In any case, he had already expected such an outcome. Very few 4 universe pillars had been found so far, and they were all in the hands of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Ninth Order old ancestors didn't need one of the 4 universe pillars, as they were strong enough that they didn't have to worry about black ink strength invading their bodies. On the other hand, a 7th Order master might not be able to keep a world spring safe. That was the reason Zhongliang wasn't willing to let Yang Kai outside for missions back then. Yang Kai was vital to the human race, but he wasn't powerful enough at that time. If anything happened to him, Zhongliang wouldn't be able to explain himself to the old ancestor. Ninth Order old ancestors didn't need the world spring, while 7th Order masters weren't strong enough to keep them safe or make use of them. It would be best for an 8th Order open heaven realm master to have it. Yang Kai already speculated that one of the 4 army commanders would eventually take over the world spring, and it seemed that his speculation was correct. The moment Yang Kai got closer, Ding Yao gazed at him and said, "It'll be useless to regret it once you go ahead with your decision. It's still not too late for you to back out." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Since a decision has been made, I'll not go back on my word." Ding Yao nodded, "I won't dissuade you, then." Zhongliang said, "You can start now if you're ready, however, you have to do your best to minimize the damage, Yang Kai." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded and closed his eyes. The instant he activated his divine sense, his world force undulated around him as a buzzing sound was continuously heard in his small universe. Following his move, the originally complete small universe started trembling, and the next moment, the ground started shaking violently. Yang Kai widened his eyes and started growling like a beast. The excruciating pain he was going through caused him to shudder uncontrollably. Prior to this, he had no idea that it was so painful to give up a piece of his small universe. Before he brought the purifying light to the black ink battlefield, the human soldiers here had to give up parts of their small universes after they were contaminated with black ink strength in order to survive. While bearing the excruciating pain, they also had to risk their lives to battle against the black ink clansmen. It must have been a cruel experience. It wasn't hard to give up a part of his small universe, as Yang Kai just had to cut it off. The most difficult part was that he had to suppress the world spring's aura to that particular territory. Even though he had done his best, he still had to give up a considerable chunk of his small universe. The moment the portal of his small universe opened, a spirit province that was more than 40,000 square meters appeared in the void, at the center of which was a conspicuous spring. As soon as this territory appeared, the void around the world spring seemed to have frozen under the influence of its power. That was the moment Ding Yao had been waiting for. He extended his hand to grab the territory. As he activated his world force, the territory instantly disappeared into his body. The next instant, Ding Yao sat down cross-legged to join Yang Kai. Zhongliang hurriedly presented to Yang Kai a profound Yin spirit fruit he had prepared. "Quickly consume it now." Even though it wouldn't matter to consume the fruit at a later time, he was worried that Yang Kai's foundation would be damaged if they didn't act quickly enough. Presently, Yang Kai was in so much pain that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He took the profound Yin spirit fruit from Zhongliang, but just as he was about to eat it, he frowned and became rooted to the spot. Upon seeing that, Zhongliang appeared anxious. "What happened? Is there anything wrong?" Yang Kai shook his head. Instead of promptly replying to him, he focused on examining his small universe. He could see that the originally complete small universe had been damaged after he sacrificed that piece of land. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5042, Self-Repair. The problem with giving up a part of one's small universe wasn't just about incompleteness, but also about a drop in strength. If Yang Kai had done such a thing not long after he ascended to the 7th Order open heaven realm, his cultivation would have regressed to the 6th Order. However, he had previously consumed a high-rank world fruit and refined several sets of 7th Order materials over the past 2 years. He had accumulated quite a bit of heritage in the 7th Order open heaven realm, so there was no risk of him falling to the 6th Order. It was apparent to him now that there were 2 reasons those from Blue Sky Pass rewarded him with a high-rank world fruit. First of all, he had indeed made many contributions, but secondly, they had to get him prepared for this moment. They had surely taken this exact situation into consideration, which was why it wasn't until 2 years later that they asked him to give up the world spring. What caught Yang Kai's attention wasn't the damage to his small universe though, but the anomaly happening around the world tree's clone. At this moment, a humming sound was heard coming from the world tree's clone as a faintly discernible power exuded from it and streamed towards the damaged part of his small universe. Yang Kai wasn't in control of this process and he had no idea what was going on, but the instant the abstruse power exuded from the clone, his pain was significantly soothed, as though he had just come across a spring amidst the summer heat. Besides that, he had a feeling that the anomaly happening to the clone would be beneficial to him. With that said, it was just a feeling, so he couldn't make a judgment yet. He didn't immediately consume the profound Yin spirit fruit, but to make sure that Zhongliang wouldn't be worried, he said, "Please rest assured, sir. I'm fine." As he spoke, he got to his feet. "I'll take my leave now. It may take some time for my small universe to heal." Certainly, Zhongliang wouldn't stop him, so he nodded and replied, "Good. You have to promptly consume that profound Yin spirit fruit after you go back." "Yes," Yang Kai nodded with a solemn expression. After saluting him, he returned to the inner sanctum and headed to his place. Hovering in the void, Zhongliang watched Yang Kai leave, then turned to look at Ding Yao. Presently, the world force around Ding Yao undulated and gusted out from his body, assimilating into the void from time to time. Just like Yang Kai had to refine the world tree's clone, he currently had to refine the world spring as well. In order to do that, he had to get rid of the impurities that belonged to Yang Kai. After all, he had swallowed a part of the younger man's small universe. This territory contained a part of Yang Kai's heritage, but instead of being beneficial to Ding Yao, it was harmful to him. However, he was much stronger than Yang Kai, and the territory that had been cut off wasn't big, so there weren't a lot of impurities to begin with. After just a few days, Ding Yao was done with refining the world spring. When he opened his eyes, it was apparent that his aura had become more robust. Upon seeing that, Zhongliang said, "Congratulations, Brother Ding. Since you have the world spring now, you'll stand a chance to reach even greater heights." To 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them, the highest order was undoubtedly the 9th Order. There were dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Blue Sky Pass, but the reason they decided to let Ding Yao take over the world spring wasn't solely because he was the strongest amongst them. The main reason was that in the past he directly ascended to the 7th Order, so the 8th Order wasn't his limit. In his lifetime, he could aim to become a 9th Order Old Ancestor. In comparison, even though Zhongliang and the others were strong as well, they had exhausted their potential. The 8th Order was the best they could achieve in their lifetimes. It had been thousands of years since Ding Yao ascended to the 8th Order, but even though he had accumulated a lot of heritage in his current order, he was still pretty far from the 9th Order. Since he had a world spring now though, there was no doubt that it would take him a shorter time to make it to the 9th Order. Ding Yao said, "We all know that it will still take me quite some time to reach the highest order. On the other hand, since I've taken over the world spring now, I'd better give something back to that brat." In an instant, Zhongliang had a bad premonition. "What are you going to do?" Ding Yao grinned, "Since he has given me the world spring, I'll get him a gift." Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the distance. A myriad of expressions came over Zhongliang as he stayed rooted to the spot. Soon though, he couldn't help but stomp his foot and snarl, "That reckless fool." Despite that, he didn't intend to chase after him for he knew it was pointless to do so. Since Ding Yao had made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind. Furthermore, given his strength, he most likely wouldn't fall into any danger. In his room, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed. As he refined 7th Order materials to cultivate, he examined the transformation going on in his small universe. He didn't consume the profound Yin spirit fruit because he wanted to find out how the clone's anomaly would influence him. If he consumed the profound Een spirit fruit to repair his small universe, the clone's anomaly would probably disappear. As time passed, the changes in his small universe became increasingly conspicuous. The originally damaged part of his small universe started repairing itself. This revelation astounded Yang Kai. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the outcome that the clone's anomaly had produced. This clone was able to repair damage to his small universe. In other words, even though he never consumed the profound Een spirit fruit, there still wouldn't be any problems. He couldn't believe that the World Tree clone was able to do even that. Including the fact that the clone was able to help increase his cultivation speed, he had discovered 5 benefits that the tree had given him. After giving it a thought, he realized that the tree wasn't named the World Tree for no reason. Even though he had only refined a clone, it was still a world tree. A small universe was also a universe world, and with the clone's presence, it was expected that any non-fatal damage would eventually heal itself. Back then, after he planted a world tree clone in the star boundary, the tree was even able to stabilize the collapsing universe world. Furthermore, the speed of self-repair was just as good as what consuming a profound Een spirit fruit would achieve. However, this benefit wasn't really useful to Yang Kai. After all, he wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength, so he wouldn't have to give up parts of his small universe to save himself. In any case, it was wonderful that he didn't have to consume the profound Een spirit fruit, as this thing had always been in demand in the inner sanctum. He could return the fruit to Zhongliang at a later time so that it could be placed in the War Materials Hall for someone else to use. A few months later, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Upon detecting the movement, Feng hurriedly came over. The instant she saw the person, she saluted him. "Greetings, sir." The person was none other than Ding Yao. It wasn't certain what he had done recently, but he was now engulfed in murderous intent. Feng could also see that he was injured. With his hands behind his back, Ding Yao nodded and looked around. "Where's young boy?" Feng hurriedly replied, "He's still cultivating in seclusion now." "Please give me a moment, sir. I'll tell him to come out now." Ding Yao waved his hand. "Since he's cultivating in seclusion, there's no need to disturb him. I'll wait for him to come out." Upon hearing that, Feng said, "Junior brother Yang will stop cultivating in seclusion every half a year. I suppose he'll come out of his room in a few days. I'll tell him to see you when he emerges." However, Ding Yao just adjusted his clothes and took a seat in the corridor. "There's no rush. This king will wait for him here." Feng was astounded as she wondered why Ding Yao insisted on waiting for Yang Kai here. She didn't think Yang Kai had made any mistakes recently, so why did the Eastern Army commander come all the way here? While she was lost in her thoughts, she saw another person descending from the sky. It was none other than Zhongliang. She quickly saluted him and shot him an inquisitive look. Zhongliang waved his hand as he walked up to Ding Yao and sized him up. He tooted and asked, "What's the point of doing this? Doesn't it hurt?" Ding Yao replied impassively, "Injuries are inevitable, but it was worth it. I had to let those guys know the consequences of invading Blue Sky Pass. Regardless of whether I'm in a good or bad mood, I can just go over and make a fuss so that they'll have a taste of getting their home invaded." He grinned. The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched. He had already expected that Ding Yao would become more active after taking over the World Spring, and his speculation was right. To the side, Feng appeared puzzled as she had no idea what these army commanders were talking about. Nevertheless, judging from Ding Yao's words, she reckoned that he had fought against the Black Ink clan somewhere. Now, the Black Ink clan were hiding deep in their own territory. In other words, Ding Yao had launched an attack on the Black Ink clan's base. This notion shocked her. With that said, the humans had invaded the Black Ink clan's territory before. With the old ancestor leading the way, those from Blue Sky Pass had previously done such a thing more than once. This always resulted in the Black Ink clan's armies counterattacking, resulting in a full-scale war. However, every time they invaded the Black Ink clan's base, the old ancestor would take the lead to ensure the safety of most people. Even though Ding Yao was an 8th Order master, it was risky for him to barge into the Black Ink clan's hinterland without anyone else supporting him. Even though Feng Ying had no idea why Ding Yao had done such a thing, she wasn't in any position to ask about it. Zhongliang turned to look at her. Why are you just standing there? Don't you see that your martial uncle Ding's sitting here? Get him some tea. Feng Ying quickly responded and fished out a tea set. Considering the fact that Ding Yao was injured, she even took out her treasured spirit tea to help him recuperate. After drinking the tea, Ding Yao couldn't stop praising her. When Yang Kai left his room a few days later, he instantly saw this awkward sight. In the corridor of the courtyard, Ding Yao and Zhongliang were seated across from each other with a table in the middle of them, sipping tea that Feng Ying was quietly preparing for them. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he thought that he was seeing things. Zhongliang beckoned to him, "Come here and have some tea. You're in luck because your senior sister Feng has fished out some of the peak-rank spirit tea that she has always treasured." The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After he was seated, Feng Ying poured him a cup of tea. While sipping the tea, he signaled at Feng Ying with his eyes to ask her what was going on. Upon seeing that, Feng Ying ignored him, leaving him flustered. He couldn't really tell what the spirit tea tasted like, but it was indeed beneficial to cultivators. He felt refreshed after drinking a few cups of it. Ding Yao finally put down the tea cup and struck his own chest. The next instant, he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Like a blood arrow, the clotted blood formed a hole in the ground. After that, Ding Yao became evidently energized and he nodded at Feng Ying. "Many thanks, martial niece." Feng Ying saluted him. "Don't mention it, martial uncle." Ding Yao then turned to Yang Kai and tossed a space ring at him. "For you." A doubtful Yang Kai took it and infused his divine sense into it. The next moment, his expression changed drastically as he muttered, "Why are there so many?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5043, I have a request. The space ring was filled with countless Black Ink clan corpses. Although they were dead, the auras exuding from some of them suggested that there were even feudal lords among the piles. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Has the Black Ink clan launched another invasion?" Zhongliang shook his head, "No." "So, why are there so many corpses here? If they hadn't been attacked by the Black Ink clan, why were there so many corpses in this space ring?" Zhongliang glared at Ding Yao, who said impassively, "This king personally went to the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed some of their territories." Despite his dispassionate tone, Yang Kai could imagine how much danger the older man must have gone through. Even though Ding Yao was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still extremely risky for him to barge into the Black Ink clan hinterland on his own. The injuries on his figure were the best proof. "I almost killed a territory lord, but that guy ran away too quickly," Ding Yao sounded regretful. Given his strength, it wasn't hard for him to defeat a territory lord, but it wasn't easy for him to kill one. That was the reason Yang Kai and Bai Yi gained a lot of military merits after they joined forces to kill Zhu Feng. To the humans and the Black Ink clansmen, 8th Order masters and territory lords were indispensable assets. Any loss of such figures would be unbearably painful. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. After hearing what Ding Yao had said, he figured out what a crazy thing this man must have done. Apparently, Ding Yao headed to the Black Ink clan's territory and made a scene after acquiring the World Spring. Perhaps he had always wanted to do that in the past. However, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have to consume a lot of energy in prolonged resistance against Black Ink strength. Now that he had the World Spring though, he didn't have to worry about Black Ink strength harming him. That was why he could barge into the Black Ink clan's territory on his own and give them an unpleasant surprise. The World Spring wouldn't increase an Open Heaven Realm Master's strength, but it could offer incredible assistance to a powerful master like Ding Yao on the black ink battlefield. It could be said that the World Spring was more useful in Ding Yao's possession than in Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that the 4 universe pillars were usually given to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. You can bring this ring to the Merit Hall. It should get you a lot of military merits, Ding Yao said impassively. Yang Kai turned to Zhongliang, is it all right to do so? After all, he wasn't the one who killed those enemies. These corpses were given to him by Ding Yao. If he really brought the ring to the Merit Hall, it would be akin to taking military merits that supposedly belonged to Ding Yao. That was why he felt uneasy about it. Zhongliang chuckled upon hearing that. It's definitely all right to do so. Just take it. Your martial uncle Ding doesn't like to owe anyone a favor. But, there are too many corpses here. Yang Kai felt that the ring in his hand was quite heavy. He didn't count those corpses, but he reckoned that there were several tens of thousands of them in total. Even though most of them were low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen, there were also quite a number of feudal lords. He could get a staggering number of military merits by bringing this ring to the Merit Hall. Ding Yao coughed, if you feel like you have to give me something in return, I do have a request. Yang Kai nodded, please ask, sir. Ding Yao went on to say, if it's all right for you, I'd like to get some humans from your small universe. After a cultivator ascended to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, his small universe would materialize, thus giving him the ability to raise living beings inside his body. Doing this would allow the living creatures to help increase the heritage in their small universe as time passed. It would help the cultivator shorten cultivation time and grow faster. Ding Yao already had this ability thousands of years ago, however, the situation on the Black Ink battlefield was perilous, and every time the Black Ink clan's army invaded, he had to personally fight against powerful enemies, which sometimes resulted in his small universe being shaken. If there were living creatures in his small universe when that happened, many would be killed. Nevertheless, things were different now. With the World Spring's presence, his small universe was firm and impenetrable. Even if he had to deal with formidable enemies, his small universe would be safe and sound. Ding Yao was still quite some distance away from the Ninth Order, so it was expected that he wanted to raise some living beings in his small universe to shorten the time until his next breakthrough. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, only Yang Kai had living creatures in his small universe, so he was the only one who could help Ding Yao. Yang Kai instantly realized Ding Yao's intentions when he heard that, do you want to raise living creatures in your small universe, sir? Yes, Ding Yao nodded. Yang Kai went on to say, since you have the World Spring to protect your small universe now, you're indeed able to start raising living creatures safely. However, rather than humans, I can offer you a better option. A better option? Ding Yao arched his brow. Zhongliang also gazed at him with surprise. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai waved his hand and the portal to his small universe opened up. A moment later, a knee-high stony living creature appeared before him. Presently, the creature appeared puzzled as he had no idea why he'd appeared in this place, however, it was apparent that he was a simple-minded creature with low sentience. He soon ignored the people around him and started strolling around. What's this? Ding Yao examined him with a frown. Zhongliang was also looking at the stone creature with curiosity. Neither of them had seen such a special creature before, so their interest had been piqued. I call them the small stone race. They were discovered in a new great territory. A new great territory? Ding Yao was astounded. Yang Kai nodded, then explained to him the small stone race's background. Ding Yao and the others were amazed as they had never expected that a new great territory had been found in the 3,000 worlds. Compared to humans, raising these small stone race members can give us more benefits. Assuming that there are equal numbers of humans and small stone race members, the latter can help increase the heritage of our small universe roughly 10 times quicker. 10 times quicker? Zhongliang exclaimed as a myriad of expressions came over him, "Are you serious?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why is that?" Zhongliang was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head, "I have no idea either. Although they've been living inside my small universe for many years now, I still don't know the reason behind it. I can only say that these special living creatures are beneficial to the small universes of cultivators like us. Therefore, if you want to raise living creatures in your small universe, I'd recommend these small stone race members. As for humans, I have the world trees clone in my small universe now, and with its nourishment, many geniuses will appear after 3 to 5 generations." Ding Yao's eyes brightened. "It's best to have these small stone race members then. However, how many of them can you give me?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You can have as many as you want. In fact, it's not hard to raise these little guys. They multiply quickly, sharing similar characteristics to ants. As long as there's a queen ant and enough food, you don't have to worry about increasing their number. With that said, it takes quite a lot of materials to raise them. It might not have been possible in Blue Sky Pass in the past, but it shouldn't be an issue now. I suppose those first, second, and third-order materials are basically useless. Small stone race members are not picky when it comes to what you feed them." Ding Yao exchanged glances with Zhongliang, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded, "I'll listen to you, then." Certainly, Yang Kai didn't have any objections. He then started taking some small stone race members out of his small universe. It took him several days to finally fish out a little more than half of the small stone race members from his small universe. It was then that Ding Yao was satisfied. With these small stone race members as a foundation, they would certainly multiply quickly in his small universe as long as there were sufficient materials. As time passed, it would save him a lot of cultivation time and help him ascend to the 9th order earlier. Ding Yao soon left. Even though he had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen and returned alive, he was injured after all. Moreover, with so many small stone race members in his small universe now, he had to spend some time studying them, so he didn't remain for long. On the other hand, Zhongliang wasn't in a rush to leave. He gazed at Yang Kai and asked caringly, "Are you sure you can resist Black Ink strength without the World Spring?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai chuckled, "Have you forgotten about it, sir? I still have a lot of Black Ink strength suppressed in my small universe. I would have fallen into danger instead of still looking safe and sound if I were unable to resist the Black Ink strength." Zhongliang was startled as he soon recalled it. Finding it regretful, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. In fact, he hoped that the World Tree's clone wouldn't have the same effects as the World Spring so that Yang Kai would have to stay in Blue Sky Pass instead of running around everywhere. However, he knew that his wishes wouldn't always be granted. It had come to a point where there was nothing he could do to change the situation. "By the way, I should give this back to you." As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out a box and passed it to Zhongliang. A doubtful Zhongliang took the box, and upon opening it, he asked in shock, "You didn't consume it?" The thing inside the box was the profound Een spirit fruit he had given to Yang Kai some time ago. Yang Kai nodded, "The World Tree clone is able to repair damage to my small universe, so I don't need to consume this fruit. My small universe has almost fully healed now. This fruit is rare in the inner sanctum, so it should be given to another fellow brother or sister who needs it." Zhongliang was astounded as he muttered, "I didn't expect the clone to have this effect." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I just found out about it not long ago." Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't joke around about such an issue. Zhongliang couldn't help but think that the World Tree was truly amazing. Just a clone could bring so many benefits with it. What surprises would there be if someone could refine the Mother Tree itself? With that said, he knew that it couldn't possibly happen. After all, the Mother Tree was hiding in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, where not just anyone could enter. This sealed world had always been elusive, and no one knew where or when it would appear. Entering was basically a matter of luck. Eventually, Zhongliang left with the profound Yin spirit fruit. Yang Kai passed the ring that was full of Black Ink clan corpses to Feng Ying and told her to bring it to the merit hall to exchange for military merits. He didn't intend to keep the military merits to himself. Instead, he decided to keep it in Dawn Squad's account. After all, it required some military merits every time Dawning Light was repaired, so he had to be prepared for future emergencies. After Feng Ying left, Yang Kai started cultivating in seclusion again, for his small universe hadn't fully healed yet. However, with the World Tree clone's presence, repairing his small universe wasn't really an issue. Another half a year passed before Yang Kai finally felt his small universe was complete once more. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5044, Pill Test. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it took 1 year for his small universe to fully heal. During this period of time, he could feel that his foundation was slightly unsteady, which resulted in a decrease in his speed of refining materials. He hadn't fought anyone, but if he had done so, he would have realized that his strength had plunged as well. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once it was damaged, the cultivator would be affected in many ways. However, Yang Kai was surprised that the World Tree clone was able to fully repair his small universe in just 1 year, which could be considered rapid. He had asked Feng Ying about the effects of consuming a profound Yin spirit fruit. It was said that after a cultivator consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit, while it would immediately patch the damage, it would take 1 to 2 years to fully repair a small universe. There were even those who spent 3 to 5 years or even more than 10 years waiting for their small universes to fully heal. It seemed that the clone's healing ability was greater than that of a profound Yin spirit fruit. Not only had Yang Kai's small universe been repaired, but his dragon bead, which was damaged during the battle against Zhu Feng in the past, had been repaired as well. Yang Kai had overexerted himself to battle against Zhu Feng territory lord. In the end, he was forced to summon his dragon bead to deal with the formidable enemy. Even though such a move was powerful, it was also dangerous. The consequences would be dreadful if his dragon bead was destroyed. After the battle, his dragon bead was damaged and full of cracks. Fortunately, the dragon bead could be repaired by nourishing it with his dragon vein, and as long as he didn't need to use his dragon transformation secret art, the problem with the dragon bead wouldn't affect his usual strength. Over the years, he hadn't done anything special, but the dragon bead became perfect again with the dragon vein's constant nourishment. In fact, it had become better than in the past. He could clearly feel that the power of his dragon vein had improved. He initially thought that it was just an illusion, but after examining himself, he realized that the power of his dragon vein had indeed increased. The revelation puzzled him. It was expected that his dragon bead would be healed one day, but it came as a complete and pleasant surprise that the power of his dragon vein had been strengthened as well. After examining himself closely, Yang Kai reckoned that his quick recovery and improved strength were thanks to the gift the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer had given him in the past. Rumor had it that Burning Light and Serene Glimmer were the origins of all divine spirits. The Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits, so they were supposedly closely related to the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. It was for this reason that, when Yang Kai sought help from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to deal with Black Ink strength, he was given the 2 marks that could be used to activate Purifying Light. Not everyone could activate the 2 marks and draw on the powers of yellow and blue crystals to cast this technique. If Yang Kai was not attuned to the 2 marks, he still wouldn't be able to cast Purifying Light even if he had abundant yellow and blue crystals. Before he left the chaotic dead territory, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan left a mysterious force in his body. That force was harmless to Yang Kai and wouldn't improve his cultivation in any way, however, it could stimulate the power of the dragon vein in his body and purify his dragon clan bloodline. It was thanks to the help of these supreme beings that the power of his dragon vein had increased significantly. Initially, Yang Kai could only transform into a 10,000-meter dragon after using dragon transformation secret art, which allowed him to just barely be regarded as a grand dragon. After the incident, he could reach 20,000 meters upon using his dragon transformation secret art. His figure had expanded by 2 times. At that time, Yang Kai had a feeling that the mysterious force left behind by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in his body hadn't been depleted and was instead hiding somewhere in his body. Over the years though, he had never detected the presence of the mysterious force again. It never crossed his mind that the damage in his dragon bead silently triggered it. His dragon vein had once again been improved without him noticing. Yang Kai had no idea how huge his grand dragon form would be after using his dragon transformation secret art now. Nevertheless, he believed that he would be longer than 20,000 meters. He decided to use his dragon transformation secret art and examine the changes he had gone through when he was free one day. After his small universe had healed, Yang Kai could once again refine a set of 7th-order materials every half a year, which allowed his heritage to grow rapidly. Given the speed of his progress, he reckoned that it would take him less than 1,000 years to ascend to the 8th-order open heaven realm. It was inconceivable that anyone could ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order in less than 1,000 years. There were a lot of 7th-order open heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass who had been stuck in the same order for thousands of years. First of all, they were limited by their own aptitude, and secondly, they hadn't accumulated enough heritage. Usually, regardless of how talented a cultivator was, it would take them 3,000 or 4,000 years to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order, while 5,000 years was considered average. As for ascending to the 9th order from the 8th order, it would take a cultivator more than 10,000 years to do so. Open Heaven Realm Masters lived long enough to go through such a long process though, so most didn't think too much of it. It was because of how difficult it was for an Open Heaven Realm Master to grow their strength that there were not a lot of 9th order old ancestors in the cave heavens and paradises even though they had lived for countless years. No one could guarantee that it would always be smooth sailing while they were growing their power either. Even if a person had the chance to make it to the 9th order, they might lose their future or even their life if an accident happened. There were 3 reasons why it would only take Yang Kai 1,000 years to achieve this same feat. First of all, he had been refining 7th order materials, so he could increase his strength more efficiently. Secondly, the World Trees clone in his small universe helped increase his refining speed by several times. Lastly, the living creatures residing in his small universe continuously helped strengthen his heritage. All these advantages added up and allowed him to grow his power in the shortest time possible. Achieving a breakthrough in just 1,000 years was only Yang Kai's estimation, of course. If he was held up by something during this period of time, it would take him longer to achieve his goal. Just like he had done previously, Yang Kai would go out and unwind after refining a set of materials every half a year. A few years went by in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai left his room one day, he saw Zhongliang already waiting for him. It seemed that the latter had predicted the time he would stop cultivating. Yang Kai was disciplined when it came to cultivating, so it wasn't hard for anyone to know when he would leave his room. It had been peaceful in Blue Sky Pass in the past few years, so Yang Kai was surprised to see Zhongliang waiting for him. He quickly went over and saluted him. "Do you need something, sir?" Zhongliang nodded. "Come with me." Despite not knowing what was going on, Yang Kai still hurriedly followed him. Soon, he realized that Zhongliang was heading to the pill hall. Someone was already waiting for them outside. It was none other than Tang Kun, whom Yang Kai had met before. At that instant, Yang Kai had a speculation about the reason Zhongliang had brought him to the pill hall. With Tang Kun leading the way, they soon arrived at a grand hall. 3 people were already waiting inside the grand hall, and Yang Kai had met 2 of them before. They were Zhu Guming and Xiaofan. He had no idea who the last person was, but the latter seemed energetic despite his old age. His aura suggested that he was in the 8th order open heaven realm. Upon seeing Yang Kai, both Zhu Guming and Xiaofan were excited as they came over. Yang Kai saluted them. Even though they were excited, they appeared somewhat tired. Both of them had become much thinner than when Yang Kai met them for the first time. It had to be noted that they were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so even though they knew nothing about fighting, they were still fairly powerful. It wasn't certain what caused them to go through such a transformation over the years. Zhongliang introduced the third old man to Yang Kai. He's the hall master of the Pill Hall, Fuzhou. Yang Kai saluted him again, so it is Senior Fu. Fuzhou ran his fingers through his beard with a smile, a talented young man indeed. The ever-impatient Zhu Guming said, cut to the chase. We're here for a pill test. Xiaofan nodded repeatedly on the side. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that his speculation was right. Pleasantly surprised, he asked, have you completed the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill? It had been a few years since he passed the incomplete pill recipe to these two alchemy grandmasters, and he would ask about the progress from time to time. Things seemed to be going well in the beginning, but they started facing some difficulties in the later stage. Those from the pill hall were unable to complete the pill recipe easily. However, Zhu Guming's words suggested that not only had they completed the recipe, but they had also successfully refined some purifying black ink pills. Xiaofan nodded and replied, we've completed the pill recipe and made some purifying black ink pills, however, we have to give it a test to find out whether it's effective. We've asked you to come here to take part in the pill test. Yang Kai nodded as he finally understood why Zhu Guming and Xiaofan appeared exhausted. They must have continuously exerted themselves to complete the pill recipe while experiencing countless failures. It was no wonder that they were worn out after years of such an endeavor. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't object to a pill test, for he also wanted purifying black ink pills to be mass-produced as soon as possible, so he asked, what do you want me to do? Zhongliang replied, since we have to find out the effectiveness of the purifying black ink pill, we have to let someone become corrupted by black ink strength. Obviously, we don't keep black ink strength in the inner sanctum, but I know you have quite a lot of it in your small universe. We need you to use that black ink strength. It will be fine if the experiment is successful, however, if the pill is not effective, we'll need you to activate purifying light to help. Understood. Yang Kai nodded, then asked, who will receive the black ink strength, then? Zhu Guming immediately took a step forward, me. Xiaofan directly pushed him aside, back down old fart. I'll handle it. A furious Zhu Guming snapped, how dare an old fart like you call me old? Take a piss and look at your own reflection first. Xiaofan scoffed, I'm younger than you by 300 years, so you should give a young person like me a chance. The corner of Zhu Guming's mouth twitched, how do you have the nerve to call yourself a young person? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, thinking that they even had to compete against one another over such a trivial matter. It seemed that these grandmasters were truly on bad terms. Fuzhou said with a smile, I'm sorry for the farce, little friend. This matter has something to do with the effectiveness of purifying black ink pills, so it'll be helpful to personally go through the experience. However, junior brother Zhou has a point. This matter is important, and we should give young people a chance. Then, he turned his head to the side, you do it, Tang Kun. Tang Kun had been silently watching the show. Since the two grandmasters were arguing, he didn't have the nerve to say anything. In fact, he had remained silent after he led Yang Kai and Zhongliang to this place. He hadn't expected that Fuzhou would call out to him at this point. After being startled for a moment, he cupped his fist respectfully, yes. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-45, I find it exhilarating. Since Fuzhou had given the order, Zhu Guming and Xiaofan wouldn't dare to have any objection. Yang Kai then fished out a bit of black ink strength from his small universe and gazed at Tang Kun, tell me when you're ready. Tang Kun took a deep breath, as though he was ready to sacrifice his life. "You can start now, senior brother." Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the black ink strength on him. Tang Kun instantly opened up his small universe and accepted it. The next instant, he shuddered and appeared to be struggling. Through the small universe's portal, they could clearly see that as the black ink strength seeped through the small universe that hadn't materialized, the darkness spread around quickly. Just moments later, black ink strength started billowing from Tang Kun's skin, and even his eyes had been dyed black. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had some resistance against black ink strength, so he wouldn't be corrupted as soon as he came into contact with it. However, this was just a pill test, so he didn't intend to resist. Instead, he tried to lead the black ink strength to invade his entire body, which was why he was rapidly corrupted. With little sanity left, he growled with difficulty, "Sirs, I'm about to lose control." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became completely black. The next moment, he roared with a ferocious expression and attempted to land a fist on Zhu Guming, who was nearest to him. Tang Kun was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his attack was undoubtedly intimidating. However, he didn't manage to hurt Zhu Guming one bit, for Zhongliang abruptly appeared beside him and placed a palm on his shoulder, instantly rendering him completely immovable. Despite that, Tang Kun kept a hideous expression on his face as he continued to struggle. This situation was within their expectations. Open heaven realm masters who were corrupted by black ink strength were destined to go against the human race. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that they would go all out in this pill test. Even if the purifying black ink pill was not effective, he still had purifying light to save Tang Kun. Nevertheless, this certainly wouldn't be an enjoyable experience for the latter. It was no wonder that Fu Zhou refused to allow Zhu Guming and Xiaofan to give it a try. After all, both of them were in the 8th order open heaven realm. If they were really corrupted by black ink strength, Zhongliang would probably have to wound them seriously before he could subdue them. Tang Kun was just a 6th order master, so they could take control of the situation by letting him become contaminated by black ink strength. Seeing that Tang Kun was subdued, Fu Zhou quickly took a step forward with a nail-sized spirit pill between his fingers and pried the younger man's mouth open. After stuffing the pill into his mouth, he gently landed his own palm on the younger man's chest. Tang Kun was forced to gulp down the pill. Fu Zhou activated his power to help him refine the medicinal efficacies. All of them stared fixedly at Tang Kun as they wanted to find out whether the purifying black ink pill was effective. A moment later, Zhu Guming suddenly exclaimed, "It's useful." Xiaofan was evidently relieved as well. The purifying black ink pill was indeed useful. As the medicinal efficacies were refined, they could see that the black ink strength inside Tang Kun's small universe became thinner. Tang Kun also became less hostile towards them. They observed him with hopeful gazes. However, the black ink strength then stopped decreasing. When the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill were all gone, Tang Kun started growling and struggling again. Zhu Guming almost went mad as he pulled at his gray hair, muttering under his breath, "How can this be? How is it possible that it doesn't work?" Xiaofan also appeared dejected as he was beside himself. The two of them had spent several years exerting themselves to complete the purifying black ink pill recipe. During that period of time, they had experienced countless failures and consumed innumerable herbs. They initially thought that the pill would work, but the outcome turned out to be disappointing. This had dealt a heavy blow to them. Zhongliang frowned and sent a signal to Yang Kai with his eyes. Upon getting his hint, Yang Kai activated purifying light and engulfed Tang Kun with it. Under the pure light, the black ink strength in Tang Kun's body rapidly dissipated as he regained his sanity. However, it was apparent that he was exhausted after the incident as his forehead was beaded with sweat. Zhu Guming and Xiaofan came to their senses as they quickly asked Tang Kun about his experience just now. Although Tang Kun had been corrupted by black ink strength, he still remembered everything that happened, so he told them what he had gone through just now. Upon hearing this, the two alchemy grandmasters fell into their thoughts. A moment later, Zhu Guming said, "Give it one more try. This time, don't let him get completely corrupted by black ink strength. There's no problem with the pill recipe of purifying black ink pill, but the effects might not be the same as what we had imagined." Xiaofan nodded, "That's right." Fu Zhou gazed at Tang Kun, "Can you persevere?" Tang Kun nodded, "I can make one more attempt." Fu Zhou then turned to Yang Kai, "Sorry for troubling you again, little friend Yang." "Don't mention it, Hall Master." As Yang Kai spoke, he stared at Tang Kun and took out a bit of black ink strength again. Just as he did earlier, Tang Kun opened up his small universe and accepted it. This time though, Zhu Guming quickly passed him a purifying black ink pill. Tang Kun consumed it and refined the medicinal efficacies on his own. They could see that as the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill spread, the black ink strength in Yang Kun's small universe started melting away like the snow under the scorching sun. All of them were thrilled upon seeing that. After Tang Kun got to his feet, they thoroughly examined his small universe and confirmed that there was no black ink strength left. Zhu Guming chuckled, "I told you that there's no way it wouldn't work. This must be how the pill should be used." Xiaofan nodded, "You have a point. However, we can only come to a conclusion after carrying out more experiments." Zhu Guming replied, "That's right." They spoke in an oblique manner, and although Yang Kai had some speculations, he couldn't be certain about them. Regardless, he reckoned that Tang Kun would have to suffer in the coming days. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed in the pill hall to help with the pill tests. For this purpose, Zhongliang arranged more than 10 open heaven realm masters of different orders to come over and take part in the experiments. It would be miserable for Tang Kun if he was the only one who had to experience all the hardship. The experiments over the next few days showed that the purifying black ink pills were useful, but their effects were limited. After a person was invaded by black ink strength, it would be best for them to consume a purifying black ink pill as soon as possible. That way, they would stand a greater chance of retaining their sanity. Once they were completely corrupted by black ink strength, it would be too late for them to consume a purifying black ink pill. The reason it turned out to be a failure on the first try was that Tang Kun had been totally corrupted by the black ink strength, so the purifying black ink pill was unable to help him restore his rationality. Despite that, it could be considered that they had successfully made purifying black ink pills. That was wonderful news for the human race. Before Yang Kai's arrival in the black ink battlefield, the humans from the Great Passes had no way to deal with black ink strength. Once a person was corrupted, he or she would either be turned into a black ink disciple or have to give up a part of their small universe. This resulted in the humans from different Great Passes seeing their powers plunging or even regressing to a lower order. There were a lot of people who dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order as a result, and it wasn't rare to see people who fell to the 6th order from the 7th order either. Then came the day when Yang Kai purifying light brought with him, which could even save the people who had been black ink disciples for a long time. The humans from the Great Passes were heartened as each Great Pass created their own purifying black ink battleships. The ships were then brought to Blue Sky Pass by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so that Yang Kai could infuse purifying light into them. However, only Yang Kai was able to use purifying light. It required specific materials to cast the secret technique, which they would use up sooner or later. How were the humans going to resist black ink strength when that time came? The rebirth of purifying black ink pills came at the perfect time. Even though it was not as powerful as purifying light, they could be universally used and were easily produced. Those from Blue Sky Pass could just spread the pill recipe around, and the alchemists from different Great Passes could begin refining the pills. With purifying black ink pills as the most commonly used treatment, purifying light could serve as a backup move. When the humans were corrupted by black ink strength in the future, they wouldn't be powerless to resist. Since time immemorial, black ink strength had always been the Black Ink clan's biggest advantage. Once this advantage was gone, the Black Ink clan would be like a tiger without teeth, no longer so intimidating. The alchemy grandmasters in the pill hall were ecstatic. While they planned to mass-produce the purifying black ink pills, they also vowed to improve the pill recipe so that even the black ink disciples could be saved. Only then would the purifying black ink pills be considered truly complete. This was an ambitious plan that couldn't be achieved in a short time. However, the pill recipe was soon spread around and the alchemy grandmasters from all the different great passes would definitely study it. Perhaps purifying black ink pills that would be effective on black ink disciples would be successfully developed one day. The pill tests this time could be considered a success. Zhongliang took the pill recipe as he was ready to send it to the great passes through the hyperspace array. Certainly, those from the pill hall had no objection. On the other hand, a lot of alchemists in the pill hall had gathered together as they were ready to mass-produce purifying black ink pills. Fortunately, after Yang Kai passed the tattered pill recipe to the pill hall back then, he told Tang Kun to start growing more obsidian grass and green feather rattan. Now, they were not lacking ingredients for refining the pills. Nevertheless, the demand for those herbs would only grow in the coming years. As Yang Kai and Zhongliang left the pill hall, they remained silent. All of a sudden, Zhongliang let out a laugh. A puzzled Yang Kai asked humbly, "What's so amusing, sir?" With his hands behind his back, Zhongliang replied, "I just find it exhilarating that we'll be able to go all out to deal with the Black Ink clan with purifying black ink pills in possession one day." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. That is indeed an exciting prospect. Zhongliang let out a sigh. Humans have been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years. We are restricted in many ways because it is difficult to deal with black ink strength. Even though you've brought purifying light to us, and it's more effective than purifying black ink pills, these pills are more useful than purifying light on the battlefield. Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." It was just like what happened in the resource harvesting area where Forward Base 4 was located. In the final battle, the purifying black ink battleship, which contained purifying light, was stationed back at the forward base, a 2-day journey away. The cultivators who had been invaded by black ink strength had to look for a chance to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying black ink battleship in the forward base in order to be treated, taking them off the battlefield for quite some time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5046, Ulterior Motive. Activating the universe transference law required a few breaths of time, during which the person using it could not be disturbed, otherwise, it would definitely fail. Even if the person successfully activated the universe transference law and returned to the purifying black ink battleship in the forward base, it would take them 2 days to return to the battlefield. The battle would have ended by then, in which case, it was no different from weakening the human army. However, things would be different if every human soldier who fought against the Black Ink clan had several purifying black ink pills with them. Even if they were invaded by black ink strength, they wouldn't turn into black ink disciples as long as they could quickly consume a purifying black ink pill, allowing them to stay on the battlefield and continue fighting. Therefore, purifying black ink pills would be more useful and convenient than purifying light on the battlefield. Since your arrival in the inner sanctum, Blue Sky Pass has become the center of attention of all humans. We've been in the limelight. Zhongliang let out a laugh again. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" Zhongliang replied, "You see, you were the one who brought purifying light to us. When the news spread, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from different Great Passes personally brought their purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. That was the first event. Then, you came up with the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, and we were the ones who informed the humans from different Great Passes about their refinement method. That was the second event. Now, we've successfully developed purifying black ink pills. The pill recipe will be sent to the other Great Passes, and once they get it, they will all be over the moon and grateful to Blue Sky Pass. That's the reason we're the center of attention, and you're the one who has brought us such glory. It is this junior's duty, nothing more. Zhongliang shook his head. In the past, I'd never expected that one person could single-handedly change the status quo on this vast battlefield. As I grew older and started losing hope, there came a day when you arrived and changed everything. Perhaps I'm just lucky. Yang Kai put on a smile. Zhongliang flashed a smile at him as well. It's not just about luck. Perhaps we'll finally see some changes on this seemingly never-changing battlefield. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Is everything going well with your cultivation? He suddenly changed the topic. Yang Kai replied, everything's fine. Zhongliang nodded, I can see that your aura has become denser compared to several years ago. It's apparent that your power has increased significantly. However, the cultivation of an open heaven realm master is a process of accumulation. Hence, you must not be too proud or impatient. Don't try to run before you can walk. You just ascended to the 7th order several years ago, so there's no rush for you to try to make it to the 8th order. Given your aptitude and heritage, it will naturally happen when the time comes. If it's not the right time yet, it's pointless for you to work excessively hard. Yang Kai replied respectfully, I understand. Zhongliang went on to say, since you understand, there's no rush for you to continue cultivating. There's something I need you to do. What is it? Yang Kai gazed at him. Zhongliang replied, several years ago, you opened up 11 portals to sealed worlds in the resource harvesting area around Forward Base 4. Did Cha Hu tell you that the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield tend to be clustered? Yang Kai nodded, he did mention it. Good. Zhongliang ran his fingers through his beard, the thing is, we've found quite a number of sealed worlds in different places in the Blue Sky Theater in the past. Most of the time, we could only find 1 to 2 sealed worlds in any given place, but we suspect that there are still a lot of hidden sealed worlds around the places where sealed worlds were previously found. It's just that we didn't have the means to look for the hidden portals. Hence, we're unable to extract the resources in those sealed worlds. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai said, do you want me to go to the places where sealed worlds were previously found to look for hidden portals? Zhongliang nodded, you're a master of the Tao of space, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to find more hidden portals. There are a lot of valuable items in those sealed worlds, after all. Just getting more profound spirit fruit trees would be extremely useful to the inner sanctum. Upon listening to his intention, Yang Kai nodded, in that case, I'll get prepared and set off. Zhongliang waved his hand, there's no need to get prepared. Just set off now. I've informed Dawn Squad about it, and they're waiting for you outside the inner sanctum. You just have to join them. I've asked someone to tell Feng Ying about the places where sealed worlds were previously found. She'll lead you there. Yang Kai was stunned as he had never expected Zhongliang to be so well prepared. He had even informed Dawn about it, so it was apparent that he didn't intend to let Yang Kai continue cultivating. However, since it was his order, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disobey. He then cupped his fist and said, I'll get going now, then. Zhongliang nodded, there's no rush in dealing with this matter. You can come back when you're done with it. On the other hand, when you're handling this matter, no one from the inner sanctum will contact you. Unless you fall into danger, you won't have to inform us about whatever you do. Be safe when you're outside. A puzzled Yang Kai responded and left. He had a feeling that Zhongliang was acting strangely, but he couldn't really tell what was off. After he was gone, a figure abruptly appeared beside Zhongliang. The person was none other than the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao. Has he left? Ding Yao asked. Zhongliang nodded, yes. Then, he asked, where's that old fart surnamed Tang? Ding Yao shrugged, Shen Tu is dealing with him now. Zhongliang frowned, what's that old fart up to, coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass? Ding Yao shook his head. Tang Qiu never said anything. However, he's an 8th order master, so he must have used a lot of resources to be sent to this place from Yinyang Pass. He certainly wouldn't come here for no reason. Zhongliang scowled. Could it be what we think? He's here to lure Yang Boy to his side, seeing that he created so many wonderful things. Ding Yao instantly sported a ferocious expression. How dare he? Regardless of whether he has the guts to do so, I reckon that it's indeed his intention. He already expressed such intentions when he visited previously. It's just that Yang Boy didn't leave with him. Since he has come all the way here again this time, it's clear to us what he's up to. In any case, Yang Boy is considered a member of Yinyang Cave Heaven, while Tang Qiu is an 8th order ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as an army commander of Yinyang Pass, so it's expected that he wants to bring Yang Boy back with him. Once a member of Blue Sky Pass, always a member of Blue Sky Pass. Ding Yao snorted. If that old fart surnamed Tang really has his eyes on Yang Boy, I'll definitely beat him up. Zhongliang shot him a glance. I'll be looking forward to it, then. Don't back down when the time comes. Ding Yao scoffed in response. Zhongliang chuckled. Let's go probe that old fart first. It's been a few days since he arrived, so we can't possibly keep ignoring him. Meanwhile, Shen Tumo was accompanying a middle-aged man who was clad in simple clothes. They were having a chat while walking around. Nevertheless, Shen Tumo remained impassive and didn't speak much, while the middle-aged man was apparently the more talkative one. This middle-aged man named Tang Qiu was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai had met before. He was also an army commander. When Tang Qiu brought the purifying black ink battleships refined by Yinyang Pass to Blue Sky Pass back then, he met up with Yang Kai. He had also brought Su Linggong with him. A moment later, Tang Qiu suddenly stopped in his tracks and put on a bitter smile. Brother Shen Tu, it seems that I'm not welcome in Blue Sky Pass. I'm truly saddened. There was a dispassionate expression on Shen Tumo's face as he replied, we've always been sincere and welcoming to our friends. However, if it's an enemy, he'll be greeted by the secret techniques of our several 10,000 soldiers. The corners of Tang Qiu's face twitched. Why is this Tang an enemy of Blue Sky Pass? Shen Tumo turned around, showing only his profile. Brother Tang, it's up to you whether you want to be our friend or foe. A speechless Tang Qiu broke into laughter. I don't understand, Brother Shen Tuesday. Please make it clear to me. Shen Tumo shook his head in silence. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. Forget it. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll leave now. Farewell. Shen Tumo extended his hand, as though he was eager to see him leave. Tang Qiu's chest heaved with fury. He suppressed his anger and said resentfully, I'll definitely leave, but there's one person I have to see before that. Shen Tumo looked cautiously at him. Who do you want to see? Tang Qiu replied, Yang Kai. You finally revealed your ulterior motive, old fart. I knew you were up to no good coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. You're really here to snatch Yang Kai. Someone was heard growling. The next moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Zhongliang and Ding Yao, who happened to arrive and hear what Tang Qiu had just said. The moment they landed on the ground, Zhongliang turned to Ding Yao. Haven't you heard what he said, Brother Ding? What are you waiting for? Ding Yao balled up his fist and palmed it loudly. An alerted Tang Qiu yelled, What are you trying to do? It wasn't until this moment that he realized that 3 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass had surrounded him, causing him to sweat. Ding Yao grinned in an eerie manner. Well, it's our duty to beat up anyone who's ill-intentioned here. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded. Why do you think this Tang is ill-intentioned? Zhongliang snorted. You failed in your attempt to get Yang Kai to go to your side previously, so we never expected that you would still have the nerve to come try again. It seems that we've been too magnanimous. You probably won't learn your lesson unless we beat you up. Tang Qiu quickly raised his hands. Wait a moment. That's not this Tang's intention. The reason I want to see Yang Kai is that one of the purifying black ink battleships from Yinyang Pass has run out of purifying light, so I'd like him to help replenish it. Do you think I'll believe you? Zhongliang sneered and waved his hand. Kill. 3 figures instantly shot towards him like they were arrows. Tang Qiu was flabbergasted as he hadn't expected that they would really dare to make a move. He was already surrounded by them, to begin with, and he had missed the best chance to escape. How was he supposed to counterattack at this moment? He clumsily dodged their attacks, but to no avail. Fortunately, these 4 Eighth Order Army commanders didn't forget the fact that they were in the inner sanctum, so they made sure that their powers didn't leak beyond a radius of 10 meters. Despite that, it was still a world-shaking battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 5047, Black Ink Clan's Warship. A moment later, Tang Qiu, whose face was all bruised, found himself literally backed into a corner. Faced with 3 towering figures, he had no way to flee. All of them were Eighth Order Army commanders, so they would be equally matched if they were in a one-on-one fight. However, how was he supposed to be a match for the 3 of them on his own? If he hadn't given up resisting early on, he would have been badly injured by now. Tell us what you're up to by coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. Zhongliang looked down at him in a condescending manner. Tang Qiu's face twitched. Brother Zhong, I'm really here to ask Yang Kai to replenish the purifying light. Stop lying. Zhongliang directly cut him off. If you really wanted to replenish the purifying light, you could have asked a 7th Order Junior to come over. You didn't have to personally come here. Are there too many resources in Yinyang Pass for you to squander? It's far more costly for an 8th Order Master to use the space array than a 7th Order one. At this point, his voice turned grim. Something major must have happened in Yinyang Pass that prompted you to personally come over. Ding Yao asked, what does that have to do with Yang Kai? Why do you insist on seeing him? There was a helpless smile on Tang Qiu's face. You never believed what I said. Brother Tang. Zhongliang's expression turned solemn. If you do not want to tell us the truth, you can return now. A myriad of expressions came over Tang Qiu, but eventually, he let out a sigh. Fine. Things have come to a point where I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Do you have a quiet place we can talk? Zhongliang and Ding Yao exchanged glances, thinking that the matter Tang Qiu was about to bring up must be serious, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautious. Come with me, Zhongliang said and led the way. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a certain hall. After the door was closed, the restrictions were activated to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zhongliang gazed at Tang Qiu. Brother Tang, you can be completely honest with us. Even though we're from different great passes, we're all humans. If there's anything we can help you with, we won't turn you down. Tang Qiu let out a long breath. He then fished out a jade slip and flicked his fingers. Before we get to the main topic, I want you to have a look at this first. He exerted just the right amount of force with his fingers as the jade slip exploded in mid-air and turned into dots of light. Instead of dissipating though, the dots of light kept changing forms and transformed into a scene. There was no doubt that this was a profound method. He used a divine ability to seal the scene that had happened before inside a jade slip, and he could show it to others whenever he wanted. It wasn't certain where on the black ink battlefield the place was, but they could see that it was somewhere in the void. In the scene, arrays were seen flickering on a warship that belonged to humans. As the arrays operated, attacks were continuously sent out. Up ahead, there was another warship that was fleeing as it counterattacked from time to time. Nevertheless, this warship was different from the ones owned by humans that Zhongliang and the others were familiar with. It was huge and rough. Even though it couldn't frequently launch an attack, every strike that came from the vessel was intimidating. Around the warships were some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were locked in an intense battle with feudal lords. Zhongliang and the others stared fixedly at the larger warship. Even though the image they saw was not very clear, there were apparently some burly Black Ink clansmen who were moving around on the warship. Their expressions became increasingly solemn as they watched the scene. After the intense battle lasted for a while, the larger ship suddenly started rumbling. The next moment, the arrays on the warship exploded as they were not stable to begin with. They were all damaged in an instant, and without the arrays, the larger warship was like a tiger without teeth, no longer able to attack or defend. The warship belonging to the humans seized the chance to continuously attack the vessel until it exploded, killing countless Black Ink clansmen who were aboard the vessel. After defeating the vessel, the warship belonging to the humans turned around and assisted the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The feudal lords had no choice but to flee. The scene ended here as the points of light disappeared. The hall turned dead silent as the atmosphere grew solemn. A long time later, Zhongliang asked, "Was it made by the Black Ink clan?" "Yes." Tang Qiu nodded. "When did it happen?" 3 months ago. A squad from Yinyang Pass was patrolling the area and came across it. The squad leader realized that it was a serious issue, so he used a secret technique to capture the scene. "That was what you saw just now." Zhongliang frowned. Had no one discovered it before that? Tang Qiu shook his head, "No. Based on our observations, the warship made by the Black Ink clan was not very reliable. That was the reason such an accident happened during the battle, allowing us to destroy it. Even though it's not reliable, they're already capable of making such a thing." Zhongliang let out a long breath. There will come a day when the Black Ink clan might be able to field a warship that is reliable enough to use in combat. If that happens, our greatest advantage will be gone for good. The humans and the Black Ink clan had been fighting each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and they each had their own advantages. The biggest advantage that the Black Ink clan had was the Black Ink strength. Before Yang Kai brought purifying light to them, the humans had suffered great losses because of Black Ink strength. On the other hand, the biggest advantage that the humans had was their warships. With the help of these warships, the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could display power on par with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. What's more, as long as the warship was not damaged, its crew wouldn't be at risk. Therefore, regardless of which great pass war broke out around, the humans would always suffer fewer losses than the Black Ink clan. Most of the time, in smaller skirmishes, there wouldn't be any casualties on the human side. That was because they had warships, which could be used for defending and attacking. The Black Ink clan had always coveted human warships, and they had been trying to develop such vessels for a long time. However, due to a lack of talented people, they hadn't been able to achieve it. After all, not just any artifact refiner could refine a warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, fewer than 10 people were able to build a warship, and they were always well protected, never being allowed to step onto the battlefield lest they be corrupted by Black Ink strength. It was because of this reason that the method of refining warships had always been kept in the hands of the humans. There was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do about it. Yang Kai had brought purifying light and purifying Black Ink pills to the human race. With these two items in possession, the humans would have a bright future as the advantage that the Black Ink clan had relied on for years would be weakened. However, the news that Tang Qiu had brought with him made Zhongliang and the others feel their hearts sinking. If the Black Ink clan could really make their own warships one day, the advantage that the humans had would be completely undermined. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had a massive population. Every time they launched an attack on the Great Passes, the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen would serve as mere cannon fodder in order to exhaust the strength of the human cultivators. The Black Ink strength left behind after their deaths would turn into Black Ink clouds and further restrict the humans. However, if they had their own warships, the innumerable low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen wouldn't just be cannon fodder anymore. Just like the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could hide inside warships and rely on them to exert power far greater than their own. If the Black Ink clan had enough warships and invaded the Great Passes one day, the humans wouldn't be able to fend off the enemy anymore. This notion sent a chill down the spine of anyone who thought about it. Do you know who helped them refine it? Zhongliang asked in a grim voice. Tang Qiu replied, we've narrowed it down to about 10 people who could be responsible for creating this vessel, but we're not sure who it is. It was a well-known fact that the Black Ink clan lacked any aptitude for artifact refining. The artifacts they owned were basically all made by Black Ink disciples. The warship belonging to the Black Ink clan that they saw must have been made by a Black Ink disciple as well. Since this Black Ink disciple was somewhat able to refine a warship, it suggested that they were pretty skilled in the Tao of artifact refining. Usually, such a talent wouldn't be allowed to step onto the battlefield, but there were always exceptions. Some people might be gifted in the Tao of artifact refining, but have never focused on it. Since they wanted to focus on the martial Tao, they would have to fight against the enemy. After they were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, they were ordered by the Black Ink clan to study artifact refining, and as time passed, their skills would improve, allowing them to refine a warship. It was with this criteria that those from Yinyang Pass had narrowed down the list of possible people to a group of 10 who had been confirmed to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. If there was anyone who could help the Black Ink clan make such a thing, the person must be among these 10. What is Yinyang Pass' stance on this? Ding Yao asked. Tang Qiu replied, this matter has far-reaching implications that might change the status quo of the entire battlefield. If the enemy successfully develops warships, we won't be able to fend them off in the future. Therefore, the old ancestor intends to find the artifact refiner responsible for this thing and bring them back before the Black Ink clan can achieve their goal. If not, we'll have to kill him to stop the situation from worsening. This matter has to be settled without delay. Ding Yao nodded gently. That was indeed the only way to solve the problem. On the other hand, Zhongliang's expression changed. Brother Tang, have you come all the way here to Blue Sky Pass to ask Yang Kai? Tang Qiu said, Yang Kai had lived among the Black Ink clan for 2 years, moreover, he has a world spring, so he need not fear Black Ink strength, not to mention he has purifying light. He's the best candidate for the job. We don't need him to kill the enemy, he just has to find the artifact refiner's identity and whereabouts. Yinyang Pass's old ancestor will personally make a move once he accomplishes his task. Zhongliang immediately shook his head, no. It's too dangerous. If the enemy were to find out about his identity, he would be doomed. Tang Qiu let out a sigh, I know that it's a dangerous task, however, he's the only one who stands a chance to achieve it. You all know that he's a master of the Tao of space, so he's skilled at escaping. Moreover, he's a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if his identity is exposed, he'll still have a chance to flee. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5048, The Best Person for the Job. What if an accident happens? Zhongliang shook his head, we all know how valuable Yang Boy is to the human race. If anything happens to him, it will be an immeasurable loss for all of us. Tang Qiu let out a sigh, certainly, I know how valuable he is, after all, he is also from Yinyang Cave Heaven. If possible, I wouldn't want him to take the risk, however, the Black Ink clan already have a half-functioning prototype warship. Perhaps they will be able to perfect the vessels within 100 years. By then, how are we going to push them back? There's no doubt that Yang Kai is important, but the fact that the Black Ink clan are developing warships will affect the entire human race. Don't you see the severity of the matter? Zhongliang said, despite that, Yang Kai has great value even beyond the purifying light. He's not just an ordinary 7th Order junior. Tang Qiu replied, of course I know that. However, if the Black Ink clan successfully makes a warship, Yinyang Pass will not be the only one that will be affected. Perhaps in just a few years, the Black Ink clan in Blue Sky Pass will also be equipped with warships. If they launch an attack on Blue Sky Pass then, how are you all going to repel them? By sacrificing the lives of several tens of thousands of soldiers? Zhongliang fell silent. When that time came, they could only fight the enemy to the death. There was no other way. Ding Yao refuted in a grim voice, those from Yinyang Pass have discovered a warship from the Black Ink clan, and the only solution you all can think of is to seek help from a brat? Old farts like you have lost your guts. A flushing Tang Qiu said resolutely, of course not. In fact, before I came to Blue Sky Pass, Brother Wu from Red Cloud's Heaven already headed to the Black Ink clan's territory to gather more information. Ding Yao's expression changed when he heard that, Wu Qing from Red Cloud's Cave Heaven? Yes. Tang Qiu nodded. Wu Qing was the Southern Army commander of Yinyang Pass. Even though he was from the Southern Army, he was the strongest 8th Order master there. Moreover, he possessed a profound fish, one of the 4 universe pillars, so he was not worried about being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Since he had personally made a move, it showed that those from Yinyang Pass truly viewed this matter as important. It was because he had one of the 4 universe pillars that he had the right to sneak into the Black Ink clan's hinterland, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to come back despite being an 8th Order master. Take Ding Yao as an example. Before acquiring the World Spring, he had never barged into the Black Ink clan's domain on his own before. Nevertheless, with the World Spring in possession, he directly raised a ruckus in the Black Ink clan's backyard. Even though he was injured, he managed to kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen. Tang Qiu said in a bitter voice, even though Brother Wu has personally made a move, it's not likely that he'll succeed. Many Black Ink clansmen have seen his face before. Simply killing enemies isn't a problem, but he won't be able to gather any information. This was understandable, as Wu Qing's image had probably been spread across different territories of the Black Ink clan. Once he showed up, the Black Ink clan would instantly besiege him. How was he going to gather any information in such a situation? Zhongliang and the others nodded in agreement. Tang Qiu went on to say, we've thought about letting Brother Wu give up his profound fish so that one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could refine it. Just like Yang Kai had done in the past, we would have that person pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory. However, there's no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world that's comparable to Yang Kai. If we really do that, not only would that 7th Order Master be in an extremely perilous situation, but we might also lose a profound fish once this plan is exposed. Therefore, in order to gather information, we need someone who is able to perfectly hide his identity and pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. He also has to have some ability to preserve his own life. After a long discussion, we believe that Yang Kai is the best person for the job. Brothers, please think about the greater good and help me with this. Zhongliang and the others remained silent. They knew that Tang Qiu was right. No one was better suited for this task in the entire Black Ink battlefield than Yang Kai. He had a similar experience before, so it wasn't difficult for him to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. Furthermore, he was a master of the Tao of space. Even if his identity was exposed, he would be able to run away. Additionally, he was extremely strong, so the average Black Ink clansman wouldn't be able to harm him. Regardless, there was a huge risk that was associated with this matter. No one was able to guarantee that Yang Kai would be able to return if he took on this task. If anything happened to him because of that, they would all be ill at ease. While they were silent, Zhongliang suddenly frowned. Wait a moment. The last time you visited this place, Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. How did you find out that he has ascended to the 7th Order? If Yang Kai were still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, those from Yinyang Pass wouldn't have the confidence to let him take on this task. Tang Qiu turned to look at Shen Tumo, who said in a muffled voice, this old fart kept sounding me out. I didn't expect him to have his eyes on Yang Kai. Tang Qiu smiled. I didn't have any high hopes before I came to this place, however, Yang Kai is indeed exceptionally talented. Not only had he ascended to the 7th order in such a short time, but he had also joined forces with a disciple from Divine Feather Paradise to kill an injured territory lord. He's indeed extraordinarily powerful. Zhongliang shot Shen Tumo a glare. It was apparent to him that it was Shen Tumo who told Tang Qiu all this. He's a powerful 7th order master who possesses a world spring, and he's an expert in the Tao of space. I cannot think of a better person to carry out the task. There was a solemn expression on Tang Qiu's face. This matter does not only affect Blue Sky Pass, but rather the entire Black Ink battlefield. It has to be dealt with as soon as possible. Please make a decision quickly. Both Zhongliang and Shen Tumo remained silent. An anxious Tang Qiu said, regardless, let me see Yang Kai first. I'll tell him what has happened. It will be best if he's willing to volunteer. If he doesn't want to do it, I'll not force him. What do you think? Zhongliang shook his head. He's not in Blue Sky Pass. Tang Qiu was shocked. Where is he if he's not in Blue Sky Pass? Zhongliang shrugged. Well, I don't know where his exact location is. Tang Qiu had the urge to roll his eyes. Zhongliang was an army commander, so how was it possible that he had no idea where his subordinate was? It was obvious that he wasn't willing to tell him about it. Ding Yao suddenly said, he doesn't have the world spring anymore. Upon hearing that, Tang Qiu was astounded. What do you mean? Ding Yao replied, didn't Brother Shen Tu tell you that he has given up his world spring? I've taken it. Tang Qiu widened his mouth in disbelief. When did that happen? He didn't think Ding Yao would lie to him, for there was no reason for him to do so. A few years ago. Tang Qiu became startled for a moment, then put on a bitter smile. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? In that case, there's no need to let him take the risk. Forget it. I'll take my leave. We'll meet again if there's a chance. I'll go with you, Ding Yao suddenly said. Tang Qiu gazed at him with a frown. What do you mean, Brother Ding? Most Black Ink clansmen have seen Wu Qing's face before, so it's impossible for him to gather any information. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater won't recognize me. Even though I won't necessarily be able to gather any useful information, I'll stand a better chance than Wu Qing. Tang Qiu said hesitantly, however, you're the Eastern Army commander of Blue Sky Pass, you can't be absent from your duties. What if the Black Ink clan's army launches an attack on Blue Sky Pass? Ding Yao shook his head. The Black Ink clan here is basically half dead at the moment. They won't dare to strike again without recuperating for at least another half a century. There won't be any war in Blue Sky Pass in the short term. Zhongliang nodded in agreement. Yes, you don't have to worry about Blue Sky Pass. It's a good idea to let Brother Ding go with you. Tang Qiu cupped his fist. I'm grateful that you're willing to do something for the greater good. This matter cannot be delayed, so let us depart now. He knew that Ding Yao probably wouldn't be able to gather any useful information, but they had to give it a try regardless. Gathering intelligence was unlike killing enemies. There was no doubt that Ding Yao and Wu Qing were peerless on the battlefield. However, what they had to do this time was not slaughter enemies but find out the identity and whereabouts of the artifact refiner who helped the Black Ink clan create the new prototype warship. This was different from simply fighting. A moment later, a light flashed across the hyperspace array as Ding Yao and Tang Qiu disappeared. Zhongliang and Shen Tumo watched them leave. A while later, Zhongliang said, Brother Shen Tu, young boy will probably have to handle this matter. Shen Tumo nodded gently, but we'll be putting him in a dangerous situation by doing so. Zhongliang let out a sigh. Everyone on the Black Ink battlefield is ready to sacrifice their life for the cause. When you and I came to this place in the past, we never expected that we would live for such a long time. It will be worth it if the crisis facing the human race can be nipped in the bud by sacrificing just one person. however, I'm worried that he'll be killed without achieving his goal. That would be the biggest loss to us. After a moment of silence, Shen Tuomo sighed. It has only been a little over 10 years since he joined Blue Sky Pass, and he has made a lot of contributions to the entire human race. He's also exceptionally talented. I'm sure he'll be one of the most important figures in the human race in the future. Zhongliang sighed again. We'll play it by ear. I hope that Brother Ding will be able to achieve his goal. Presently, dawning light was moving across the void at the speed of lightning. When Yang Kai went over Zhongliang's behavior again in his mind, he felt that something was off. The army commander seemed determined to chase him out of Blue Sky Pass and make sure he stayed out, which was basically the polar opposite of his usual stance. In the past, he would have liked nothing more than to keep Yang Kai inside Blue Sky Pass forever. Even though he had a feeling that something might have happened in the inner sanctum, and it had something to do with him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to disobey Zhongliang's order. Hence, he could only ask Feng Ying about it. Unfortunately, Feng Ying had no idea what had happened either. She was cultivating in seclusion when she was suddenly ordered to gather the members of Dawn together and sail Dawning Light out of the inner sanctum. She was told that she and the members of Dawn Squad had to assist Yang Kai in looking for portals to sealed worlds that hadn't been discovered. They also had to extract the resources from those sealed worlds. This task wasn't dangerous, and they could get a lot of military merits from it, so it could be considered an easy job with high rewards. Just 2 days later, Dawning Light reached a certain spot in the void. On the deck, after having a look at the universe chart, Feng Ying nodded at Yang Kai. This is our first destination. Those from the inner sanctum had found a sealed world here before, but it was over 1,000 years ago. Yang Kai nodded and leaped out of Dawning Light. As he activated his power, space principles undulated around him with his figure as the center. A visible ripple was seen spreading out, like a stone dropping into a still lake, illuminating the anomalies in the void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5049, What Would You Do? Many of the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield were clustered because they originated from the small universes left behind by human masters after their deaths in ancient times. The more people passed away on any given battlefield, the more sealed worlds would be left behind. In this area of the void, those from Blue Sky Pass had discovered a sealed world 1,000 years ago. Even though they speculated that there were more hidden sealed worlds around this area, they could only give up as they didn't have the means to find and open the portals to them. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a master in the Tao of space, so he was the best person to find these sealed worlds and open up the portals. As the ripple of space principles spread further, the traces of the sealed worlds were revealed. As long as he could find these traces, it wouldn't be hard for him to pry the portals open. After an inspection, he found 3 sealed worlds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The number wasn't staggering, but it was impressive enough. They would always find some good things in these sealed worlds. For example, the World Tree's clone was found in a sealed world. It was the biggest reward the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had obtained so far after years of exploring sealed worlds. A moment later, Yang Kai forcefully opened the first portal, whereupon the aura of a sealed world was felt wafting from it. Dawning Light then came forward and stopped in front of the portal. Yang Kai ordered, "All of you, stand guard here. I'll have a look inside." Upon finishing his words, he directly plunged into the portal. Feng Ying didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, there was no danger in the sealed world. A dozen breaths of time later, Yang Kai returned and beckoned to the members of Dawn, "Come in." Feng Ying asked, "Should we let some people stay outside?" Even though the Black Ink clan were resting and recuperating, no one could guarantee that some of them wouldn't come over. By letting some people stay outside, they could monitor their surroundings lest they were later ambushed. Yang Kai shook his head, "There's no need for that. There are only a few of us, so we should stick together." Since he had said so, Feng naturally wouldn't have any objections. Figures started dashing out of dawning light and disappeared into the portal. After they all entered the sealed world, Yang Kai put dawning light inside his small universe and stepped into the sealed world. Following that, he used a simple trick to cover up the portal. There were 36 people in Dawn in total, all of them at or above the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Among them, there were 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, therefore, it wouldn't take them a long time to explore a sealed world, though picking herbs would be pretty time-consuming. They fully explored the sealed world in half a month, and all the valuable items had been collected. With Yang Kai leading the way, the members of Dawn Squad left this place and headed to the next sealed world. 2 months later, all 3 sealed worlds in this area were fully explored. They had obtained a lot of rare herbs and quite a number of profound spirit fruits, so it could be said to be a fruitful trip. The members of Dawn were all elated, thinking that this task was easy and rewarding. Certainly, they would love to be given more of these tasks. With that said, they were aware that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that this task felt easy. If not for the fact that he could find those portals, the members of Dawn couldn't have collected any spirit herbs. Yang Kai then fished out dawning light from his small universe. After they boarded the vessel, Feng piloted the ship to their next destination. In the 2 years that followed, the members of Dawn continued to navigate through the void. Whenever they arrived at a new area, Yang Kai would manipulate space principles to locate hidden portals. They would always be rewarded handsomely for their hard work. Over the years, the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had found a lot of sealed worlds on the battlefield. However, upon taking Dawn's safety into consideration, Zhongliang only wanted Yang Kai to explore the areas within a 10-day journey from Blue Sky Pass. He didn't provide any information for the areas that were further away. Therefore, it only took Yang Kai and Dawn Squad 2 years to go through all the places they had to explore. It had been peaceful during this period of time as they never came across any Black Ink clansmen. The members of Dawn then returned to Blue Sky Pass aboard Dawning Light. After that, they returned to their own places to get some rest. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Feng brought the harvest to the Merit Hall to get their military merits. Before they arrived, a figure descended from the sky and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, Brother Yang." Yang Kai instantly recognized that the person was Zhongliang's adjutant, so he put on a helpless smile. "The army commander is quick to gather the latest information." The members of Dawn had just returned to Blue Sky Pass, but Zhongliang already knew and told someone to summon him. That was truly quick. Yang Kai then told Feng to head to the Merit Hall on her own. She naturally wouldn't object to it. After she was gone, Yang Kai gazed at the adjutant and said, "Please, senior brother." "This way," the adjutant replied politely, then led the way for him. They soon arrived at the army headquarters of the Western Army. Yang Kai had visited this place more than once, so he was familiar with the area. However, Zhongliang didn't ask Yang Kai to see him in his office. With the adjutant leading the way, they soon arrived at a vast hall in the deepest part of the headquarters. The adjutant stopped in his tracks. "The army commander is inside, Brother Yang." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded and shuffled forward. At the same time, he wondered why Zhongliang wanted to see him in such a place. There was a restriction around the hall. Yang Kai flicked the restriction and revealed a portal, after which he stepped inside. It was luminous and spacious inside the hall and a person standing there with his hands behind his back. He was none other than Zhongliang. In front of him was a huge object. Standing in front of this object, Zhongliang looked up in a dazed state. Yang Kai went over and saluted him. Zhongliang turned to look at him and nodded. "Was it a fruitful trip?" Yang Kai replied, "It was. We found more than 30 profound spirit fruits." Zhongliang nodded. "With these spirit fruits, 30 soldiers from Blue Sky Pass will be able to restore their full strength." "You've done well." Yang Kai replied, I was only responsible for opening up the portals. I didn't really do anything else. Is there anything you need to tell me, sir? After a moment of silence, Zhongliang said, "Look at this thing." He pointed at the gigantic object in front of him. Yang Kai already noticed it the instant he entered this place, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He initially thought that Zhongliang was just looking at something left behind by some senior. It wasn't until this moment that he realized it was more complicated than that. He then activated his divine sense and examined it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Is this a warship?" The large mobile palace artifact before his eyes didn't seem like a simple flight-type artifact. Instead, it somewhat resembled a warship. He had also found a lot of arrays on the artifact, ones that would only be present on a warship. "Yes, it's a warship," Zhongliang nodded. Yang Kai shot into the air and carefully inspected the ship. A while later, he landed on the ground and shook his head. "This warship is terrible. Many of the arrays are faulty. It won't be useful on the battlefield. If the arrays are frequently activated, they will fall apart on their own. By then, not only will the vessel be incapable of defending itself, but even the people on the ship will have to be wary of being injured by the explosions of these arrays." Who made this? Even though Yang Kai wasn't an expert in the Tao of artifact refining, he knew a thing or two about it, otherwise, he couldn't have created the void yin-yang mirrors. However, he never spent any time consciously improving his Tao of artifact refining. Despite being an amateur though, Yang Kai was still able to see the flaws in this warship at first glance. It couldn't be said that the artifact refiner who made this thing was unskillful, just that he wasn't skilled enough to make a warship. Moreover, this thing is too big. It's not suitable for humans to operate. Zhongliang asked dispassionately, "Who do you think this ship is suited for if it's not for humans?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Given the size of an average Black Ink clansman, it would be perfect for them to pilot this thing." There was a cold expression on Zhongliang's face. Yang Kai's smile froze as he felt a chill rising from within. He then asked with a frown, "Sir, where did you get this thing from?" Zhongliang replied, "Your martial uncle Ding captured it from the battlefield." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Did the Black Ink clan refine this? Yes. A sense of unease overwhelmed Yang Kai as he sported a dark expression. "I was told that the Black Ink clan couldn't refine warships. What is going on?" After a sigh, Zhongliang explained, "We've been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years. While the humans are constantly innovating, the Black Ink clan naturally won't stay stagnant. Perhaps one of the Black Ink disciples on their side has been studying how to refine a warship, and he happened to be gifted in artifact refining. That's how this thing came about." Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. In that case, when that person masters the art of refining warships, our biggest advantage will be gone for good. Zhongliang nodded. "That's what we've been worried about. However, why didn't we discover that the Black Ink clan were using warships when we were battling against them back then? This thing didn't come from the Blue Sky Theater, it was found in the Yin-Yang Theater." Yin-Yang Theater, Yang Kai muttered under his breath upon learning that the vessel was found on the battlefield that those from Yin-Yang Pass were in charge of. After giving it a thought, he asked, "When did Martial Uncle Ding obtain this thing?" "Half a year ago," Zhongliang replied, then added, "It was only a short time ago that those from Yin-Yang Pass found this warship, roughly 2 years ago." 2 years ago, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. In that case, the Black Ink clan in the Yin-Yang Theater have only developed this warship recently. Since it's not perfected yet, it hasn't been widely adopted by the Black Ink clan in other war zones. It's no wonder that we didn't see it in the Blue Sky Theater. Zhongliang nodded. "It's not widely adopted yet, but it doesn't mean it won't be someday. Once that person manages to build a functioning warship, the Black Ink clan will be equipped with such vessels. It will be a disaster for the human race." "Have those from Yin-Yang Pass come up with a strategy to handle this situation?" Zhongliang gazed at him. If you were in charge, how would you deal with this situation? After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied in a grim voice, we have to nip the crisis in the bud by finding the black ink disciple who made this warship. If possible, we'll bring them back. However, if we can't achieve that, we have to kill them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-50, I have to get prepared. Upon hearing that, Zhongliang nodded, you share the same sentiment as those from Yinyang Pass. To be honest with you, it was for this exact reason that your martial uncle Ding headed to the Yinyang Theater where he captured this warship from the Black Ink clan. What was the outcome of the mission? Yang Kai asked nervously. Zhongliang shook his head with a dejected expression. He worked with another 8th Order Army commander from Yinyang Pass, but they only managed to kill some Black Ink clansmen and seize this warship. However, they were unable to find the person who made it. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. After giving it a thought, he said, in order to find that Black Ink disciple's identity, we have to infiltrate the Black Ink clan's territory and then play it by ear. Both martial uncles had only alerted the enemies by making a scene there. Zhongliang let out a sigh, the Black Ink clan will certainly treasure this Black Ink disciple who can make warships. Their identity must be a top secret within the Black Ink clan, so the average Black Ink clansman probably doesn't know who they are. It's extremely difficult to find the Black Ink disciple without alerting the enemies. Is there anyone who can take on this task? Yang Kai batted his eyes. Upon realizing Zhongliang's intention, he broke out into laughter. Is that the reason you told me to come here, sir? After pondering on it for a moment, he said, I can pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink clan's hinterland in the Yinyang Theater. As long as I'm cautious enough, I might be able to find that person. Since his intentions had been seen through, Zhongliang decided to stop beating around the bush and just let out a sigh. I initially didn't want to drag you into this, however, since your martial uncle Ding has failed in his attempt, we have no other choice. There's no hurry though. You can sleep on it and make a decision at a later time. Yang Kai shook his head. That Black Ink disciple had already developed this thing 2 years ago. The longer this matter drags on, the more likely he'll be able to perfect his craft. By then, it will be too late to find him. There's nothing worth considering. I'll take on this task. Zhongliang said with a serious expression, it will be a dangerous mission, and if you're not cautious enough, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai replied, Sir, have you forgotten that I'd pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and spent 2 years with the Black Ink clan before I came to Blue Sky Pass? No one is more experienced than me when it comes to pretending to be a Black Ink disciple. After a pause, he went on to say, even if I fail in my attempt, or if anything unexpected happens, I can still rely on space principles to escape. Even if the worst-case scenario where I'll lose my life does occur, it will still be fine. Now that the purifying Black Ink pills have been successfully developed, humans have a method to deal with Black Ink strength other than purifying light. Taking all that into consideration, I'm the best person for this job. At this point, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, Sir, I'm willing to head to the Yinyang Theater to gather more information. Please allow me to do so. There was a conflicted expression on Zhongliang's face. After hesitating for a bit, he let out a sigh, I'm sorry for putting you in such a tight spot. Yang Kai shook his head. Since time immemorial, countless human masters have come to the Black Ink battlefield in order to hold back the enemy and ensure the safety of the 3,000 worlds. In every battle, all of them exert themselves to kill the enemy even if it means losing their lives. It is my duty to do something for the human race, so I will definitely do my best. On the first day he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai learned a valuable lesson from Meng Qi, who sacrificed his life in order to keep the existence of the Void Corridor a secret. It was because he was worried that he would be corrupted by Black Ink's strength again and reveal the Void Corridor's existence. In all the previous battles, innumerable humans risked their lives in order to drive back the Black Ink clan. They were just as noble as Meng Qi. The fact that the Black Ink clan were close to developing fully functional warships had far-reaching implications. If the Black Ink disciple managed to master the art of refining warships, it would mean that all the sacrifices that the humans had made over the years would be pointless. By then, the entire 3,000 worlds would be at risk of being destroyed. No one would be willing to see such a crisis taking place. Since Yang Kai had arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, he was also a part of the human army. He didn't think that there was anyone else who was more suited than him to sneak into the enemy's territory and gather information. "Sir, there's one more thing I'd like to know," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Go ahead." Have those from Yinyang Pass speculated how long it would take for the Black Ink clan to successfully develop warships? After giving it a thought, Zhongliang replied, "Those from Yinyang Pass do have a speculation. The warships that the Black Ink clan have made so far are not really useful, probably just prototypes used to test out various functions. It is estimated it will take them about 100 years to perfect this thing. If everything goes well, perhaps they'll achieve it in 50 years, though they might need longer than 100 years as well. After all, the speed at which the Black Ink disciple improves in their Tao of artifact refining is key, and given their current mastery, it won't be easy for them to improve further. To be on the safe side then, we'll assume that they'll be able to do it in 50 years, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. There's still something we can do about it with that much time. "Sir, before I carry out this task, I have a request. Just tell me whatever you need. I'll not turn you down as long as there's anything I can help you with. I'd like to study artifact refining." Zhongliang was startled for a moment, then his eyes brightened. "You mean?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "I have to get prepared in order to achieve our goal. Moreover, I'd have to learn more about artifact refining to make it easier for me to gather information regardless." Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. "You're indeed a clever young man. It never crossed the minds of old men like us to approach the issue from that angle. You can go ahead with that." 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the refining hall with the token given to him by Zhongliang. He found Dongguan Ping, who was leading a team of people to refine a warship. The two of them could be considered friends. It was Yang Kai, Dongguan Ping, Fan Sun, and several others who worked together to make the first purifying Black Ink battleship, therefore, they didn't need to be overly polite with each other. Upon learning the purpose of the young man's visit, Dongguan Ping felt his brow twitching slightly as he asked, "You want to learn artifact refining?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Please help me with this, Senior Donggua." Dongguan Ping examined him with a puzzled expression. "Why do you want to learn artifact refining all of a sudden?" Yang Kai replied, "I've progressed too quickly, so I need to take a break from just cultivating in seclusion. I told Martial Uncle Zhong about it, and he suggested I come here to study artifact refining. He said that the Tao of artifact refining might be of help to me." Dongguan Ping couldn't help but laugh. "What does the Tao of artifact refining have to do with your cultivation? Moreover, I heard that you're well versed in the alchemic Tao. If there's anything wrong with your cultivation, why did you come to this place instead of the pill hall?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It was Martial Uncle Zhong's order. I don't really know the reason behind it. It was a secret that the Black Ink clan were able to refine warships. Other than the army commanders and the old ancestor, no one else in Blue Sky Pass was aware of this fact, lest morale was affected. Since Zhongliang didn't inform Dongguan Ping about it, and Yang Kai naturally wasn't in any place to reveal this secret, therefore, he just came up with an excuse by saying that it was Zhongliang's order. In that case, there was nothing Dongguan Ping could do about it. He passed the token back to Yang Kai and asked, "Did you learn artifact refining before?" "I know a little about it," Yang Kai replied humbly. Dongguan Ping frowned and beckoned to him, "Come with me." Soon, he brought Yang Kai to an artifact refining room and pointed at some materials that were stacked up in a messy pile. "Just make whatever you want. I'll evaluate it." After taking a glance at the materials, Yang Kai started working on it. A patient Dong Guanping stayed on the side and watched him. A few days later, a sword that was as reflective as a mirror was born. The blade shone brightly and appeared extraordinary. However, Dong Guanping couldn't help but roll his eyes. As an artifact refining grandmaster, he could see that other than looking nice, this sword was practically useless. If not for the fact that the materials used were robust, the sword couldn't even have withstood an attack from an origin king. After a few days of observation, Dong Guanping figured out that Yang Kai indeed knew a thing or two about the Tao of artifact refining, but he had never studied it in a systematic way. Even though some of his ideas were creative, the way he refined artifacts was overly simplistic. The Tao of artifact refining was as much an art as it was a craft. Yang Kai's artifact refining session could even be described as unpleasant to the eyes of a grandmaster like Dong Guanping. Give me a moment, Dong Guanping said, then activated his divine sense to communicate with someone. A moment later, a young man arrived in a hurry and cupped his fist, "Honored master." Dong Guanping nodded and pointed at Yang Kai, "This is your junior brother, Yang Kai." That person cupped his fists again, "Junior brother Yang." Dong Guanping then introduced the young man to Yang Kai, "He's my sixth disciple, Chai Hao." "Greetings, senior brother Chai," Yang Kai saluted him. Dong Guanping said, "Chai Hao, your junior brother Yang would like to learn artifact refining, so you'll have to give him some guidance from now on." Chai Hao was startled upon hearing that. "Junior brother Yang, you want to study artifact refining?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Chai Hao replied with a smile, "Since you're interested in the Tao of artifact refining, I'll definitely teach you everything I know." "Many thanks, senior brother," Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. Dong Guanping coughed, "Yang Kai, you'll learn artifact refining from Chai Hao from now on. Just ask him if there's anything you don't understand. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Upon finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Yang Kai and Chai Hao saw him off together. After he was gone, Chai Hao said, "Junior brother, since you're going to learn artifact refining, I'll need to know how skillful you are in artifact refining. Would you?" Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai held out a sword to him. "What's this?" Chai Hao was puzzled. Yang Kai replied, "Senior Dong Guo told me to make something, and this is the result of my work." "I see." Chai Hao took the sword and examined it. Soon, his face began to twitch as he finally realized why his honored master left in a hurry just now. He initially thought that Yang Kai was already well versed in the Tao of artifact refining, otherwise, he wouldn't have directly sought some guidance from a grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven. After taking a look at this sword though, he realized that Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a novice when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was no match for Dong Guanping in this regard, but even a random disciple from Divine Cauldron Heaven could easily bring him to his knees. Now that his honored master entrusted Yang Kai to him though, it meant that he would have to teach him everything from scratch. Chai Hao suddenly felt a huge pressure on his shoulders, thinking that this was going to be a troublesome task. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-51, Yinyang Pass. Chai Hao was a patient teacher. Since he was aware that Yang Kai was just an amateur in artifact refining, he decided to modify his approach accordingly and teach him everything from scratch. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a serious learner. One was studious while the other one was teaching attentively, so they got along pretty well. Be it the martial Tao or alchemic Tao, Yang Kai had shown exceptional aptitude, however, he wasn't particularly gifted in the Tao of artifact refining. Fortunately, he was now in the seventh order open heaven realm. Moreover, there were many similarities between alchemy and artifact refining. Therefore, even though he lacked aptitude in the Tao of artifact refining, his mastery of it was improving by the day. With that said, given his situation, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of the Tao of artifact refining. There would come a point when he would be faced with an insurmountable bottleneck, which would be the limit of his achievements in his lifetime. In any case, Yang Kai didn't intend to be an artifact refining grandmaster. He was learning it to make it easier for him to gather information behind enemy lines, so he just needed to be slightly more skillful in artifact refining than average. Chai Hao didn't understand why Yang Kai was suddenly interested in learning artifact refining, but after spending some time with him, he could feel that Yang Kai was greedily learning everything he could. With the effort he had put in, he was able to rapidly improve his skills in artifact refining. He was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, after all, so he was able to learn anything quickly. Time passed by slowly. Yang Kai basically stayed in the refining hall and never stepped out of it. He even neglected his own cultivation just to study artifact refining. Fortunately, the living beings in his small universe would continuously help increase his heritage, so he didn't lag behind compared to the other cultivators. He went on to learn artifact refining for the next 10 years. It wasn't until Chai Hao thought that there was nothing else he could teach that Yang Kai ended this special training. Chai Hao was no longer able to teach Yang Kai, not because the latter had surpassed him when it came to artifact refining, of course, but because he had taught Yang Kai all the theoretical knowledge he knew about the Tao of artifact refining. As for how far Yang Kai could go in this Tao, that would depend on his aptitude and effort. Although he had an excellent teacher, Yang Kai was responsible for his own achievements. Even if two people learned the same secret art, their achievements would be different. It was the same case for the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's own classification of the Tao, he had only reached the beginning of the 3rd level, taking the initial steps, after tirelessly learning all about the Tao of artifact refining for 10 years. An artifact refining great grandmaster like Dong Guanping was at least on the 7th level, standing above all others within sight, when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. Only someone at this level was capable of refining warships. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only a small number of artifact refining great grandmasters that were comparable to him. On the other hand, Chai Hao, who had taught Yang Kai for 10 years, should be at the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, when it came to his Tao of artifact refining. The further one traversed any Tao, the more difficult it was to improve. It was even harder than ascending to the next order in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai was 2 levels below Chai Hao and 4 levels below Dong Guanping, which showed the stark differences between them. If he was able to put enough time and effort into studying the Tao of artifact refining, Yang Kai figured he might be able to reach Chai Hao's current level in this lifetime, but he could never become a great grandmaster like Dong Guanping. That was the limit of his aptitude, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Black Ink disciple in the Yinyang Theater was already developing prototype warships, so it was apparent that he was just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster in the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the Black Ink disciple should be at the 6th level of comprehension, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. If there had been enough time, Yang Kai would have preferred to keep improving his Tao of artifact refining. At the very least, he wanted to reach the 4th level, traversing a familiar path. However, he had spent the last 10 years in the refining hall, and during this period of time, Zhongliang had visited him several times. Even though he didn't say anything, Yang Kai could feel how anxious he was. The more time Yang Kai spent in the refining hall, the more likely that the Black Ink clan would be able to successfully create warships. 10 years was basically the limit. Zhongliang was startled for a moment when he saw Yang Kai appearing before him. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses as he put down a document and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" "I'm sorry for making you wait, sir." Zhongliang shook his head. "This is a dangerous task. If you're not willing to do it, no one can force you to." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I've been preparing for the past 10 years for this moment, why would I back down now?" Approval and gratification were written all over Zhongliang's face. "If everyone was like you, we wouldn't have to worry about achieving our ultimate goal. Have you told the members of Dawn about it? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no need for that. I suppose the secret that the Black Ink clan is capable of refining pseudo-warships hasn't spread yet. I don't even know when I will come back, and it's hard for me to explain it to them, so it's better not to tell them about it at all. Moreover, they're still able to go to the battlefield without me. They'll take good care of themselves. This matter cannot be delayed, so I'll head to Yinyang Pass now. Zhongliang nodded gently. Good. Come with me. Those from Yinyang Pass have been urging us, so if you delayed much longer, that old fart Tang Qiu would have come over to curse at us. Upon finishing his words, Zhongliang rose from the chair and led the way. On the way to their destination, Zhongliang passed a jade slip to Yang Kai. There's some basic information about Yinyang Pass and the surrounding theater. You can have a look when you're free. Yang Kai took it, but instead of immediately going through it, he put it inside his small universe. Zhongliang kept rambling on along the way, as though he was a father who was sending his son to the battlefield. He was worried about what Yang Kai would face in the near future. While feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai also felt slightly helpless. Soon, they arrived at the hyperspace array, which was guarded by a few soldiers. However, since Zhongliang was there, the guards directly let them pass. Inside a grand hall, Yang Kai stood atop the huge array on his own. He was surrounded by more than 10 Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in different corners of the grand array, placing valuable resources into the array nodes. It required a lot of resources to activate the hyperspace array, and the more powerful the cultivator who was going to be transferred, the more resources were needed. That was the reason the humans from different great passes rarely came into contact with each other despite being able to do so. Too many resources had to be consumed to do that. The last time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together in Blue Sky Pass was because of the purifying Black Ink battleships. Yang Kai had to personally seal purifying light inside those vessels, so they had no choice but to come. This is a faith token given to you by the old ancestor. He has left his imprint inside it, so if there's anyone who questions you in Yinyang Pass, just take this thing out to prove your identity. Zhongliang passed a piece of jade to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it with a solemn expression. Regardless of the outcome of your mission, you must come back alive. Zhongling ordered seriously, if it comes down to it, just give up and escape. You'll only be able to contribute more to the human race by staying alive. Yang Kai cupped his fist. I'll not disappoint you, sir. Zhongliang nodded and stepped out of the grand array. After looking around, he ordered, activate the array. These 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were well prepared, and upon receiving the order, they immediately activated their powers. The grand array started buzzing and shining brightly as the resources on the array nodes were sucked dry and turned into dust in just a moment. Space started contorting as though the world was going to fall apart at any moment. Barely a breath later though, calm was restored. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around the grand array were pale, and their auras were unsteady. It showed that they had exerted themselves greatly to do this. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was still overwhelmed by dizziness as he was being transferred to such a faraway place. As he navigated through the void, he felt like a leaf on the wind, though he had no idea where he would eventually land. This kind of uncertainty made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted a short while. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he was already standing atop a different grand array. The lights around him went out and revealed several figures, who were standing around him. Those people exchanged glances and communicated with each other using divine senses. Soon, one of them stepped forward and cupped his fist. Yinyang Pass Jing and greets this junior brother. From where do you come? Since Yang Kai was transferred to this place through the hyperspace array, he was definitely a human from one of the great passes. However, open heaven realm masters like them who were responsible for guarding the Grand Array couldn't identify where Yang Kai came from, so they had to ask him about it. Yang Kai shook his head to clear up his dizziness. Upon making sure that he was in Yinyang Pass, he replied, "Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai greets senior brother Jing." Jing'an appeared excited upon hearing that. "You're from Blue Sky Pass?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Jing'an hurriedly said to his companions, "Tell Marshal Uncle Tang that the person he's been waiting for has arrived." One of them came to his senses and sent the message. Jing'an gazed at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "You're finally here, junior brother Yang. Marshal Uncle Tang has been asking about you. Every month, he sends us a message to ask whether someone from Blue Sky Pass has arrived. Should you have come any later, we would have been fired." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile upon hearing that. "What does my arrival have anything to do with you all?" Jing'an put on a helpless smile. "Marshal Uncle Tang is not the most reasonable person. He scolded us because you did not come, as though it was our fault. You have no idea how much we've been longing for you to arrive. It's great that you're finally here." The people around him nodded repeatedly to show that Jing'an was telling the truth. At the same time, they examined Yang Kai with curiosity as they wondered why Tang Qiu had been waiting for him. They didn't think there was anything special about Yang Kai. Just like them, he appeared to be just another seventh-order master. Judging from their reactions, Yang Kai reckoned that the fact that the purifying light stemmed from his hands had been kept secret in Yinyang Pass. Other than a small number of people who were aware of it, no one knew anything about this matter. That was the reason these people never mentioned purifying light when they heard his name. Yang Kai was famous throughout Blue Sky Pass because he could use purifying light to help dispel black ink strength since the beginning, so this matter couldn't be hidden from them. On the other hand, it was different in Yinyang Pass. Although they knew that there were 4 purifying black ink battleships in the inner sanctum that were filled with purifying light, the army commanders never told them where the purifying light came from. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-52, Marketplace. A moment later, the cultivator, who sent a message earlier, received a reply. After going through it, he looked up and said, "Marshal Uncle Tang is not in the inner sanctum, senior brother Jing. It seems that he has some matters to attend to. Those from the army headquarters told us to help settle him in. Marshal Uncle will be back in a few days." Upon hearing that, Jing'an nodded. "In that case, we'll just follow orders." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. "Please come with me, junior brother Yang." After he finished speaking, he led the way for him with Yang Kai following behind closely. A short while later, they arrived at a small courtyard that was quiet and serene. This was supposedly a place where guests stayed. There was a similar place in Blue Sky Pass, but it was usually unused. Even though the courtyard had been vacant for a long time, it remained clean. "Please get some rest here for a few days, junior brother Yang. I'll inform you when Marshal Uncle Tang returns," Jing'an said. "Many thanks, senior brother Jing." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Jing'an replied with a smile, "If you get bored, feel free to walk around to kill time." After Jing'an was gone, Yang Kai stepped into the room and sat down with his legs crossed. He had received a faith token from Zhongliang that was given by the old ancestor. It was to be used when someone asked about his identity, however, there didn't seem to be a need for that thing. On the other hand, he was surprised that Tang Qiu wasn't in the inner sanctum. Apparently, something major had happened in Yinyang Pass, which was why Tang Qiu had to deal with it personally. With that said, Yang Kai had other friends in Yinyang Pass. He thus fished out a communications artifact and sent a message. However, he didn't receive any reply. It suggested that the person he wanted to contact was either not in Yinyang Pass or was cultivating in seclusion, thus cutting off all contact with the outside world. Regardless, Yang Kai was unable to reach him for the time being. He had sent a message to Su Linggong, but since he was unable to reach him, Yang Kai decided to contact Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. Surprisingly, they also didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brows. It seemed likely that they were not in the inner sanctum, which was why they didn't reply to his messages. Suing Shui and Qin Kuei were Su Linggong's disciples after all. It was reasonable that they had headed out together if there was a task to perform. It was also probable that they had followed Tang Qiu. Since Yang Kai was unable to contact any one of them, he decided to put this matter aside. The reason he was here was to sneak into the Black Ink clan's base in the Yinyang Theater to gather information. Reuniting with his friends was a secondary priority. Suddenly, he thought of the jade slip given to him by Zhong Liang before he departed. Since he had some free time, he decided to go through it. There was some basic information about Yinyang Pass and its theater in the jade slip, which was given to Yang Kai to help him quickly grasp the situation in this place. The powers of all the great passes were more or less the same, with even the structures and layouts being similar. There were also about 30,000 fighters in Yinyang Pass. They were the brightest open heaven realm masters who came from different cave heavens and paradises. This kind of scale was accumulated over many years. Over the eons, countless people were killed on the battlefield, and more people were sent over from the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that 80 to 90% of all the elite open heaven realm masters of every generation from the cave heavens and paradises were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a small number of them stayed in the 3,000 worlds to maintain their operation. That was the reason Yang Kai felt that the cave heavens and paradises didn't live up to their names in the past. Since most of the powerful cultivators had been sent to the Black Ink battlefield, he naturally couldn't see a lot of them in the 3,000 worlds. Just like Blue Sky Pass, there were 4 armies in Yinyang Pass. There were 4 army commanders, Tang Qiu, Wu Qing, Lu Zhiping, and Fei Yushan, who respectively led the eastern, southern, western, and northern armies. Yang Kai was startled for a moment when he saw the name Lu Zhiping, for it was clearly a woman's name. It wasn't that women were no match for men. However, there were indeed fewer women in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, the fact that Lu Zhiping was an army commander suggested that she was extraordinarily powerful, definitely one of the strongest cultivators in the 8th Order. Perhaps she had even reached the peak of the 8th Order, but due to the limits of her aptitude, was unable to ascend to the 9th Order. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater was named Muguang Royal Lord. It could be said that this entire war zone was his territory. Similarly, those from Blue Sky Pass had to deal with Men Xia in its theater. There was an old ancestor who was in charge of every theater to deal with the Black Ink clan's royal lord. Muguang commanded over 100 territory lords, which was a significantly higher number than the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Yinyang Pass, and this was just one theater. On the entire Black Ink battlefield, there were countless formidable beings from the Black Ink clan, which made things extremely difficult for the humans. There wasn't a lot of information in the Jade Slip, after all, it was just some basic knowledge, so Yang Kai went through it quickly. Since he had some free time now, he decided to refine a set of 7th Order materials. He stayed in the room for half a month. During this period of time, no one looked for him, nor did Tang Qiu send anyone to summon him. This made Yang Kai worried as he wondered what had happened to Tang Qiu that the latter had been held up for such a long time. Jing'an told him that Tang Qiu would be back in a few days, but half a month had passed since then. Of course, Tang Qiu was an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master, so he should be fine. It wasn't the best idea for him to keep waiting in seclusion though, so after giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided to walk around and take in the sights of Yinyang Pass. It was serene in Yinyang Pass as there were no signs of any war. That was because they had just fended off an invasion from the Black Ink clan not too long ago. Just like the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater, Muguang and his subordinates were still recuperating. There were not a lot of people that walked around the inner sanctum. After all, during a time of peace like this, it was the best chance to cultivate. Many open heaven realm masters had seized the chance to increase their heritage so that they would be prepared for the next round of war. The layout of Yinyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai soon lost interest after walking around for a bit. After all, he was not in the 3,000 worlds where there were a lot of bustling places. Every great pass was practically a gigantic mobile palace artifact ere the soldiers gathered together. The several tens of thousands of soldiers staying here, ready to face the Black Ink clan at any moment. As Yang Kai strolled around, no one bothered to probe him for his identity. There were thousands of soldiers in Yinyang Pass, so it was impossible that there was anyone who could recognize everyone else in this place at a glance. No one would pay attention to a stranger like Yang Kai. Just when he was ready to go back to his place, Yang Kai's expression changed as he listened attentively. A moment later, he moved forward in a particular direction with an awkward expression. After taking a turn, he saw a street that was bustling with activity. The street wasn't wide as it could only allow 2 carriages to pass side by side, however, the street was filled with people who were chatting with each other. It was also lined with shops on both sides. There were all sorts of products that were on sale, and merchants were heard shouting to attract customers. Yang Kai even saw someone selling skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight before his eyes. If not for the fact that he was aware that he was in Yinyang Pass, he would have thought that he had returned to a city in the 3,000 worlds. Countless people were streaming into and leaving the street like the fish in a river. Yang Kai looked up and saw that there was a huge plaque above the street. The characters for "Marketplace" were written on it. The characters "Observing the World" were written on the left stone monument while "Experiencing Prosperity" was written on the right stone monument. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that this street was a little unusual. At the very least, he had never seen anything like it in Blue Sky Pass. His curiosity had been piqued as he decided to look into it. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the street and was instantly greeted with all sorts of noises as people were heard shouting. Delicious sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. We have freshly made steamed stuffed buns. It's the first day of our business. You'll enjoy a 30% discount on all the dishes. Limited seats. First come, first served. Instantly, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness, as though he had just been punched by a territory lord. Even his soul had become unstable. The old man, who was selling sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, happened to be approaching him. The red sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder appeared appetizing. The hair and beard of the old man were all gray. He was clad in simple clothes, as though he was just an average old man. All of a sudden, he grabbed the collar of a young man who happened to pass by. "Brat, why don't you get a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits?" The young man sported a bitter expression. "Marshal uncle, I just bought some from you 2 hours ago." The old man, who was addressed as Marshal uncle, shook his head. "You bought those 2 hours ago, so it's time for you to buy one more. Rest assured. I'm sure you'll love the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits I've personally made." The young man appeared crestfallen. "Marshal uncle, can I not buy it?" The old man extended his hand with a smile. "That will be 10 copper coins." Since it was useless to protest, the young man let out a sigh of defeat and fished out 10 copper coins from his clothes before passing the money to him. The old man took out a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and stuffed it into the young man's hands. Just when the young man was about to leave, the old man grabbed his collar again. "Why aren't you eating it now?" The young man was on the brink of breaking into tears. "Marshal uncle, must I eat it now?" "Yes, right now, otherwise, it's no different from looking down on my craft." The old man glared at him. The horrified young man took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. A myriad of expressions came over his face, but he still went against his conscience and praised the old man by saying, "You're truly skillful in making sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Marshal uncle." The old man guffawed, of course. Don't you know who I am? Upon finishing his words, he released the young man. Yang Kai could see that as the young man shuffled forward, he kept eating the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits with a smile that was uglier than crying. Yang Kai felt his face twitching as he couldn't believe his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the young man who bought the skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was a 7th-order master, while the old man was an 8th-order master. What's going on? Young man, do you want a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? It's a craft passed down from my ancestors. I'm sure you'll not be disappointed. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the old man suddenly stood in front of him and looked smilingly at him. Yang Kai took a glance at the old man and examined the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder. He reckoned that the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits were probably made from some kind of spirit fruit, which was why they could be sold here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-53, Compelled to Buy. Yang Kai became interested in the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. As he recalled what he had seen, he asked probingly, 10 copper coins? The old man nodded with a smile, yes, 10 copper coins for a skewer. It's fair, isn't it? I'll get 1 skewer, then. As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out 10 copper coins and passed them to the old man. As a 7th-order open heaven realm master, he naturally didn't bring any copper coins with him. Copper, silver, and gold were used by the mortals to buy goods. Most cultivators wouldn't need such things, however, there were a lot of humans living in Yang Kai's small universe. Copper, silver, and gold coins were commonly used in the exchange of goods. Therefore, the 10 copper coins he had fished out were taken from his small universe. Surprisingly, the old man glanced at the copper coins but didn't take them. Instead, he sported a dark expression. Are you messing with me just because I'm old, you brat? A puzzled Yang Kai asked, what do you mean, old sir? Upon seeing that the young man appeared sincere, the old man frowned. As he examined Yang Kai, he suddenly realized what was going on. Oh, I get it. Brat, since you're new to this place and know nothing, I'll not settle the score with you. Instead, I'll teach you something today. Yang Kai replied respectfully, I'm all ears. The old man said with a smile, the copper coins used in this marketplace are specially made. These ordinary copper coins can't be used here. After he finished speaking, he flicked a copper coin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the coin and carefully examined it. He realized that even though the material used to make the copper coin wasn't special, it was indeed custom-made. The Im character was engraved on one side, while the Yang character was on the other side. There was no kind of restriction on the copper coin, nor was there a unique way of making it. It wouldn't be hard to make a fake one. At the very least, Yang Kai could easily make many of them if he wanted to. Nevertheless, it would be inappropriate for him to do so. Left with no choice, he could only be honest with the old man. I'm sorry, old sir. I don't have this kind of copper coin. The old man chuckled, I know you don't. It's fine. I'm sure you have cultivation resources. You can trade them for copper coins with me. Does it work that way? Yang Kai was stunned. Why would I lie to you? The old man nodded firmly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a 6th-order yellow crystal as he couldn't suppress his curiosity. How about this thing, old sir? The old man arched his brow and took the 6th-order yellow crystal, then he became elated. It's a wonderful 6th-order yang element material. That's great. I haven't seen anything as pure as this in a long time. Yang Kai quipped to himself that this thing was certainly pure, for it was a result of the crystallization of the burning light's power. There was no yang element material in the world that was purer than this. You can trade it for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, the old man said firmly, then was ready to fish out 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Wait a moment. An astonished Yang Kai quickly stopped him. Since a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 10 copper coins, 10 skewers would be 100 copper coins. How was it possible that a sixth-order yellow crystal could only be traded for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? A sixth-order yellow crystal was worth at least 20 million open heaven pills, and a resource that rare couldn't really be bought with money. Given the conversion rate, it would mean that 1 copper coin in this marketplace was worth 200,000 open heaven pills. Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of unease. He didn't think the old man was conning him, but this thing was simply too expensive. It was no wonder that when the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master bought a skewer of hawthorn fruits from this old man earlier, he appeared as if some of his flesh had been shaved off. That was because a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 2 million open heaven pills. Why is it so expensive? Yang Kai was quick to stop him, but the old man was extremely swift. The moment he started speaking, the old man had taken out 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Old sir, even though I'm new to this place, you can't oppress me like this." Yang Kai stared at the old man with a solemn expression. The old man replied with a smile, "I certainly won't oppress a young man like you. Don't worry, I'm an honest trader. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Yang Kai scowled. After pondering on it for a moment though, he said, "I'll just get 1 skewer. I can't have so many." The old man shook his head repeatedly, No, I've taken out 5 skewers already. You have to buy them all." A speechless Yang Kai refuted, "Can't you just put them back in?" The old man lowered his head and said in a grim voice, "If a person jabs a dagger into your body and takes it out, can you pretend that nothing has happened?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It's like comparing oranges with apples. The old man shook his head, "It's all the same to me." A furious Yang Kai snapped, "You just said that you're an honest trader, but here you are compelling me to buy your goods. It's not fair." The old man ignored him and stuffed 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. After passing him 50 copper coins, he said solemnly, "Young man, just take it as me giving you a lesson today. You have to be careful whenever you head out from now on." After he finished speaking, he left in a hurry with his skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was left dumbfounded as he clutched the 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one hand and 50 copper coins in the other. He didn't understand what kind of damned place this marketplace was. Why was there such a place in Yinyang Pass? What was the purpose of building it? It was apparent that Yang Kai had been conned by the old man, but he still felt somewhat comforted. At the very least, he still had 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and 50 copper coins. Since the fruits were so expensive, they might have some amazing effects. Perhaps they could soothe one's mind or increase the heritage of the small universe. At the thought of this, Yang Kai put away the copper coins and grabbed 1 skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits before taking a bite. As he chewed the fruit, he realized that it was refreshingly sweet with a tinge of sourness. The flesh was tender and fresh. More importantly, the fruit pit had been removed, so he didn't have to spit it out. After having one of the fruits, he stood still on the same spot for a moment, then, he sported a dark expression. It was just the most common sugar-coated hawthorn fruit that did nothing to help increase a cultivator's heritage. Yang Kai cursed at the dishonest trader and had the urge to chase after the old man and fight him to the death. With that said, he never put his idea into action, for the other party was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he really ran after the old man, he would be the one to suffer. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he let out a sigh. As he was having the costly sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Yang Kai shuffled further into the marketplace. The busy street was lined with all sorts of shops. Yang Kai soon stopped in his tracks in front of an accessories shop. The accessories in the shop were all quite beautiful. They were apparently made by a skillful artisan. After getting conned by the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits though, Yang Kai was far more cautious this time. However, he was shocked to see that there were a lot of cultivators going in and out of the shop, and the accessories were selling fast. Since business was booming in this shop, it suggested that the accessories here were extraordinary. Perhaps they were no ordinary accessories and instead, they were artifacts made by some grandmaster. At the thought of this, Yang Kai nodded as he believed that his speculation was right. "Hey, this generous senior brother. Are you looking for some accessories?" After seeing off his customer, a shop assistant hurriedly came over to serve Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you think I'm generous?" The shop assistant pointed at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. "If you're not wealthy, you wouldn't have bought so many sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. The one who sells sugar-coated hawthorn fruits is famous across this marketplace." It was then Yang Kai realized what was going on. "I see." It was no wonder that a lot of people looked at him with awkward expressions when he walked along the street. That was because he had many skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. He didn't even know that holding a few skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one's hands was a symbol of wealth these days. Nevertheless, that was indeed the case in this marketplace. "What accessories would you like to buy?" the shop assistant asked hospitably. Yang Kai didn't have anything specific that he wanted, for he was just wondering whether these accessories were some kind of artifacts. After looking around, he pointed at a red hairpin. "Can I have a look at this?" The shop assistant promptly took out the hairpin and said with a smile, "This thing is made by the owner. The accessories he makes are the best in this marketplace. The other accessory shops are not comparable to us. If you give this hairpin to a woman you love, she'll definitely be pleased." The hairpin was placed inside a transparent container. Even though Yang Kai could clearly see the hairpin, he was unable to examine it. He frowned. "Can you open it?" The shop assistant put on an apologetic smile. "You can only open the box after buying the hairpin." "What kind of rule is this?" Since the hairpin was inside some kind of special container, Yang Kai was unable to determine the order of the accessory. How was he going to find out whether it was truly valuable or not? However, he had seen many people buying these accessories in the same way, so he knew that it was impossible for him to have a closer look at it. Left with no choice, he asked, "How much is it?" "That will be 50 copper coins," the shop assistant replied with a smile. Yang Kai's face twitched visibly. He couldn't help but suspect that this shop assistant and the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits might be from the same gang. Otherwise, how could this shop boy know exactly how much money he was left with? Still, Yang Kai decided to pass the 50 coins to the shop assistant without hesitation and left with the hairpin. After stepping out of the shop, he immediately took the hairpin out of the container and examined it. A moment later, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Another black-hearted conman. This was just an ordinary hairpin, not an amazing artifact." First, he was forced to buy 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits from the old man. Then, he was conned into buying this useless hairpin. He was completely disappointed in this marketplace. Everything in this place was a farce. However, he didn't understand why there was such a place in Yinyang Pass. Moreover, a lot of open heaven realm masters were seen wandering around here. After such terrible experiences, Yang Kai had lost all interest in shopping here, so he decided to go back to his place. He initially wanted to toss the hairpin away, but he thought that it was wasteful to throw away something that he had bought with half of a 6th-order yellow crystal. Therefore, he just put it in his space ring. As he was heading towards the exit, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "Why are you following me?" The moment he stepped out of the accessories shop, he already realized that someone was following him. He initially thought that it was just a coincidence, but the person behind him never went away. It was then he confirmed that he had been tailed. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-54, Little Girl. When Yang Kai turned around, he realized that no one was in sight. He frowned and looked down, only to see a little girl standing in front of him. With her big eyes, she stared fixedly at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. A little girl? Yang Kai was stunned. Upon closer look, he realized that she was indeed a little girl who was 7 or 8 years old. Although she was clad in simple clothes, she looked quite adorable. Her eyes were bright, and her jet-black hair hung low at her waist. Why is there a little girl in Yinyang Pass? Yang Kai instinctively thought that she was an open heaven realm master who had cultivated some kind of unique secret art. Such secret arts did exist in this world. Or maybe an accident happened when she was cultivating, which was why she never grew taller and appeared to be a child. However, after examining the little girl, he realized that even though she had cultivated before, she wasn't very strong. She was in the Origin King realm at most. With that said, it was inconceivable that she was already an Origin King at her age. Yang Kai still hadn't started cultivating when he was 8 years old, which showed that this little girl had extraordinary aptitude. Her achievements would surely be staggering in the future. Nevertheless, on the Black Ink battlefield where everyone was an open heaven realm master, an Origin King was indeed too weak. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would only send cultivators who were at least in the 6th order open heaven realm to the Black Ink battlefield. Those who were below the 6th order wouldn't be asked to come here. What could an Origin King do in such a place? This little girl would probably be turned into a Black Ink disciple the instant she came into contact with Black Ink strength. Yang Kai was greatly puzzled about where this little girl came from. She was only 7 or 8 years old, so there was no way she was sent to this place from the 3,000 worlds by the cave heavens and paradises. The only possibility was that she was born in Yinyang Pass. It wasn't that there were no couples in the Great Passes. As they had to fight against the Black Ink clan all year long, they might lose their lives at any moment, so special feelings would naturally develop among people when they were under such immense pressure. In fact, there were a lot of couples in different Great Passes. However, none of them would rashly make a decision to give birth to children in such a place. That was because no one could guarantee whether they would survive the next battle. It would be the height of irresponsibility to bring a child into the world in this kind of place. Therefore, it never crossed Yang Kai's mind that he would come across a little girl who was in the Origin King realm in the marketplace in Yinyang Pass. On the other hand, the cultivators in the marketplace didn't seem curious about the little girl, which showed that she had been around here for quite some time. Seeing that she was just a little girl, Yang Kai didn't intend to probe her, he just asked in a gentle voice, "Where are your parents, little girl?" Just then, a passing cultivator crashed into a rack with a thud, which caused all the goods on it to fall to the ground. The merchant cursed at him while the cultivator apologized and picked up the goods. The little girl, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, never moved her eyes away from the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. Without replying to his question, she gulped and asked, "Are you going to eat them?" Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized why she had been following him. As he broke into laughter, he passed the remaining 4 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits to her. "You can have them all." The little girl beamed at him and took the skewers. After thanking him, she started munching on the fruits and said in a muffled voice, "You're a good guy." For some reason, the old man who sells sugar-coated fruits is missing today. I still couldn't find him after looking for him for a long time. Yang Kai secretly snorted. The old man must be worried that Yang Kai would settle the score with him after conning the latter into buying 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, which was why he had left in a hurry. Seeing that she was enjoying her food though, Yang Kai felt the displeasure in his heart melting away. He felt that the 6th order yellow crystal he had spent was finally worth it. He thus patted and stroked the little girl's head before saying, "Go home after you're done having your food. Don't make your parents worry. *dong. Star. Right then, the same rack was hit again and the merchant quickly squatted and picked up the goods. At the same time, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. For some reason, he had a feeling that time was frozen for a moment, as though the entire marketplace had fallen silent. However, when he looked around, he realized that everything had become normal again. The little girl, whose head was being stroked, grinned from ear to ear. Yang Kai nodded at her and turned around to leave. However, he soon turned his head and gazed at the little girl, who was still tailing him. "Why are you following me? I've given you all my sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. There's none left." It only took the little girl a short time to finish having all 4 skewers. It was surprising that she had such a huge appetite. After tossing the skewers away, the little girl put on a faint smile. "Since you've given me some sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, I'll treat you to a meal. How about some steamed stuffed buns?" Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "There's no need for that." After getting conned into buying the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and the hairpin, he was certain that all the things being sold in this marketplace were just ordinary items. There wasn't a need for him to pay any attention to this place anymore. Since he had some free time, he'd rather go back and refine materials to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Nevertheless, before he finished speaking, he sported a helpless expression. "What's wrong?" The little girl appeared to be on the brink of breaking into tears, as though she had just suffered from the greatest grievance in the world. She sobbed and said, "I want to get some steamed stuffed buns. The steamed stuffed buns from Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant are the best." As she spoke, she sucked the drool back into her mouth. A speechless Yang Kai massaged his temples. "If you want the steamed stuffed buns so badly, you can go ahead and buy them." The little girl hung her head low and said in a small voice, "I don't have any money." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "But you said you'd treat me to a meal." "I'll treat you to a meal, but you'll have to pay." There was an embarrassed expression on the little girl's face. "That's ridiculous." Yang Kai was lost for words. He wanted to tell her that he also didn't have any money as the copper coins he had traded for the 6th-order yellow crystal were used up. However, the little girl walked up to him and took his hand before swaying it. "Please. Steamed stuffed buns are delicious," she gulped. Yang Kai was unable to bear the little girl pleading with him in such a way. He thought that her parents were irresponsible by giving birth to her, as they never even bothered to give her some allowance. It was simply outrageous. "Please. I really love their buns." The little girl was relentless. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only agree to it. All right. Stop swinging me. I'm feeling dizzy." "So you agree?" the pleasantly surprised little girl asked. "Yes, I'll treat you to a proper meal," Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he could trade materials for some copper coins, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to foot the bill. "You really are a good guy." The little girl was ecstatic. Yang Kai let out a sigh. He wasn't aware that being nice meant he had to treat someone to a meal. With that said, the world of a little girl was simple. It wasn't a bad thing to experience some innocence on this dangerous black ink battlefield. Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant was filled with the aroma of steamed stuffed buns. There were only a few tables, and they were all occupied. A bowl of soup and a small bamboo basket of steamed stuffed buns were all it took for one to wind down and observe the marketplace. The owners of the restaurant seemed to be a couple. One of them prepared dough while the other formed the buns. They appeared skillful in their craft. There was also a shop hand to serve the customers. The instant Yang Kai stepped into the restaurant, hand in hand with the little girl, the shop hand became rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning, staring fixedly at their hands. The owners, who were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns, shook a little. Meanwhile, the customers in the shop, who were eating the steamed stuffed buns and soup, felt their brows twitching. "Here it is. Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant," the little girl said joyfully. Yang Kai swept a glance over this place. Despite knowing that there were no ordinary people here, he still felt ill at ease. The owners of the steamed stuffed bun shop were apparently 8th order open heaven realm masters. On the other hand, the shop hand, who was responsible for serving the customers, was a 7th order master. Yang Kai had never seen any 8th order open heaven realm masters whose faces were covered in flour as they were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns. He had the luck to see it in this marketplace. There are a lot of people today. The little girl took a glance around the shop. Seeing that all the tables were occupied, she turned to Yang Kai. It seems that we'll have to wait. As soon as she finished speaking though, the customers started stuffing steamed buns into their mouths and gulping down the soup. "Get me the bill." They all started shouting. The shop hand quickly went around to collect money from them. In just a moment, all the customers in the restaurant were gone. "Oh, there are seats now." The little girl appeared elated as she pulled Yang Kai into the shop and took a seat at one of the tables. Since the chair was too tall, her feet couldn't come into contact with the ground as they swayed in the air. While cleaning up the things on the table, the shop hand asked with a smile, "What would you like to get?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "Get me 2 baskets of steamed stuffed buns." Before he could finish speaking though, the little girl cut him off by shouting, "I'll have 10 baskets." Yang Kai batted his eyes, then said to the shop hand, "We'll have 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup, then." "All right, I'll be right back," the shop hand replied and headed to the kitchen. A moment later, 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns were served, piled up on the table. The little girl then began wolfing them down as her cheeks bulged. Yang Kai took a steamed stuffed bun and had a taste. He realized that even though it was delicious, it was just some ordinary food. It was unable to help increase a cultivator's power. Still, he remained silent and waited for the little girl to finish having her food. "Why aren't you having any?" the little girl asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You can have them all." The little glutton smiled happily and continued devouring the buns. Yang Kai helped her wipe the crumbs off her mouth and said, "Take it slow. No one is going to take them away from you." He was curious about what was going on with her parents. Had they never given her enough food? Why did she look like she was starving? The little girl devoured all 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup on her own. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how the petite little girl was able to wolf down so much food. It was no simple feat. More importantly, her belly didn't bulge at all. He wondered where all the food went. "Are you full?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded, "Yes." Yang Kai then shouted, "Get me the bill." The shop hand promptly came over and said with a smile, "That will be 100 copper coins for 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. The bowls of soup are on the house." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded, "But I don't have any money with me. Can I cover the bill with this?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-55, Impudent. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai fished out a 6th order blue crystal. The shop hand, who was a 7th order open heaven realm master, took the crystal and examined it, then appeared elated, "It's enough." Yang Kai nodded and beckoned to the little girl before bringing her out of the restaurant. The shop hand said hospitably, "Please come again." "I'll be a fool if I come again," Yang Kai thought. The things in this marketplace were ordinary but extremely costly. 6th order yin and yang element materials were worth approximately 40 million open heaven pills, but he squandered them away in barely half a day. He reckoned that this place should be renamed as the Black Market. The little girl still followed him closely. Yang Kai turned around to gaze at her and look around. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out the hairpin from his space ring and fixed it on her hair. She was already truly adorable, and even though the hairpin wasn't an artifact, it was finely made. They perfectly matched each other. The little girl was evidently startled. Yang Kai said with a smile, "It's a gift." He then turned around and waved his hand, "I'll go back now. You should head home early so that your parents won't have to worry about you." This time, the little girl didn't tail him. While standing in the same spot, she just touched the hairpin and watched him leave. Yang Kai headed straight to his resting place. When he recalled his experiences in the marketplace, he couldn't help but grin wryly. After emptying his mind, he sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. One day later, he suddenly heard a clear voice calling out to him from outside the courtyard, "Yang Kai! Yang Kai!" Yang Kai frowned and stored the materials he hadn't fully refined. After opening the courtyard's door, he saw the little girl that he came across the day before in the marketplace. She was standing outside his courtyard with a smile. The hairpin that he gave her the day before was still in her hair. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "How did you find me?" There was a smug smile on the little girl's face. "I asked around. It wasn't hard to find out where you live." It was apparent that she had also found out his name by asking around. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that this little girl was truly clever. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously, as he had no idea why she had come all the way here to see him. "Let's go to the steamed stuffed bun shop," the little girl said firmly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. "You want me to foot the bill, right?" Hee. The little girl appeared bashful as her intentions were seen through. However, she soon cast the bashfulness away as the foodie in her got the better of her. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "Let's go. You have nothing to do anyway." A speechless Yang Kai refuted, "What do you mean I have nothing to do? I was cultivating when you disturbed me." "There's no hurry to cultivate. I'm hungry." Despite her petite figure, she was full of strength. Yang Kai also wouldn't really dare to resist her, so he was gradually pulled towards the marketplace. When they arrived at Lin's steamed bun restaurant, she ordered 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, just like she had done the day before. While the little girl wolfed down the food, Yang Kai waited patiently by the side. The same thing happened every day for the next few days. Yang Kai felt helpless as he wondered who were the ones who had given birth to such a reckless little girl. He wanted to tell her parents what was going on, but to his dismay, when he asked the little girl to bring him to see her parents, she started sobbing and said that they passed away a long time ago. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai didn't dare to keep asking lest her sorrowful memories were stirred up. If the little girl really started bawling her eyes out, he wouldn't know how to appease her. This little girl was 7 or 8 years old, and she was only in the Origin King realm. She must have been born in Inyang Pass, but her parents passed away a long time ago. How was she going to survive in this place? Yang Kai consoled himself by thinking that he would just keep her company for the time being, as she was truly pitiful. For the next few days, the little girl would bring Yang Kai to the steamed stuffed bun shop in the marketplace so that he would pay for her meal. They got along pretty well. One day, Yang Kai was seated in Lin's steamed bun restaurant while the little girl scarfed down the food, the same as the past few days. It wouldn't take the little girl a long time to finish having 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. After that, Yang Kai would fish out a 6th-order yellow or blue crystal to pay for the meal. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned to look out of the restaurant, where he saw 4 people shuffling inside. His eyes brightened as he rose from the chair and greeted them, "Senior Tang." The person at the front was none other than Tang Qiu, whom Yang Kai had been waiting for. It was apparent that he had just returned from outside and hadn't even had time to clean himself up. It seemed that he had fought against some formidable enemies, so his aura was a little unstable. Behind him was Su Linggong, who was followed by Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. Just like Yang Kai had speculated, the 4 of them had headed out together, which was why he couldn't contact any one of them. Yang Kai then greeted Su Linggong and his 2 disciples, who all nodded in response. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui were still in the 6th-order open heaven realm, but their auras had become far deeper. It was obvious that they had grown in strength after fighting against the Black Ink clan since their arrival in Yinyang Pass. I came to this place because I was told that you're here, Tang Qiu explained. Yang Kai replied, I decided to take a stroll since I had nothing to do. Senior, since you're back, you could have just told someone to summon me. Why did you come all the way here? Tang Qiu waved his hand, I'm sorry for making you wait. I was held up because I came across an accident when I was on my way back. It's fine. Have a seat, please. Yang Kai extended his hand. Tang Qiu nodded, then sat together with Su Linggong. As soon as they sat down though, they shot out of their chairs as if there were some sharp stick that poked their butts. They stared dazedly at the petite figure behind the baskets of steamed stuffed buns. Since the little girl was seated behind the baskets that had been piled up, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong hadn't noticed her presence before. "Is she?" Tang Qiu stammered. Yang Kai explained, I came across this little girl a few days ago. She's quite pitiful as her parents passed away a long time ago, and there's no one to take care of her. Since she loves the steamed stuffed buns here, I bring her to this place every day. I see. Tang Qiu came to his senses and sent a signal to Su Linggong with his eyes. Then, he slowly took a seat. Qing Kuei, who was standing behind Su Linggong, coughed, Honored master, I'm going to take a little stroll. An absent-minded Su Linggong replied, Go ahead. I'll tag along. Su Yingshui quickly said. After offering an apology, they left the restaurant together. In the steamed stuffed bun shop, 4 figures, 3 adults and 1 little girl, were seated at the table. Yang Kai looked at Tang Qiu and Su Linggong with a frown, it seems that both of you are badly injured. Yang Kai could feel that there was something wrong with both Tang Qiu and Su Linggong. Their solemn expressions suggested that they were trying to suppress something, as though they were anxious or in pain somehow. We're fine, Tang Qiu replied casually. Yes, we're fine. Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. That's good. Yang Kai nodded, then brought up a serious topic, what's going on with the Black Ink clan? Black Ink clan? Tang Qiu appeared perplexed, as though he didn't hear Yang Kai clearly. Nevertheless, he soon regained his senses, the Black Ink clan. I was about to discuss it with you. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something really was wrong with Tang Qiu. The latter appeared to be completely distracted. He was the one who told Yang Kai to come over to find out who made the warships for the Black Ink clan, but he appeared puzzled at this moment when the topic was brought up. The little girl, who had been eating her steamed stuffed buns in silence, suddenly gazed at Tang Qiu and asked with a smile, Would you like some buns? Tang Qiu was unable to respond immediately as he appeared to have been caught off guard. Yang Kai directly knocked on the little girl's head and chastised her by saying, Don't interrupt us. We're having a discussion here. Impudence. Tang Qiu landed a slap on the table that caused it to collapse. The baskets and the freshly made steamed stuffed buns all fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded as well. On the other hand, Su Linggong hung his head low and remained unmoving. The little girl grabbed a steamed stuffed bun in each hand. Her cheeks were bulging as she soon gulped down the food. Senior, you, Yang Kai scowled at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu hesitated for a bit before saying in a muffled voice, the impudence of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai broke into laughter, What happened to you on the way back? The shop hand hurriedly came over. While cleaning the things up, he said, Please calm down, everyone. Do not fight here. The little girl glared at Tang Qiu, Give my steamed stuffed buns back. Right away. Tang Qiu nodded repeatedly, then said to the shop hand, Give us more steamed stuffed buns. All right, please give me a moment, the shop hand replied. Since the table was broken, they had to move to another one. Fortunately, there were not a lot of customers in the restaurant right now. Apart from them, there were only a few other diners, hence, there were still some vacant seats. New steamed stuffed buns were soon served. Yang Kai was waiting for Tang Qiu to talk about what was going on with the Black Ink clan, but the latter actually started stuffing the buns into his face, even ordering Su Linggong to do the same. Therefore, apart from Yang Kai, who sported a half-dumbstruck expression, the little girl, Tang Qiu, and Su Linggong were gulping down the food together. While they were enjoying the food, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong kept saying that the steamed stuffed buns were delicious. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the scene before him. Those who had no idea what was going on might think that they had been starving for a long time. The little girl's appetite seemed to be enhanced as the two men fought over the food. Soon, more and more baskets were piled up. The speed at which the owners made the steamed stuffed buns could no longer keep pace with them, as they would finish having the food too quickly. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai said tactfully, "Senior, about the Black Ink clan." "I'll tell you about the Black Ink clan at a later time," Tang Qiu replied in a muffled voice. Yang Kai looked away as he could no longer bear to keep watching them. In just half a day, they finished having 100 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, and the owners of Lin's steamed bun restaurant had to close the shop early. The little girl leaned against the chair and stroked her belly. With a pleased expression, she belched and said, "I'm full." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. "You're finally full for once." I'm stuffed. I need to head home and get some sleep." The little girl rose from the chair and skipped out of the shop. It was apparent that she was in a joyful mood. After she was gone, Tang Qiu got up as well. "I'll head back now." "Yang Kai, look for me tomorrow." "Yes," Yang Kai replied. Su Linggong patted Yang Kai's shoulder and gazed at him. After hesitating for a bit, he warned, "Be careful." Yang Kai was perplexed upon hearing that, but before he could ask any questions, Su Linggong had left with his hands folded behind his back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-56, What You Get for Having a Big Mouth. Yang Kai frowned as he watched Su Linggong leave. He had a feeling that there was an insinuation in the latter's words. Just then, the shop hand came over and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "Your bill comes up to 1,000 copper coins. The boss said that since you're a frequent customer, you don't have to pay for the broken table." Yang Kai's face fell as he had the urge to curse. Despite being frustrated, he still fished out a 7th-order yellow crystal to pay for the meal. After leaving the marketplace, he returned to his resting place. Surprisingly, Qin Kuei and Suing Shui were waiting for him. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he saw them, and he quickly called out, "Brother Qin Kuei, senior sister Su." Qin Kuei nodded and looked around. Appearing to be stealthy, he said in a small voice, "Let's go inside first." Upon finishing his words, he took Yang Kai's arm and strode forward. They were followed by Suing Shui. After entering the courtyard, Qin Kuei quickly told Yang Kai to activate the restriction to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Yang Kai was puzzled by their actions. After inviting them to have a seat, he poured some tea for them. Then, he sat across from Qin Kuei and asked curiously, "What's going on, brother Qin Kuei?" Qin Kuei and Suing Shui acted as though they were wary of someone. However, who could make them act this way inside Yinyang Pass? Without replying to his question, Qin Kuei stared fixedly at Yang Kai and said in a grim voice, "You are truly ignorant and reckless." A perplexed Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean by that?" With a solemn expression, Qin Kuei went on to say, "Do you know who the little girl was that was with you in the steamed bun shop?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Isn't she a little girl whose parents passed away a long time ago?" Seeing that both Qin Kuei and Suing Shui appeared solemn, Yang Kai was astonished. "Is there anything special about the little girl's identity?" Qin Kuei grabbed his head and muttered, "Where do I even begin? Why didn't you just stay here after arriving at Yinyang Pass? Why did you come into contact with her? There was a serious expression on Yang Kai's face as he cupped his fist. Who is the little girl that makes you feel so concerned? Please enlighten me. Qin Kuei looked around before he leaned close to him and said in a hushed voice, she's the old Ansa's. The old ancestor? Yang Kai was flabbergasted, then came to his senses. No, no, no. I initially thought that she was an open heaven realm master, but I inspected her cultivation and realized that she's only in the origin king realm. How could she be the old ancestor? On the other hand, Qin Kuei was rooted to the spot. His forehead was beaded with sweat, as though he was going through some difficulties. As his brow twitched, he said, the old ancestor's adopted daughter. A speechless Yang Kai quickly picked up a teacup and took a sip. Brother Qin Kuei, I was almost frightened to death. You should have finished your sentence quickly. Qin Kuei nodded, yes, she's the old ancestor's adopted daughter. Right, junior sister? On the side, Suing Shui replied obediently, yes. Upon that revelation, Yang Kai said, it's no wonder that she's already in the origin king realm despite her age. So, she's the old ancestor's adopted daughter. There was an impassive expression on Qin Kuei's face as he said, yes, fate has been unfair to the little girl. Her parents passed away not long after she was born. She has an outstanding aptitude, and she's adorable. The old ancestor was fond of her the moment she saw her, so she decided to keep her by her side. Yang Kai let out a breath. She's truly blessed to be personally guided by the old ancestor. Given her aptitude, she'll be an important figure in the future. Then, he turned to look at Qin Kuei. By the way, why have you come all the way here? Qin Kuei gazed at Suing Shui. Junior sister, what are we here for? Suing Shui remained unperturbed. Nothing. Qin Kuei nodded repeatedly, yes, nothing. We're just here to see you. He then examined Yang Kai and said, I'd never expected that you'd ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm before we did. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I was just lucky, and the black ink battlefield is filled with adversity that stimulates one's potential. That's how I achieved an ascension. I can tell that both of your auras are much more condensed than before. I suppose you'll achieve a breakthrough soon. There was a proud smile on Qin Kuei's face. It will happen in the next 20 years. 20 years was a very short period of time to open heaven realm masters, as it would usually take them several thousand to over 10,000 years to achieve a breakthrough. Since Qin Kuei had said so though, he must have the confidence to succeed. Yang Kai promptly congratulated him. They then asked about Chu Huashang. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't hide anything from them. 2 hours later, they left together. Not long after they stepped out of Yang Kai's place, they took a turn and became rooted to the spot. That was because there was a little girl skipping towards them. She seemed to be in a jolly mood. There was an ordinary-looking hairpin on her hair and she was holding a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in each hand. One of the skewers was half finished. As the little girl approached them, both Qin Kuei and Suing Shui felt that the entire world was rapidly fading away around them. It was as though they had been tossed into the endless void. A moment later, the little girl stood right in front of them. It wasn't until this moment that the world returned, which made them feel relieved. At this point, they were already soaked in cold sweat. The little girl was just standing in front of Qin Kuei, looking up at him. Qin Kuei somehow forced out a smile. The little girl also put on a smile before suddenly jumping up and delivering a light pat to his face. When Qin Kuei came to his senses, the little girl already brushed past him. Her clear voice was heard saying, "That's what you get for having a big mouth." Qin Kuei was shuddering like a quail without shelter in winter. The two of them turned around and saluted the little girl. A while later, Qin Kuei asked in a small voice, "Is she gone?" Suing Shui nodded, "Yes, she's gone." Qin Kuei let out a long breath as he almost collapsed to the ground. He felt that the momentary torture he had just gone through was more taxing than an epic battle against the Black Ink clan. All of a sudden, Suing Shui exclaimed, "Senior brother, your mouth." Qing Kuei turned pale. "What happened to my mouth?" The little girl flicked him just now, and even though he didn't detect any anomaly, he reckoned that she must have done something horrible to him. Suing Shui covered her lips and giggled, "It's nothing." "What happened?" Qing Kuei asked as he had a bad feeling. Suing Shui whirled around, "It's really nothing." Her shaking shoulders suggested that she was trying to stifle her laughter. The sense of unease in Qing Kuei's heart intensified and he quickly fished out an artifact that looked like a mirror and took a glance at his reflection. In an instant, he sported a dark expression. That was because he could see from the reflection that his lips were swollen, both of them incredibly plump, literally giving him a big mouth. However, he was unaware of such a drastic transformation just now. If he hadn't seen his own face through the reflection, he wouldn't have believed it. He was on the brink of breaking into tears. How was he supposed to face anyone with such a ridiculous look? The little girl obviously wanted to let him know the consequences of being big-mouthed. When he lifted his head, his eyes were already soaked in tears. "Junior sister, I'd rather die." Suing Shui scoffed, "You had it coming." The next day, Yang Kai headed to the Eastern Army headquarters to look for Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu must have informed everyone in the army headquarters about Yang Kai's visit, so he wasn't probed by anyone. Soon, someone led him to the conference hall. Including Tang Qiu, there were 4 people in the conference hall, all in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing Yang Kai, Tang Qiu quickly rose from his chair and introduced him to the other 3 people. They were the other army commanders of Yinyang Pass. However, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he gazed at the Northern Army commander, Fei Yushan. Fei Yushan put on a grin. "What? Did you like my sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? I made them myself, so they must be delicious." This army commander of the Northern Army was none other than the old swindler who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in the marketplace. That revelation astounded Yang Kai. Besides that, he had also seen the Western Army commander, Lu Zhiping before. In fact, he saw her practically every day the past few days. That was because she was the owner of Lin's steamed bun restaurant. No one would have believed that the army commander of the Western Army in Yinyang Pass would prepare dough and steamed stuffed buns in the marketplace while the army commander of the Northern Army would sell sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had spent quite a lot of money to buy their wares. However, he had never seen the army commander of the Southern Army Wu Qing before. Wu Qing was burly, and he looked like a reticent man. Nevertheless, the marketplace and the army headquarters were 2 different places. Upon Tang Qiu's introduction, Yang Kai saluted all of them. As they examined Yang Kai, Wu Qing nodded gently, "You're indeed a talented young man." Yang Kai replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior." Wu Qing waved his hand, "I've heard a lot about what you've done in Blue Sky Pass. You were already able to achieve amazing things when you were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and now you are in the 7th Order. This Wu is no match for you, and you don't have to be overly humble. If you weren't strong enough, we wouldn't have asked you to come over." Tang Qiu nodded, "Yang Kai, I'm sure you're already aware of the reason we've asked you to come here." Yang Kai nodded, "I have to sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory, then locate and identify the Black Ink disciple who can refine warships." "That's right." Fei Yushan ran his fingers through his beard, "This matter has far-reaching implications, so we have to come up with a proper plan, otherwise, we wouldn't even consider having a junior like you take on such a risk. Moreover, you have the experience of pretending to be a Black Ink disciple before, and you're unmatched when it comes to escaping. After a discussion, we believe that you're the best suited to carry out this task. That was the reason we transferred you from Blue Sky Pass to this place." With a solemn expression, Lu Zhiping said, "Since time immemorial, warships have always been the greatest advantage of our human race. If the Black Ink clan manages to refine their own warships and deploy them in large-scale wars, our advantage will be gone for good. By then, the foundation passed down to us from our ancestors will be ruined. In that case, how are we going to face our ancestors when we pass away in the future? I understand, Yang Kai replied solemnly, that is the reason I requested to come to Yinyang Pass. I'm glad that you understand. Tang Qiu nodded with gratification. Let's cut to the chase. Tell us what you're thinking and what you might need to help with the plan. We'll satisfy your needs as long as we can. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, how much information have you gathered so far? The army commanders shook their heads. Tang Qiu said, in truth, we've only gathered a tiny bit of information. It's almost negligible. We just found a pseudo-warship that was used by the Black Ink clan more than 10 years ago. As for who made it or where it was made, we have no idea. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-57, Mr. Storyteller. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned. Is there really no useful information at all? An embarrassed Tang Qiu shook his head. The only thing we can give you is a list of a dozen names. As for whether one of them is really the Black Ink disciple who is able to refine warships, you'll have to find out on your own. Yang Kai nodded and gently tapped the table. The information provided by those in Yinyang Pass was limited, which was what he had expected. If it was so easy to ascertain the Black Ink disciple's identity, they wouldn't have sought his help. This was only natural though, as the Black Ink clan would definitely do their best to protect such a valuable talent. Even the ordinary Black Ink clansmen wouldn't be aware of such inside information, so how could the humans gather any useful clues? Although we can't give you any concrete information, we speculate that the Black Ink disciple probably resides in their royal city. Royal city? Yang Kai arched his brow. Tang Qiu nodded, yes, the royal city, where their royal lord is located. In that case, this will be a difficult task. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. If the Black Ink disciple really lived in the royal city, even the old ancestor might not be able to capture him alive. Yang Kai initially thought that as long as he could find out the Black Ink disciple's whereabouts, he could try to send a message back to Yinyang Pass, and they would handle the rest of the matter, with the old ancestor likely making a move at that point. However, if the Black Ink disciple really resided in the royal city, it would be useless for the old ancestor to make a move, for it wasn't easy to deal with any Black Ink clan royal lord. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai said, regardless of the risk, I have to find my way into the Black Ink clan's territory first. Has there been any skirmishes between Yinyang Pass and the Black Ink clan recently? Tang Qiu replied, yes. 10 years ago, Wu Qing and Ding Yao joined forces to dive into the Black Ink clan's territory and make a scene. The Black Ink clan retaliated in response. Even though they haven't marshaled their army to invade Yinyang Pass, there have been small-scale conflicts. They have also never stopped harassing the resource harvesting areas we occupied. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai appeared puzzled. Are there no void Yinyang mirrors in Yinyang Pass? Why are there still conflicts with the Black Ink clan in resource harvesting areas? The method of refining the void Yinyang mirrors had been spread across the Great Passes. The universe worlds in Blue Sky Pass occupied resource harvesting areas had been moved back to Blue Sky Pass, so they could just extract resources at their doorstep. They no longer had to go to faraway places. That way, their safety and efficiency had been improved significantly. Even if the Black Ink clan discovered this, there was nothing they could do, as they wouldn't dare to launch an invasion. After all, the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater suffered a big defeat more than 10 years ago, and they were still recuperating. Tang Qiu explained, we've made some void Yinyang mirrors, and they're indeed useful. We're still in the midst of moving those universe worlds back. However, the Black Ink clan has never stopped harassing us, so some of the void Yinyang mirrors have been damaged. That's why our progress lags behind that of Blue Sky Pass. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai finally understood. The void yin-yang mirrors were artifacts he made for him, so he could easily control them. Nevertheless, it was harder for others to use these artifacts, so they were unable to move the universe worlds as quickly and easily as he did. Moreover, the Black Ink clan in the yin-yang theater were almost at full strength, which was why their harassment was more intense than in the Blue Sky theater. As such, the conflicts were still ongoing in the resource harvesting areas in the yin-yang theater. That was the reason I was held up when I was on my way back, Tang Qiu said. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Did you come across a territory lord? Only a territory lord would be able to injure Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu replied, yes, there was a territory lord. Yang Kai let out a breath. This will be easy, then. Upon hearing that, the army commanders turned to look at him and a perplexed Fei Yushan asked, what do you mean by that? Yang Kai explained, as you are aware, in the past, I was forced to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple in the Black Ink clan's territory so that I could survive. At that time, I was only in the 6th order, and the one who tried to corrupt me with Black Ink strength was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Now, I'm in the 7th order open heaven realm, so if I want to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple, a feudal lord or territory lord will have to make a move. In order to gather more information, I think that I'll have a greater chance to achieve my goal by following a territory lord, hence, I need a territory lord to corrupt me with their Black Ink strength so that I will become his Black Ink disciple. Fei Yushan finally realized the younger man's intention. You want to join the battle in one of the resource harvesting areas and get captured? Yes. That will be risky. Tang Qiu frowned. Since the deployment of purifying Black Ink battleships, there hasn't been a single human who has been corrupted in the past 20 years. If you're suddenly corrupted by Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan might grow suspicious. Moreover, if the territory lord is determined to kill you, how are you going to resist? Yang Kai said, I have a way to make sure that they won't grow suspicious. Even though it's risky, I'll most likely succeed. On the other hand, as long as I can show them that I'm valuable, the territory lord wouldn't want to kill me. A 7th order Black Ink disciple was precious to a territory lord, especially if the 7th order human was more powerful than the others in the same order. That was the reason Zhu Feng territory lord treasured by Yi back then. The army commanders exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing that, Yang Kai went on to say, since we're all on the same page, we now have to select a territory lord that I'll submit to so that it will be easier for me to carry out this task. I'll leave that decision to all of you. Additionally, we have to look for a suitable chance. Wu Qing replied, don't worry, we'll come up with a comprehensive plan so that the risk will be minimized. I shall trouble you all, then. Tang Qiu said, you can go back now. I'll inform you when the right time comes. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fist. By the way, take a stroll around the marketplace if you have some free time, Tang Qiu suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't directly agree to this request. To be honest, if not for the fact that he was forced by the little girl to head to the marketplace, he would never want to go to that damned place. He had no idea why Tang Qiu suddenly wanted him to visit the marketplace. He soon left the army headquarters, but the moment he arrived at his courtyard, he saw a petite figure sitting on the steps in front of the door. Perhaps she had been waiting for too long, so she was now sound asleep with her head resting against the door frame. Yang Kai walked up to her, but it didn't seem that she would be waking up any time soon. Gazing at the little girl, he couldn't help but let out a sigh and pat her head. The little girl awakened slowly and rubbed her eyes. It was obvious that she was still sleepy. Where were you? I've been waiting for you. I went to the army headquarters to attend to some matters. The little girl didn't seem to hear what he had just said. Instead, she just looked up at him and said, Yang Kai, I'm hungry. Let's go. We'll get some steamed stuffed buns, Yang Kai replied. The little girl leaped to her feet and chanted joyfully, steamed stuffed buns. Steamed stuffed buns. They then headed straight to the marketplace. The moment Yang Kai stepped into the restaurant, he saw Lu Zhiping, who was clad in simple homespun clothes, working hard to prepare dough. Her face and hair were covered with flour. Yang Kai's face twitched at the sight. This highly respected Western Army commander was in the army headquarters of the Eastern Army just moments ago, but here she was acting as the owner of a steamed bun shop now. Yang Kai felt awkward as he was already aware of her identity. As usual, the shop hand hospitably welcomed them into the restaurant and 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns were soon wolfed down. Usually, Yang Kai could return to his room at this point, as even though the little girl was a big eater, she could easily be appeased with this amount of steamed stuffed buns. However, she wouldn't let Yang Kai go on this day. "What else do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The little girl pointed in a particular direction. "There's a tea house at the other end of the street. The stories told by Mr. Storyteller are interesting." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Mr. Storyteller? Why haven't I seen him before?" He visited this marketplace almost every day for the past few days, so he was familiar with all the shops here already. He was also aware of the tea house's existence, but he had never seen this Mr. Storyteller there when he passed by the shop. The little girl giggled. "That's because Mr. Storyteller left town to travel around some time ago. He just returned yesterday." "He just returned yesterday?" Yang Kai suddenly had an ominous feeling. With the little girl leading the way, they soon arrived at the tea house. The place was filled with people, and there were a lot of tables on the floor. In front of them was a curvy woman, who was clad in a fancy costume, standing on the platform. She was singing a song in a melodious voice. The performance was so excellent that she earned a round of applause from the audience. Yang Kai took a deep breath at the sight of such hustle and bustle. Despite having visited this marketplace many times, he still couldn't get used to it. It had to be noted that the spectators and the singer were all open heaven realm masters, with many of them in the 7th order and even 8th order. Did those in Inyang Pass have nothing better to do? This way, the little girl seemed to be familiar with the place as she pulled Yang Kai towards an empty table. A shop hand promptly approached them. "What would you like to order?" The voice sounded familiar to Yang Kai, and the instant he turned his head, he was dumbfounded, for the shop hand was none other than Qing Kuei, though his subservient manner didn't look anything like his usual self. "Qing," Yang Kai called out. "Qing Luo tea, is it?" Qing Kuei cut him off. "Excellent, it's the best tea we have in this tea house." Yang Kai gazed at him as if the latter was a fool. Seemingly oblivious to his expression, Qing Kuei asked, "What else do you need?" The little girl said, "Snacks." "Good, please give me a moment," Qing Kuei replied hospitably and turned around to leave. A moment later, a plate of fruits and some nuts were served. There was no doubt that the service here was top-notch. After the singer was done, she elegantly stepped down from the platform. The next instant, the elderly Mr. Storyteller walked up on stage. The moment Yang Kai saw this person, he couldn't help but press his face into his palm. As expected, Mr. Storyteller, who was said to have just returned from traveling around, was none other than Tang Qiu, who Yang Kai had seen in the army headquarters just a while ago. Instead of staying in his room to recuperate from his injuries, Tang Qiu had come to the marketplace to tell some stories. It was all highly improper. However, Tang Qiu ignored Yang Kai as he swept a glance over them and placed a wooden block on the table before he began telling a story. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-58, Welcome back, old ancestor. More than 10 days had passed since Tang Qiu's return. As usual, the little girl would bring Yang Kai to the marketplace every day and spend a long time there. One day, after she was done having steamed stuffed buns, Yang Kai bought her several skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. The little girl, who was skipping at the front, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was perplexed. "Close your eyes." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "What do you want to do? Why are you trying to be mysterious?" The little girl pouted, "Just close your eyes." All right, Yang Kai closed his eyes as he was told. "Stick out your hand," the little girl was heard saying. Yang Kai extended his hand, and following that, he realized that something was placed on his palm. When he opened his eyes, he saw a copper coin. He broke into laughter. "Why did you give me a copper coin?" With her head tilted, the little girl said, "You've been treating me to meals every day, and you also bought me a hairpin. There's nothing else I can give you other than this thing." Well, at least she's grateful. Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Even though it was just a single copper coin, it showed the little girl's sincerity. "Thank you for this, then." Yang Kai put on a smile. Just when he was ready to keep the copper coin, he realized that it was different from the one circulating in the marketplace. It was obviously far more ancient. He asked curiously, "Where did you get this from?" There had never been any money with the little girl, so where did she find this ancient copper coin? While munching on her sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, the little girl replied in a muffled voice, "I took it from the old ancestor." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. "You took it from the old ancestor?" "And," the little girl replied nonchalantly, "you have to keep it in a safe place. If you come across any danger, you might be able to save your life by taking this coin out." The ancient coin in Yang Kai's hand felt much heavier all of a sudden, and he quickly said, No, this thing is far too valuable. Just keep it. You're an adult, don't be so uptight. And, let's call it a day. I'm sleepy now, so I'll go back and get some rest." Upon finishing her words, the little girl directly skipped off. Just when Yang Kai was ready to race after her, a figure descended from the sky and stood in the way. It was none other than Su Linggong, and upon seeing Yang Kai, he hurriedly said, "The time is here. Come with me." Yang Kai took a look in the direction the little girl was heading and briefly hesitated before leaving with Su Linggong in a hurry. Meanwhile, he carefully put the ancient coin away. In the marketplace, the little girl, who was skipping along, suddenly stopped in her tracks and became unmoving. As she stood still, the entire marketplace seemed to have frozen in time. A moment later, a breeze whisked across the street and the flags on both sides started flapping in the air. In an instant, everyone in the marketplace turned to look at the little girl. The little girl, whom Yang Kai thought was an origin king, saw her aura increasing madly like a tsunami. Soon, it reached the open heaven realm, and it didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. As her cultivation increased rapidly, her body seemed to be going through a transformation as well. While engulfed in a faint light, her petite figure grew quickly. In just a cup of tea, the little girl, whose aura was originally in the origin king realm, turned into an alluring woman in her late 20s or early 30s. The dense aura swirling around her suggested that she was above the 8th order open heaven realm. "Welcome back, old ancestor. Welcome back, old ancestor. Welcome back, old ancestor." In the marketplace, congratulations were heard coming from all directions in a continuous manner. The young woman opened her eyes and said in a clear voice, "It has been difficult for all of you. Let's call it a day." "Yes, old ancestor." After they responded to her, the shops started closing rapidly. In just an incense stick, the originally bustling marketplace fell into silence, and no one was in sight. The young woman turned her head to look out of the inner sanctum with a dispassionate expression. As her clothes flapped in the wind, she disappeared abruptly from the spot the next instant. In the meantime, Yang Kai and Su Linggong were standing on the deck of a warship that was hovering in the void outside of the inner sanctum. Su Linggong was a squad leader, and including himself, there were 2 7th Order, 8 6th Order, and 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in his squad for a total of 13. This was a fairly typical configuration for a squad in the Great Passes. Dawn was an outlier that was unlike the others. On the entire Black Ink battlefield, there were only a small number of special operations squads like Dawn. Even though there were only 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this squad, such a roster, along with their warship, allowed them to exert the strength of 5 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters when dealing with enemies on the battlefield, which greatly enhanced their collective power. At this moment, Su Linggong was explaining to Yang Kai about the situation they were facing. As per your request, the army commanders in the Inner Sanctum have had a serious discussion and confirmed that your target will be He Yuan Territory Lord. He's one of the most powerful territory lords working for Mu Guang Royal Lord, and he has gained the latter's favor as well. If you can become his Black Ink disciple, you'll have a chance to follow him to the royal city, which will make it easier for you to gather information. However, some maneuvers are needed in order to help you become his Black Ink disciple. With that said, you don't have to worry about it as the army commanders have come up with a comprehensive plan. If everything goes well, we'll be able to achieve our goal. You just have to play it by ear and act at the right time. Yang Kai nodded, got it. Su Linggong said, this opportunity was hard to come by, which is why we're in a hurry. The army commanders wanted me to ask you if you're prepared. Yang Kai replied seriously, I'm ready to carry out our plan. Good, Su Linggong nodded gently. Are we going to look for He Yuan now? Yang Kai asked. Su Linggong shook his head, no, we're not. He Yuan is in one of the resource harvesting areas now. Presently, Army Commander Wu Qing is dealing with him. If everything goes well, He Yuan will be badly injured and forced to flee. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he had somewhat figured out the plan those from Yinyang Pass had come up with. Just like Su Linggong had said, He Yuan Territory Lord and Wu Qing were in a fight in the resource harvesting area. He Yuan was one of the 5 most powerful territory lords working for Mu Guang. On the other hand, Wu Qing was the Southern Army commander here, and the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Yinyang Pass. It was expected that their fight would be intense, with space collapsing all around them as they battled. Both of them knew each other well as it wasn't the first time they fought. Despite that, He Yuan still felt his heart sinking as Wu Qing was acting far more ferocious than in the past. He seemed determined to kill even if he was wounded in the process. It was apparent that Wu Qing didn't care if both of them ended up in a horrible state. Furthermore, Wu Qing possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, so he wasn't afraid of Black Ink's strength at all. The biggest advantage of the Black Ink clan was useless against him. Meanwhile, He Yuan Territory Lord became increasingly discomfited. Even though he did manage to injure Wu Qing, he was unable to kill him. On the other hand, he was also badly wounded. Other than the 2 of them, human soldiers and the Black Ink clan's army were clashing with one another on the battlefield. There were also other locations where the 8th Order humans and Black Ink territory lords were locked in intense battles. Humans were the ones who launched the attack this time, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. He Yuan didn't understand why the humans were acting so aggressively all of a sudden. However, things had come to a point where he could only clench his teeth and keep fighting. The Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses in just half a day, but it wasn't until this moment that He Yuan realized that the humans had secretly sent reinforcements to this battlefield. Initially, even though the humans were at an advantage in this particular resource harvesting area, they were not overwhelmingly more powerful than the other party. Now that they had helpers though, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to resist? Seeing that they were on the losing side, He Yuan wanted to flee. However, Wu Qing seemed to have gone mad as he aimed fixedly at He Yuan, which ensured that the latter would not be able to escape. 2 or 3 days later, the Black Ink clan had suffered near catastrophic losses while, even though some of the soldiers from Yinyang Pass were killed, the number was tolerable. Amidst the chaotic battle, a column of light suddenly shot into the sky. It was obviously a signal. The Black Ink clan, who had no idea what was going on, were astounded as they wondered what the humans were up to. He Yuan, who was battling against Wu Qing, also sported a solemn expression. All of a sudden, Wu Qing dropped all his defenses and went all out to strike at He Yuan. A flabbergasted He Yuan instinctively counterattacked. As their powers clashed, the void around them trembled fiercely. Both of them were sent flying away as they sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Both parties ended up being horribly injured. Wu Qing had gained the upper hand as he was the one who made a move first, so his injury was less severe than that of He Yuan. Therefore, he recovered quickly and tried to follow up with his assault. Seeing the other party act so madly, He Yuan didn't dare to keep fighting. Moreover, the humans had just sent a signal, so more reinforcements might be on their way. At the thought of this, He Yuan quickly released a large black ink cloud and concealed himself in it. Wu Qing charged into the cloud, but He Yuan was already nowhere in sight. Half a day later, the battlefield fell dead silent. The humans had gained a victory while the Black Ink clan fled in embarrassment. All of a sudden, a weakened Tang Qiu appeared beside Wu Qing. He was already injured, to begin with, and before he could recuperate, he came all the way here to fight against a Black Ink clan territory lord, which exacerbated his wounds. As such, it would probably take him several years to recuperate. "Are you all right?" Tang Qiu asked. "His injury is more severe than mine," Wu Qing snorted. Tang Qiu was rendered speechless as he once again witnessed how much this guy hated suffering a loss. After taking a glance at the battlefield that was in a mess, he let out a sigh. "The stage has been set. I wonder if things will go to plan." Wu Qing replied impassively, "There's only so much we can do, the rest is up to the heavens. You always tend to look on the bright side." Tang Qiu put on a smile, and then the light in his eyes went out. "We've paid a huge price here, a lot of our people have died. I hope it is worth it. Everyone who lost their life on the Black Ink battlefield did not die for nothing." Upon finishing his words, Wu Qing turned around and returned to his ship, leaving Tang Qiu with a dampened expression on his face. Marshall Peak, Chapter 50-59, So Strong. A warship navigated through the void like an agile fish in water. As the open heaven realm masters channeled their world force, the arrays they were powering activated. The next moment, they launched violent attacks towards their enemies. Every strike was equivalent to the attack of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. The Black Ink clansmen, who were running away, were unable to fend off the attacks, and a large number of them were killed instantly, with the survivors scattering randomly. This warship was commanded by none other than Su Linggong, who had his squad members assisting him. They departed from Yinyang Pass and arrived at their destination just in time. Before they could settle in though, they saw some Black Ink clansmen fleeing in their direction. Both Yang Kai and Su Linggong knew that these Black Ink clansmen must have fled from the resource harvesting area. The sight before their eyes suggested that the humans had gained the upper hand on the battlefield, and they might have even broken the main force of the Black Ink clan. That was the reason these Black Ink clansmen were fleeing. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among this group, so they could be considered insignificant. Yang Kai and the others were not even interested in fighting against them as, by relying on the warship's power, they could destroy these Black Ink clansmen with ease. Presently, they were stationed on the route the Black Ink clansmen had to pass through if they wanted to retreat to their territory. It was a plan devised by those from Yinyang Pass. Now, they were waiting for the wounded He Yuan to arrive at this place. That would be the key moment when they would execute the plan that those from Yinyang Pass had come up with. In order to make this plan a success, Yinyang Pass prematurely launched a comprehensive assault in the resource harvesting area so that Yang Kai could pretend to become a Black Ink disciple and safely reach the Black Ink clan's hinterland. The different parts of this plan were connected in a meticulous way. Those from the Black Ink clan could never have expected that the humans would go to such great lengths just to sneak Yang Kai into their territory. After the warship navigated through the void for another half a day, they managed to kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen. Eventually, they came across a group that was worthy of their attention. There were over 100 Black Ink clansmen in this group with 2 feudal lords leading them. However, both of them were wounded as they had been in a prolonged battle just now. The entire group was obviously dispirited. The instant the feudal lords saw the warship approaching, they were flabbergasted. They could not understand why a warship belonging to the humans would appear in this kind of place. It wasn't the first time the feudal lords battled against humans, so they were aware that this kind of warship was powerful. Even though there were only a dozen or so people in a human squad, there would normally be 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters with them. The squad members, coupled with this warship, were more than enough to deal with these wounded Black Ink clansmen. However, as the feudal lords thought of the fact that more of their comrades were on the way to this place, they set their minds at ease. Regardless of the reason this warship had appeared in this place, it was their best chance to earn some merits. As long as they could trap this human squad here, they could eventually subdue them when more of their clansmen arrived. They had just suffered a humiliating defeat, so if they could make a contribution here, they might be spared some punishment when they returned. At the thought of this, the feudal lords exchanged glances and nodded. They had come to a consensus without the need for a discussion. One of the feudal lords quickly waved his hand and ordered, "Encircle them here, don't let them flee." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward like a cat that had caught a whiff of fish. It was as though he was worried that he wouldn't get a reward for not being the first one to make a move. However, what he saw the next instant astonished him. He initially thought that this squad, which was alone in this place, would immediately flee upon seeing so many Black Ink clansmen, but things turned out very different from what he had anticipated. Instead of fleeing, the squad actually sailed their warship towards them. Before the warship even arrived, its arrays started flickering. The feudal lord, who was at the front, was dumbstruck as a sense of danger overwhelmed him. He quickly dodged away, and in the next instant, a powerful beam of light shot out and tore through the void. Even though the feudal lord had successfully evaded the attack, he still felt an impact from it. He was already injured to begin with, so if he had been struck just now, he would most likely have lost his life. When he turned his head, he felt his heart being cut to pieces. A gap had appeared in the middle of the group of over 100 Black Ink clansmen. More than 20 of his subordinates had lost their lives following the attack. Energy fluctuations flared again as 2 more beams of light were shot out from the warship. Even though the Black Ink clansmen tried to dodge, many of them were still killed. After 3 attacks from the warship, more than half of the Black Ink clansmen were sent on the road to the Yellow Springs. It didn't end there though, as all of a sudden, a figure dashed out of the warship with a spear in his hands. With a simple thrust, the weapon seemed to ignore the distance between them and soon reached the feudal lord. The feudal lord was horrified as he had never expected this human to be so quick and hurriedly surged his Black Ink strength to form a shield in front of him. The usually impenetrable shield was unable to withstand this attack. As soon as the spear came into contact with the shield, the solid Black Ink strength burst apart. However, this momentary delay allowed the feudal lord to shift his figure so that his vitals wouldn't be hit. As dark blood spurted out, the spear pierced the feudal lord's shoulder and stuck out the other side. The wounded feudal lord was both shocked and furious as he looked up and roared, clenching his fist tight as he punched out. The attack contained a power that could destroy heaven and shatter earth. However, the feudal lord missed his target. He had no idea how the enemy disappeared, but when he detected the other party's aura again, he felt a sense of danger coming at him from the side. When he turned his head, he saw a dispassionate-looking young man and a sharp spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. At this life-and-death moment, the feudal lord raised his arms in an attempt to blunt the attack. At the same time, he puffed out a Black Ink cloud from his mouth to engulf the human in the hopes that the latter would back down. The spear thrust through the black ink cloud and slid past his arms before striking the feudal lord's head and causing it to burst. The young man dashed out of the black ink cloud and brushed past the headless feudal lord without pause, his entire figure engulfed in murderous intent. The battlefield fell silent. The surviving black ink clansmen were astonished, while at the same time, Su Linggong and his squad aboard the warship felt their brows twitching. So strong, Qin Kuei, who was in charge of one of the arrays, gulped. Even though he had been operating the array, he could clearly see what happened just now. It only took Yang Kai a couple of breaths to fly out of the warship and kill a feudal lord in less than 5 moves. A feudal lord was killed just like that. Even though he was already injured to begin with, he was still a feudal lord equivalent to a 7th-order human master. Despite that, he was still as powerless as a child in front of Yang Kai. This kind of overwhelming power was simply unheard of. Even though Qin Kuei had seen a lot of 7th-order open heaven realm masters since coming to the Black Ink battlefield, none of them was comparable to Yang Kai, not even his honored master Su Linggong. He recalled that when he first met Yang Kai, both of them were only in the 6th-order open heaven realm. Due to various reasons, Yang Kai took part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, and he eventually won first place. Since then, Yang Kai had become a famous figure among the cave heavens and paradises. Many years had passed, and now Yang Kai surpassed Qin Kuei by a large margin when it came to strength. After making some calculations, Qin Kuei realized that he was already a 6th-order open heaven realm master when the brat was just Emperor Realm Jr. He was still in the 6th order when this boy ascended to the 5th-order open heaven realm. When the brat made it to the 6th order, he was still a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Now that same brat was in the 7th order, while he was still in the 6th-order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Qin Kuei felt dejected, thinking that he had wasted all the years he had lived. Suing Shui, who was in charge of another array, seemed to have detected the change in his emotions, so she said gently, "There are always some people in the world who are extremely blessed with luck and talent, so there's no point feeling bothered by it, senior brother. Since you're not comparable to them, you should strive to be better by improving yourself each day. The only person you have to surpass is yourself." Qin Kuei put on a helpless smile. "I understand, but it's the first time I realized there's such a huge gap between someone else and me." Su Linggong said in a serious tone, "Since you're aware of your shortcomings, you can improve yourself. Considering that you're not as lucky and talented as him, you have to work extra hard. On the road to the peak, nothing is more important than your own efforts." "Yes," Qin Kuei replied respectfully. The deputy squad leader, who was also a 7th-order open heaven realm master, approached Su Linggong and asked in a hushed voice, "Do we need to give him a hand, squad leader?" Su Linggong shook his head, "There's no need for that. Just watch." Judging from the speed Yang Kai was able to kill a feudal lord, he would destroy these Black Ink clansmen in no time even without any help from them. As they spoke, the surviving Black Ink clansmen had descended into chaos. The remaining feudal lord was horrified by the fact that his companion was killed in just a couple breaths of time. His strength was on par with that of his companion who was killed, but the latter was easily dispatched by Yang Kai with just 2 or 3 moves. He reckoned that he wouldn't be a match for the young man either. Is this human really a 7th-order master? The feudal lord almost went mad. He reckoned that even an 8th-order open heaven realm master couldn't give him so much pressure. Why would there be such a horrifying 7th-order human in this world? Therefore, the instant Yang Kai turned to look at the feudal lord and locked his senses onto him, the latter directly turned around to flee without the intention to fight. However, before he could escape any notable distance, he shuddered and became rooted to the spot. When he lowered his head, he saw that the tip of a spear had stuck out from his chest. Black blood was streaming out of the wound, and it wasn't until this moment that he was overwhelmed by a sense of excruciating pain. While feeling despondent, the feudal lord wanted to make a final retaliatory strike, but Yang Kai quickly wielded his spear and surged his world force. Following that, the feudal lord exploded into blood mist as his broken limbs scattered around the void. "What a shame," Yang Kai muttered under his breath. The first feudal lord had the guts to exchange moves with him in order to resist. However, this feudal lord just wanted to flee, which only accelerated his demise. There were initially more than 100 Black Ink clansmen in this group, but half of them were destroyed by the warship in the opening salvo. Then, the two feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai's spear. How were the remaining Black Ink clansmen supposed to be a match for them now? As the warship and Yang Kai acted together, all the Black Ink clansmen were soon killed. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-60, Ambush. Even though a group of more than 100 Black Ink clansmen had been destroyed, the battle still hadn't ended. More and more groups of Black Ink clansmen of different numbers were fleeing from the resource harvesting area. These Black Ink clansmen, who were basically half dead from taking part in the great battle, could no longer form an effective formation. Not only were they apprehensive while running away, but they were scattered and in disarray. They just wanted to flee from this area and return to a safe place as soon as possible. Although Yang Kai was the only one who had left the warship to directly deal with the enemy, the warship led by Su Linggong would assist him. These dispirited Black Ink clansmen no longer had the courage to keep fighting, so they were easily killed the moment they clashed with Yang Kai. Coupled with the arrays on the warship, they could effortlessly wipe out most of the enemies. Of course, a small number of the Black Ink clansmen were lucky enough to successfully flee. It was a good start for the humans. The Black Ink clansmen were easily killed regardless of their numbers. First of all, these Black Ink clansmen were scattered around. Secondly, there weren't any truly powerful masters, so they were unable to resist Yang Kai's spear. The few feudal lords who appeared were all executed as soon as they arrived. However, as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to deal with the enemies. An increasing number of Black Ink clansmen arrived at this place and were astonished upon seeing the intense battle taking place, thinking that the humans had arranged an ambush here. Nevertheless, when they had a clearer picture of the battle, they set their minds at ease. There was indeed an ambush, but it was just a squad-level warship. In other words, only one squad of human soldiers was trying to ambush them here. They had no idea why there was a human squad in this place, but they reckoned that these squad members wanted to earn merits by trying to take advantage of them as they were injured, which was why the other party had left the main force of the humans. There was nothing to be afraid of since there was only a squad. Following the feudal lord's orders, countless high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen charged towards the warship. Instantly, Yang Kai felt immensely pressured. Given his current strength, he wasn't afraid of these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Even if he was unable to kill them all, his only option was to flee. However, his purpose was not to flee, and he couldn't showcase any of his space secret techniques. Therefore, when faced with the tide of Black Ink clansmen, he could only grit his teeth and fight on. Right then, two figures shot out of the warship. They were none other than Su Linggong and the other 7th Order Vice Squad leader, who decided to help. At that instant, 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were assisted by a warship, began a massacre. There were Black Ink clansmen who were killed with every breath. Minced meat, dark blood, and Black Ink strength soon covered the void. Some of the feudal lords would hide among the cannon fodder and secretly approach the three of them, waiting for a chance to launch sneak attacks. In such a chaotic battle, even a veteran 7th Order master like Su Linggong was unable to detect such hidden danger. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had some energy to spare as he continuously monitored their surroundings. Every time a feudal lord approached, he could instantly identify them. After some of these reckless feudal lords were killed, the remaining feudal lords didn't dare to move forward. They watched the battle from a distance as they wanted to deplete the energy of these 7th Order humans using the cannon fodder before capturing them. On the battlefield, Yang Kai sported a calm expression. His hands were steady as he wielded his spear, and every attack could deal critical damage to his enemies. He had rarely experienced a battle with such intensity, but everything was still within his control. However, Su Linggong and the vice squad leader grew increasingly apprehensive. As they were surrounded by more and more Black Ink clansmen, they couldn't help but think that they might not survive this day. A squad of a dozen members in theory shouldn't be able to resist such a large group of Black Ink clansmen, so both of them were surprised that they had persevered for such a long time. However, they knew that the reason behind it was that Yang Kai had fended off most of the enemies. If not for him, their squad would have been destroyed. Rays of light were shot from the arrays on the warship into the Black Ink clansmen, with each strike dealing a heavy blow to the enemies. Nonetheless, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Qin Kuei was unable to sustain activating the arrays for such a long time. The defensive light around the warship was also on the brink of collapsing following the relentless attacks from the Black Ink clansmen. Once the warship's shields failed, the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the squad would lose the warship's protection. When that happened, they would be unable to ward off the Black Ink strength, thus falling into a perilous situation. Even though they had been taking turns to operate the arrays, they couldn't get enough time to really rest given the battle's intensity. It was simply impossible for them to persevere for long. All the squad members were exhausted after half a day of battle. Even Su Linggong and his 7th Order Vice Squad leader were no longer as ferocious as when they started. Only Yang Kai remained as ruthless and energetic as always. The strength of an Open Heaven Realm Master's heritage was manifested in such a battle. In fact, Su Linggong was supposedly more powerful than Yang Kai when it came to his heritage. After all, he was a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master while Yang Kai was a newly promoted one. Simply put, his cultivation was ahead of Yang Kai's by thousands of years. However, Yang Kai had the World Tree clone in his small universe, so he wasn't afraid of Black Ink strength at all, hence, there wasn't a need for him to divert any of his power to resist Black Ink strength in this battle. On the other hand, Su Linggong had to continuously spend a part of his world force to fend off the Black Ink strength, thus exhausting himself more quickly. Moreover, the living beings inside Yang Kai's small universe would constantly replenish and increase his heritage and world force, therefore, his stamina was much greater than that of the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Additionally, every time the World Tree clone breathed, his world force would be purified. That was the reason he could deal a heavier blow to the enemies than most 7th Order humans. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, including a number of feudal lords. As time passed, an increasing number of Black Ink clansmen were killed, but this epic battle didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. 1,000 kilometers away from the battlefield, there was a large ship that was navigating through the void. On the large ship were defeated Black Ink clansmen. Many of these injured people were lying on the deck and groaning in pain. It could be said that they had suffered immense losses in the battle that had just ended. For some reason, the humans had gone mad and mobilized a lot more soldiers than expected, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. Even the territory lords in charge of the battlefield were all badly wounded. One of the territory lords was even killed by 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had joined forces. It wasn't easy fleeing from the battlefield as the humans were still relentlessly pursuing them, seizing every chance they could to kill even more. It wasn't until an hour ago that the humans finally stopped chasing after them, which allowed these Black Ink clansmen to take a breather. The pursuit also exacerbated the injuries of these territory lords. Other than He Yuan, the other territory lords had fallen into a state of deep sleep. They had to be immediately sent to Black Ink nests, otherwise, their rank might drop from their injuries. They had already lost the battle, so if several territory lords saw their rank regress at the same time, He Yuan wouldn't be able to explain himself to Mu Guang. After all, the number of territory lords that a royal lord commanded was a direct measure of their strength. Therefore, He Yuan had to get back to his territory as soon as possible in order to send these unconscious territory lords into black ink nests. As for He Yuan himself, he was worn out as well. He yearned to get some rest inside his black ink nest, but he was the only territory lord who was still conscious at this point. As such, he had to persevere to prevent any accidents from happening. Unfortunately, what he dreaded most still happened. While he was lost in his thoughts, a feudal lord came to him quickly and reported, "Sir, there's a battle going on 1,000 kilometers up ahead. There seems to be an ambush by the humans." A shocked He Yuan rose from the large chair and shouted, "An ambush? Where did those humans come from?" The feudal lord was horrified, and faced with the pressure from his superior, he replied in a trembling voice, "I have no idea." "Go find out then." He Yuan snapped. "Yes." The feudal lord left the place upon receiving the order. An absent-minded He Yuan started pacing back and forth. He wasn't even sure if he could survive since there was an ambush ahead of them. Presently, he was in a terrible state. Even though there were other territory lords on the ship, they were injured and had all basically fallen into comas. Their foundations would be damaged if they were forcefully awakened, and it was questionable how much help they would be even if they were. However, he couldn't figure out why there was an ambush ahead of him. It had to be noted that even though the Black Ink clan had suffered tremendous losses in the previous battle, the humans did not fare much better. Some of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were horribly wounded, and if not for the human deploying more reinforcements to join the battle, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have been humiliated so badly. Nevertheless, the place in front of him was very close to the Black Ink clan's base, but the humans had arranged an ambush there. Weren't they worried that the royal lord would notice and decide to kill them? When that happened, it would mean massive losses for the humans, who were known for their cunning. It was inconceivable that they would do such a reckless thing. In fact, if there was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the battle ahead of him, He Yuan would have no choice but to make a detour. Given the state he was in, he wouldn't dare to directly deal with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He certainly had to flee. Soon, the feudal lord returned and reported, "Sir, I've gathered some useful information. There's only one human squad ahead of us." Upon hearing that, He Yuan sported a dumbfounded expression, "One squad? Are you sure?" The feudal lord nodded, "Yes, there's only a squad. I saw it with my eyes. There are only 3 7th Order humans while the rest aren't worth our attention. So there's only one squad." He Yuan was startled for a moment before moving to the deck to intently observe the battlefield. As a territory lord, he was able to see what was happening 1,000 kilometers away with ease, so soon he took in what was happening on the battlefield. Just like his subordinate had reported, there was only a standard human squad with a squad-level warship in front of them. There were 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the rest were in the 5th Order and 6th Order. He Yuan's expression still darkened though as he asked, "How did one human squad kill so many of our clansmen?" He could see that a lot of minced meat and dark blood were scattered around the battlefield, which suggested that they had suffered immense losses. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5061, An act has to be convincing. The sight before He Yuan's eyes made him extremely furious. To begin with, they had already suffered a setback in the previous battle. The treacherous humans suddenly mobilized a lot of soldiers to come over and help, which caught them off guard. Now, there wasn't even a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in this squad, but they had managed to kill so many of the Black Ink clansmen. Certainly, He Yuan would never tolerate this. When did the Black Ink clan become so weak? He was already in a terrible mood, and now, he was practically fuming. The feudal lord said in a shaking voice, "Sir, one of the 7th Order humans is unbelievably strong." He Yuan remained silent. In fact, he had already noticed this. The 3 7th Order humans were the core of this squad, and while 2 of them were quite normal, displaying what would be expected from 7th-order humans, the spear-holding young man was distinct as he was able to easily wipe out any Black Ink clansman that came near him. The extent of his strength was inconceivable. While gazing at the spear-holding young man with narrowed eyes, He Yuan was astounded. It was no wonder that the humans had the guts to intercept them here, for they had this young man with them. However, such a young man was still too weak in front of a territory lord. He Yuan snorted, "Pass on my orders. Kill them all regardless of what it takes." The feudal lord replied, "Yes." Without stopping, the large ship continued to inch closer to the battlefield. Following He Yuan's order, the already intense battle became even more violent. Initially, after Yang Kai killed some reckless feudal lords, the remaining hidden feudal lords didn't dare to make a rash move again. They remained hidden and waited for better opportunities to strike. Nevertheless, following He Yuan's order, these feudal lords wouldn't dare to delay despite their fear. They all started moving at once. In an instant, Yang Kai and the others felt tremendously pressured, and Su Linggong and the 7th Order Vice Squad leader were injured by some feudal lords in a moment of carelessness. On such a battlefield, even the slightest injury could be fatal, for the Black Ink strength permeating this place was highly corrosive. As time passed, even if their injuries didn't worsen, they would still turn into Black Ink disciples as they were no longer able to resist the Black Ink strength. Presently, Yang Kai's left eye had turned golden while his right eye was completely black. In the darkness, he saw a feudal lord coming at him from the side. The feudal lord came at the worst possible moment as Yang Kai had just used a powerful attack and had yet to regain his balance. If nothing unexpected happened, this sneak attack would be successful. However, the figure that Yang Kai was seeing through his black eye contorted in a weird manner all of a sudden. As if struck by lightning, the ferocious-looking feudal lord felt like a blade had cut across his waist. An excruciating pain spread from out, which delayed his sneak attack. It was because of this momentary delay that he lost his life. The azure dragon spear bluntly jabbed into the feudal lord's head as easily as if it were tofu. As world force surged, the bulky head exploded as dark blood started spurting from the neck of the headless corpse. Right then, a golden crow was heard cawing as a great sun leapt into existence and crashed into the Black Ink clansmen. Wherever the dazzling light covered, the Black Ink clan instantly lost their lives. Several feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai in just 10 breaths of time. However, there didn't seem to be an end to this torrent as the Black Ink clan continued charging towards him. The battle didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. On this battlefield, Yang Kai was like a sheep that was surrounded by a pride of lions. Regardless of how hard he tried to resist, he was fated to be eaten alive. Su Linggong felt his heart sinking. While battling against the enemies, he caught sight of a large ship that had come to a halt not far away from them. This was a flight-type artifact that the Black Ink disciples had specifically refined for the Black Ink clan. In such an environment, only the territory lords had the right to ride such a flight-type artifact. Their target might very well be on this ship, and Su Linggong could feel that someone strong was paying attention to them with a pair of gloomy eyes. According to their plan, as long as Yang Kai came across that territory lord and got captured, their objective would be achieved. Unfortunately, the territory lord didn't seem to have the intention of showing up. Judging from the fierce reaction of these Black Ink clansmen, Su Linggong reckoned that the territory lord must have given the order to kill them ruthlessly. In that case, how were they supposed to achieve their goal? It wasn't like Yang Kai could simply go ahead and request to be a Black Ink disciple. That would be a foolish thing to do. It seemed that this territory lord had become bloodthirsty after the previous battle, hence, whenever he saw humans, he just wanted to kill them all instead of turning them into Black Ink disciples. This was giving Su Linggong a headache. However, things had come to such a point where he could only grit his teeth and soldier on. A moment later, more feudal lords were killed. On the deck, He Yuan sported an extremely gloomy expression. This couldn't be helped, as the feudal lord he had sent to pass on his order was killed right in front of him. The extent of the spear-holding young man's power was inconceivable, which made He Yuan determined to end his life. This young man was only in the seventh order open heaven realm now. When he grew to be powerful enough one day, even He Yuan wouldn't be a match for him. At the thought of this, he turned to look to the side. There was an injured feudal lord who was just standing beside him, and the instant their eyes met, the feudal lord knew that He Yuan wanted him to join the battle as well. At that moment, he was terrified. Presently, he was badly wounded, so he wouldn't be of much help if he did join the battle. Even if he was still at the peak of his power though, he still wouldn't be a match for the spear-wielding young man. It was clear that this human could chop up a feudal lord as easily as one would chop fruits and vegetables. The feudal lord quickly racked his brain to come up with a solution, and before He Yuan could say anything, the feudal lord cupped his fist. "Sir, this seventh-order human is indeed significantly more powerful than the others in the same order. If you can capture him, he will be of great service to you." He Yuan frowned and fell silent when those words were spoken. In fact, he had thought about turning the seventh-order humans here into black ink disciples. However, he was horribly injured right now, so it was difficult for him to make a move. Certainly, he would be more than happy if these feudal lords were able to corrupt them with black ink strength. By then, he could just give an order, and these feudal lords wouldn't dare to keep the black ink disciples to themselves. Nevertheless, these feudal lords were too timid in front of the young man, so they wouldn't stand a chance to corrupt him. That was the reason he decided to kill the young man. Still, He Yuan became increasingly tempted as the spear-holding young man was indeed an extraordinary cultivator. After corrupting such a seventh-order open heaven realm master, he could start nurturing him, and by the time this black ink disciple ascended to the eighth order or even the ninth order, He Yuan would have the right to stand on equal footing with the royal lords. Having said that, it wasn't easy to corrupt a seventh-order open heaven realm master with black ink strength. Most humans didn't seem to fear death at all, and there had been countless precedents where the humans would rather commit suicide than become black ink disciples. If he decided to make a move, he had to achieve his goal in one swift strike, otherwise, the young man would definitely launch a desperate counterattack. If he was still at the peak of his power, dealing with a seventh-order human would be a trivial matter. However, since he was wounded now, He Yuan had to be more cautious. Therefore, if he wanted to turn this young man, he had to weaken him first in order to achieve his goal. Just then, the feudal lord exclaimed in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Sir, that human has been invaded by black ink strength." He Yuan looked over and saw that the young man's face was indeed covered in a thin black aura, which was obviously black ink strength. He Yuan was naturally familiar with this sight. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Regardless of how powerful a seventh-order human was, he couldn't possibly resist black ink strength forever. If nothing unexpected happened, this young man would have to give up a portion of his small universe in order to save himself soon. This kind of situation was commonly seen on the battlefields. Whenever the humans were corrupted, they would rather damage their own foundations than degenerate into black ink disciples. He Yuan was already used to this, but he was pleased to see this moment. When the young man's foundation was damaged, it would be much easier to corrupt him. Humans could give up a small part of their small universe once or twice, but they couldn't possibly keep doing it endlessly. However, what happened next was vastly different from what He Yuan had imagined. On the battlefield, the young man fished out some kind of spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After a short moment, the dark aura around the young man's face dissipated. He Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he just eat? The feudal lord was unable to reply to him as he had no idea what had happened either. What the hell did he just eat? He Yuan roared. The young man had shown signs of being corrupted, but he resolved that crisis by consuming a spirit pill. In other words, the humans had developed a method to resist black ink strength. In fact, the Black Ink clan already had some speculations about this. That was because they hadn't managed to turn any humans into Black Ink disciples since more than 10 years ago. However, that remained a speculation that couldn't be verified. Now, He Yuan saw it with his own eyes. In that case, the thing that the humans relied on to deal with Black Ink strength was a kind of spirit pill. What kind of pill would have such an effect? He Yuan was deathly curious about this and was determined to get to the bottom of it. If he could figure out this secret, it would be a huge merit that would more than offset the fact that he had lost the previous battle. On the battlefield, Su Linggong seized the chance and secretly spoke to Yang Kai via divine sense. "Brat, what are you doing?" He was fully aware of Yang Kai's situation. This guy had a world spring, so he could never be corrupted by Black Ink strength. However, he pretended to be invaded by Black Ink strength and consumed a spirit pill to put on an act. Since Su Linggong was literally standing beside Yang Kai, he saw that it was just an ordinary open heaven pill, not a purifying Black Ink pill. Yang Kai swept his spear across the Black Ink clansmen in front of him and killed them all. While catching his breath, he replied, "Since we're putting on an act, it has to be convincing. This territory lord is a patient one, so we have to tempt him to show up." A speechless Su Linggong decided to stop talking and focused on killing the enemies. The territory lord hadn't shown up despite being nearby, which suggested that he was badly injured and was thus acting more cautious in every decision he made. Martial Peak, Chapter 5062, I'll bring up the rear. Su Linggong became a bit more at ease at the thought of this. A wounded territory lord would naturally be less intimidating to them. The intense battle continued, but it wasn't long before Su Linggong appeared exhausted as he secretly spoke to Yang Kai, "I'm running out of energy." A Seventh Order master was unable to bear the intensity of such a battle over a long time. Even though half of the pressure was borne by Yang Kai, Su Linggong and his Seventh Order vice squad leader still found it difficult to deal with these enemies. It had come to a point where all three of them were wounded. Worse, as more Black Ink clansmen were killed, the Black Ink strength on the battlefield became increasingly ample. Su Linggong and his vice squad leader were no longer able to keep resisting the Black Ink strength. Black Qi had begun appearing around their faces. "Both of you, retreat to the warship. We'll have to fight our way out of here." Yang Kai shouted. "We're going to fight our way out?" Su Linggong was astounded upon hearing that. If they really did that at this point, all their efforts would go to waste. However, he soon realized Yang Kai's intention. He nodded and sent a signal to the vice squad leader, and then the two of them returned to the warship. The current situation was vastly different from their original plan. With that said, it was to be expected. Regardless of how immaculate a plan was, there would be unexpected incidents when they went to carry it out. Only by reacting accordingly would they stand a chance to succeed. It was the best idea to fight their way out of here at this point. As for how the situation would unfold, that was beyond their control. Even if they couldn't achieve their goal this time, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only come up with a new plan. The next moment, Yang Kai turned to look in a different direction and led the way for them. As he was followed by the warship, they tried to fight their way out of this battlefield that was covered with corpses. On the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifact, He Yuan narrowed his eyes and snarled, "Trying to flee? Dream on. Stop them at all costs." Yes, upon receiving the order, the feudal lord hurriedly left to pass down the order. The Black Ink clansmen did their best to stop the humans from running away, causing the battle to further intensify. He Yuan paid close attention to the battlefield. He could see that the spear-wielding young man had been invaded by Black Ink strength again, but this time, he didn't consume any spirit pills. Instead, he clenched his teeth and persevered. As time passed, the Black Ink strength around him became increasingly richer. It seemed that the spirit pills were extremely rare. The young man probably only had one with him. Finally, some good news. He Yuan relaxed slightly. If those spirit pills were easily made and widely available, every human could bring several of them with them. In that case, life would become difficult for the Black Ink clan. Seeing that the warship led by the young man was about to break through the siege, He Yuan snorted and stomped his foot on the deck. In an instant, the territory lord's immense pressure reached out, forming into an invisible force and clashed with the young man's spear. The next moment, the seemingly unstoppable young man froze for an instant. While he was in a dazed state, a nearby feudal lord seized the chance and landed a punch on his chest, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. A territory lord. The young man appeared horrified as he turned to look at the large ship. As their eyes met, one of them sported a solemn expression while mockery was written all over the other one's face. The young man appeared surprised, as though he had never expected to come across a territory lord here. The next moment, he yelled, "All of you, leave now. I'll bring up the rear." Aboard the warship, Su Linggong was finally able to put down his worries. Even though the territory lord didn't show up in person when he made a move, it showed that he was no longer able to sit back and do nothing. In that case, they had partially achieved their goal, and their task ended here. It then depended on luck whether Yang Kai would succeed. Therefore, without hesitation, Su Linggong sported a sorrowful expression and yelled, "Let's go." The warship started glowing up as the defensive and propulsion arrays were activated to the fullest, sending the warship charging forward. Just a moment later, the defensive array on the warship dimmed. Following that, some of the propulsion arrays stopped working as the warship slowed down. With that said, they had finally broken through the siege after paying a hefty price. Without the defensive array, the warship had become far less intimidating. After all, the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard the warship were unable to resist Black Ink's strength for a long time. The instant they got out of the encirclement, they launched some attacks from the warship on the Black Ink clansmen that were chasing after them. Although many of them were instantly injured or killed, it wouldn't change the overall situation. "Go!" Yang Kai roared as he wielded his spear, which turned into innumerable shadows and cut many Black Ink clansmen to pieces. On the warship, Su Linggong appeared mournful. After a short moment of hesitation, he gave the order to withdraw from the battlefield. Despite being soaked in blood, Yang Kai resolutely stood in the void with his spear in hand. With determination written all over his face, he blocked the Black Ink clansmen from pursuing the warship. Aboard the large ship, He Yuan narrowed his eyes. "I really don't understand. Are the humans foolish or courageous?" He had seen on the battlefield many times that a powerful cultivator would bring up the rear so that the weaker ones could flee. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when he saw what was going on, as it was within his expectations. However, regardless of how many times he witnessed it, he still didn't understand why the humans would act this way. All the humans seemed willing to sacrifice themselves, but didn't they know that a powerful master was significantly more valuable than a bunch of weaker ones? Just then, the feudal lord beside him asked, "Sir, do we pursue the enemy warship?" He Yuan took a glance at the fleeing warship, then shook his head. "There's no need for that. With this young man around, those useless dregs wouldn't be able to break through his blockade for some time. Moreover, this person is the most valuable. It would suffice as long as we can capture him." Upon hearing that, the feudal lord secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that the territory lord would tell him to keep pursuing them. Meanwhile, Su Linggong's squad soon arrived at a safe place. When they turned their heads, they realized that there wasn't even a single Black Ink clansman in sight. Presently, all the squad members were panting for breath. They had to exert themselves as the battle was truly intense. In fact, up until this moment, they still hadn't figured out how a small squad like them had managed to persevere for such a long time when facing the tide of Black Ink clansmen. They were fully aware of their squad's strength. In the past, they would have been destroyed after just an hour of such combat. Nevertheless, not only had they fought against the Black Ink clansmen for half a day this time, but they had also escaped unscathed. Even though the warship was tattered, the squad members didn't suffer from any serious injuries. As for the damage to the warship, that could be repaired by spending some military merits when they returned to the inner sanctum. All of this was made possible because of Yang Kai. Qing Kuei gazed at Su Linggong and asked in a grim voice, "Honored Master, are we really leaving Yang Kai behind?" Although the squad members were directly involved in this plan, only Su Linggong was aware of the details and objectives. The 7th Order Vice Squad leader had some speculations, but he couldn't verify them. Qing Kuei had no idea what the plan was. After all, this was top secret, so it would be best to let fewer people know about it. Presently, Qing Kuei felt extremely apprehensive as the squad had escaped while Yang Kai brought up the rear for them. He had the urge to go back and stand by Yang Kai's side. Being killed on the battlefield would be much better than waiting here. "What do you intend to do?" Su Linggong sported a dark expression. Qing Kuei appeared hesitant as he had no idea what to say, but a moment later, he said resolutely, "Honored Master, please allow me to go back and assist Yang Kai." Besides him, the other squad members sported the same kind of expression. "You want to go back and get killed?" Su Linggong glared at him, "You're just a 6th Order brat. What can you do even if you go back? You'll only become a burden to him." Qing Kuei clenched his teeth. Just when he was ready to speak, Suing Shui suddenly pulled his sleeve and said in a small voice, "Senior brother, stop. Have you forgotten about a particular ability he possesses?" With a frown, Qing Kuei soon realized she was talking about the fact that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely adept at fleeing. Even if he was unable to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen, he could easily escape. Qing Kuei supposed that was the reason Yang Kai decided to bring up the rear. All of a sudden, the 7th Order Vice Squad leader said, "Qing Kuei, do not act on a whim. Your honored master and I are unable to persevere any longer. We have to return to the inner sanctum as soon as possible." Qing Kuei was shocked upon hearing that. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the faces of his honored master and the deputy squad leader were tinged with some Black Ink strength. It was apparent that they were being corrupted by it. Despite being 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had been contaminated by Black Ink strength from a protracted battle with the Black Ink clan. Moreover, there was only one squad here. Presently, the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to divert most of their attention to suppress the Black Ink strength. They wouldn't fall into danger immediately, nevertheless, if this dragged on, their small universes would be completely eroded by Black Ink strength. By then, they would turn into Black Ink disciples. Su Linggong ordered in an authoritative tone, "Listen up. Head back to the inner sanctum as soon as possible. We must not delay." Despite being unresigned, these Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to disobey the squad leader's order. A moment later, huge arrays started appearing beneath everyone's feet. As a light flickered, they disappeared at the same time. It was obvious that they had used the universe transference law and returned to Yinyang Pass. After all of the members were gone, the vice squad leader nodded at Su Linggong, "I'll be waiting for you in the inner sanctum, squad leader." Upon finishing his words, he activated the universe transference law as well. Su Linggong nodded and watched him leave. Then, he turned to look in the direction where they came from and let out a sigh. After transferring the tattered warship to his small universe, he too activated the universe transference law. On the battlefield, Yang Kai fell into a perilous state without the warship support and was surrounded by a large number of Black Ink clansmen once again. Despite being terrified, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to charge forward following the territory lord's order. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem able to persevere any longer, otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to keep fighting. An incense stick. After the warship left the battlefield, an asteroid that looked like a universe fragment abruptly appeared on the battlefield. The asteroid was covered with black ink strength, and the instant it appeared, the world force around it dissipated. At the same time, Yang Kai, whose aura was already unstable, significantly weakened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5063, He's going to kill himself. The feudal lord's eyes brightened when he saw what was going on from the large ship. He said in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Sir, that guy can't hold on any longer. He's starting to give up parts of his small universe." After years of conflict, both races were fully aware of each other's patterns of behavior. On the battlefield, it wasn't rare to see an open heaven realm master giving up a part of his small universe after he was invaded by black ink strength. Therefore, after every major battle, there would be a lot of asteroids floating around the battlefield. Those were the territories that the humans had cut off from their small universes. When a human did this, it suggested that they were already on their last legs. In fact, this action wasn't really useful. Even though he could spare himself the fate of being invaded by black ink strength, his foundation would be damaged, thus causing his strength to plunge. This way, he would only get killed much quicker on the chaotic battlefield. Or, it would be easier for the Black Ink clan to corrupt him again. Yang Kai had showcased an incredible power as countless Black Ink clansmen were killed by him, so it was apparent that he was no ordinary Seventh-Order master. It wasn't until he gave up a part of his small universe that the Black Ink clansmen were relieved. This human wasn't invincible, he could be defeated or even killed. Back then, when Yang Kai decided to give up his world spring in Blue Sky Pass, he cut off a small part of his small universe to do so. He still clearly remembered the excruciating pain he had gone through as though the incident had happened just yesterday. At this moment, he wouldn't have done such a thing if he still had a choice. However, he had to act like a normal Seventh-Order human. Regardless of how powerful a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was, he couldn't possibly resist the Black Ink strength after fighting against the Black Ink clansmen for such a long time. Therefore, he had to show them that he had to take a spirit pill, and presently, he also had to sacrifice a small part of his small universe. He was doing all this because he wanted to carry out his plan without arousing anyone's suspicion. Fortunately, he had a World Tree clone with him now. Even though he had sacrificed a small part of his small universe, the clone would help him repair the missing part over time. He wouldn't have to worry about his foundation being permanently damaged. As he cut off a part of his small universe, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of excruciating pain once again. This caused him to tremble and growl like a beast. In an instant, countless attacks were directed at him. Upon impact, he almost lost his balance as blood spurted from his wounds. The missing part of his small universe caused his strength to plunge. Earlier, he had showcased a power that was much greater than that of the average Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now, he was just like any other cultivator in the same order. Given his cultivation, could he save himself in such a hostile environment? The Black Ink clansmen around him had undoubtedly noticed this. Emboldened, they started launching violent attacks on him. At that instant, things could not have been worse for Yang Kai. 1 hour later, his face was covered with black ink strength once again, making it seem like his small universe was eroded by black ink strength for the second time. However, as another asteroid was quickly released, his suffering seemed to have been alleviated. He Yuan was watching silently from the ship. At this moment, he couldn't help but praise, he's indeed a resolute person. Although he had no idea how much pain a human had to go through when sacrificing a part of their small universe, it definitely wouldn't be a pleasant experience. A human could be considered bold and determined when he cut off a part of his small universe in order to save himself on the battlefield. However, this spear-holding young man had done that twice in a short time. It must have taken him a lot of courage and grit to do so. This human was not only ruthless to the Black Ink clan, but also to himself. "Sir, why don't I go capture him?" The feudal lord, who had not dared to join the battle earlier, suddenly made such a request. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai's aura plunged after he gave up a part of his small universe twice. He was almost unable to remain in the seventh order. If he did that one more time, he would probably regress to the sixth order. The feudal lord wouldn't dare to make a move when he saw how intimidating Yang Kai was just now, but now that Yang Kai was at the end of his rope, the feudal lord was certainly not afraid of him. If he could capture this human, he would make a big contribution in front of the territory lord. Nevertheless, He Yuan snorted, "Who do you think you are to do that?" The horrified feudal lord instantly fell silent. Even though he had no idea what the territory lord's intention was, he reckoned that the latter was interested in this human. The territory lord would most likely turn this human into a black ink disciple, otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped and waited here for so long. On the battlefield, Yang Kai was battered and his hair hung loose over his shoulders. This wasn't an act, he really was running out of energy. Despite having the World Tree's clone, he suffered tremendous damage after giving up a part of his small universe twice. The prolonged fight also exacerbated his wounds. Presently, the world force in his small universe was almost completely depleted. However, the Black Ink clansman he had been waiting for still hadn't shown up. Even though he had no idea who the territory lord on the large ship was, he knew that the latter was paying close attention to the battlefield. Nevertheless, the territory lord still didn't seem to have the intention of making a move. The fact that he was so cautious suggested that he was badly injured. He wouldn't rashly make a move unless he was confident that he could achieve his goal with one strike. In that case, Yang Kai had no choice but to lend him a hand. Upon making up his mind, Yang Kai fiercely swept his spear across the Black Ink clansmen around him to drive them back. While he was holding his spear, his aura started rising rapidly. He was imposing as he glared at the enemies around him. Not knowing what was going on, these Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to move forward. Disdain was written all over Yang Kai's face as he sneered, "How dare you trash violate my human race's dignity?" Then, he shouted, "Long live the humans!" Even though his aura had already reached its former peak, it continued to rise. With a resolute expression, he seemed determined to die. When the feudal lord, who was standing beside He Yuan on the large ship, saw that, his expression changed as he shouted, "Sir, he's going to kill himself." On the battlefield, it was common for human cultivators to kill themselves in order to avoid being turned into Black Ink disciples. There were always such people in every major battle, therefore, the moment the feudal lord saw what Yang Kai was doing, he realized his intentions. The self-destruction of an open heaven realm master would create a terrifying explosion as all the world force in his small universe would burst forth at once. This move would be more violent than any other attack the human could muster. This was the final move that the humans would never want to resort to unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. The spear-holding young man was trapped in a dead end. He had given up a part of his small universe twice, so he was at risk of falling back into the sixth order. Moreover, surrounded by a sea of Black Ink clansmen, he would never be able to flee. Other than killing himself, there was nothing he could do. As soon as the feudal lord finished speaking, he turned to look at He Yuan, but the latter was already nowhere in sight. He had no idea when the territory lord disappeared. The feudal lord quickly looked back at the battlefield, where he saw the territory lord's figure. He Yuan had abruptly appeared in front of the young man as he hovered his hand above the latter's head. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura had already reached an unstable state, and the illusory phantom of his small universe faintly appeared behind him. The moment he detected the territory lord's aura, a glint flashed through his eyes as he thrust out his azure dragon spear. He Yuan effortlessly slapped the spear aside and the hand he extended first firmly came into contact with Yang Kai's head. Upon impact, Yang Kai was overwhelmed with a sense of dizziness. He Yuan was indeed badly injured, but Yang Kai was not in any better shape. The aura he had just accumulated dissipated following the blow to his head. The next instant, a torrent of black ink strength streamed out of He Yuan's hand as it turned into a black ink cloud that engulfed the two of them. The black ink clansmen were unable to see what was going on, but they could hear the human growling furiously, "In your dreams." Following a brief exchange of moves, the place fell into silence. When the black ink cloud dissipated a moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and He Yuan were revealed. He Yuan's aura was slightly unstable while Yang Kai was soaked in blood, looking all battered, his spear still pointing forward. Soon though, he put the spear away and cupped his fist before calling out in a respectful manner, "Master." Upon hearing that, the black ink clansmen around them were evidently relieved. There was no doubt that the territory lord had successfully turned this human into a black ink disciple. From now on, he wasn't just a human but also the territory lord's servant. He Yuan nodded gently and examined Yang Kai. He was apparently pleased to be able to subdue him. "Come with me," He Yuan said, then flew towards the large ship. Yang Kai coughed before following him. Upon boarding the large ship, he saw a feudal lord coming over. "Congratulations on subduing this human, sir. I'm sure he'll be a capable aid to you in the future." He Yuan ordered impassively, "I'll get some rest. Take care of him and make sure that no one oppresses him." Upon hearing that, the feudal lord was surprised, thinking that the territory lord truly treasured this human, otherwise, he wouldn't have given such an order. After all, black ink disciples were the lowest of beings among the black ink clan. However, He Yuan had a good reason for valuing him, for this human had showcased incredible power. This person was no ordinary seventh-order open heaven realm master. After He Yuan finished speaking, he strode into the cabin. Meanwhile, the feudal lord looked smilingly at Yang Kai. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked around. There were quite a number of feudal lords on the ship, however, they were all looking at him with hostile expressions. Just now, they had seen Yang Kai slaughtering their clansmen. Although they didn't intend to avenge their deaths, they were instinctively resentful of humans as the blood feud between the two races had been ongoing for countless years. Despite the fact that Yang Kai had turned into a black ink disciple, they were still displeased. Nevertheless, having just heard He Yuan's orders, none of these feudal lords would dare to make things difficult for him. Other than these feudal lords, there were also a lot of injured high-rank black ink clansmen who were recuperating on the deck. Yang Kai even detected the auras of other territory lords from the inner part of the ship, which made him feel flabbergasted. Fortunately, even though there had been some hitches, he had eventually achieved his goal. He had sacrificed a lot by giving up a part of his small universe twice, but he had successfully become the black ink disciple of a territory lord. However, there was something he had to ascertain first. Was the territory lord who had stopped him from committing suicide and corrupted him with black ink strength the He Yuan that those from Yinyang Pass had chosen for him? Martial Peak, Chapter 50-64, Flaw. Those from Yinyang Pass had selected He Yuan because he was highly valued by Mu Guang royal lord, and he was also one of the most powerful territory lords. More importantly, he would frequently visit the royal city, so it would be easier for Yang Kai to gather information. However, Yang Kai had no idea what He Yuan looked like, nor was he aware of what those from Yinyang Pass would do to make sure that it would be He Yuan who would turn him. To find out about it, he had no choice but to ask around. At the thought of this, he turned to look at the feudal lord beside him and cupped his fist. "How should I address you, sir?" The feudal lord was injured when he was in the resource harvesting area previously, but upon hearing that, he replied with a smile, "My name is Jia Gu. Just call me Jia Gu." Yang Kai nodded gently, "So, it is Sir Jia Gu." Jia Gu was evidently pleased with the honorary title as he put on a brighter smile. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder with his big hand in a passionate manner, "Don't be overly polite with me. Since both of us are working for Sir, you can just tell me if you need help in the future. Many thanks. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude, then brought up the main topic, what is our Sir's name? With a solemn expression, Zha Gu replied, Sir is named He Yuan in the clan. He's one of the top 5 territory lords working for the royal lord. So, consider yourself lucky that you've submitted to Sir. It's really He Yuan. Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that everything was going to plan. Zha Gu let out a sigh and turned to look at the cabin. Other than Sir He Yuan, the other Sirs who are in charge of this region have been knocked out by the humans. When we return, Sir He Yuan will most likely be reprimanded by the royal lord. Then, he placated Yang Kai by saying, having said that, our Sir has always been valued by the royal lord, so the punishment wouldn't be severe. He will be stripped of some of his territories at most. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It seems that you can't hold on any longer. Find yourself a place and get some rest. Yang Kai thanked him again and sat down with his legs crossed on the deck. Then, he stuffed some spirit pills into his mouth and adjusted his breathing. He managed to figure out many things through his brief conversation with Zha Gu. At the very least, he finally realized how those from Yinyang Pass made sure that it would be He Yuan who would corrupt him. Other than He Yuan, the other territory lords were all knocked out by the human cultivators, hence, only He Yuan was able to make a move. However, the humans must have paid a hefty price in order to achieve this result. To severely injure so many territory lords, the 8th Order Division commanders must have suffered serious injuries themselves. To the Black Ink clan, the best way to recuperate was to fall into a state of deep sleep, and they would recover quicker if they were able to rest inside a black ink nest. Presently, there were several territory lords on this large ship, and apart from the wounded He Yuan, the other territory lords were sound asleep. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to secretly kill those territory lords. If he could destroy these territory lords here, the pressure they faced in the Yinyang theater would lessen. Having said that, he had a more important task at hand, so he suppressed this urge. With He Yuan's large ship leading the way, the battered Black Ink clansmen headed to the Black Ink clan's territory. About 1 day later, a figure suddenly appeared in the previous battlefield as he scanned the surroundings. This place was left with the traces of the epic war, and there were countless Black Ink clan corpses hovering in the void. The outcome showed that the war was truly bloody. After wandering around the battlefield for a while, this person stopped in his tracks and looked towards the depths of the void. A moment later, a ray of light approached him from a distance and landed beside him. Wuxia, who had arrived at this place first to investigate, asked, "How is it? Is there any news from the inner sanctum?" Tang Qiu, who came later, replied, I've just received some news. Yang Kai didn't return to the inner sanctum. Have you found anything here? The situation is just like what Su Linggong and his squad reported, but there's a notable discrepancy. What do you mean? Tang Qiu asked with a frown. Look over there, Wuxia suddenly pointed in a particular direction. Tang Qiu looked intently in the same direction, then his expression changed. Those look like universe fragments. That brat gave up parts of his small universe? Wuxia nodded. Su Linggong and his squad told us that Yang Kai fell into a perilous situation, but they had no idea what happened next. Apparently, Yang Kai sacrificed some parts of his small universe after they were gone, which was why they didn't see it. With a solemn expression, Tang Qiu said, his foundation must have been damaged after he gave up some parts of his small universe. However, those from Blue Sky Pass told us that he has obtained a World Tree clone which replaced the World Spring he owned. With the clone's presence, not only is he immune to the corruption of Black Ink strength, but it can also apparently repair the missing parts of his small universe. Obviously, he did that in order to fool the Black Ink clan, so it could be considered a clever move. Now, it seems that everything was well under his control. If he were in danger, he wouldn't have sacrificed parts of his small universe to weaken himself. Wuxia nodded. We can only hope that he has been subdued by He Yuan and become his black ink disciple. I was initially worried about this part of the plan as it had the most uncertainty, but his actions seem to have made up for it. Even though Wuxia didn't point out what the cause of the uncertainty was, Tang Qiu was fully aware of it. In fact, the cause was glaring when they were devising the plan. However, there was nothing they could do about it, so they could only hope that Yang Kai would be lucky enough. Yes, I was worried about it as well. Even if he has successfully pretended to be corrupted, his secret will be exposed if He Yuan decides to examine his small universe. Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when he pretended to be a Black Ink disciple previously, and the person who corrupted him was just a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it never crossed the latter's mind that Yang Kai had retained his sanity, so he never thought to examine his small universe. Moreover, the Black Ink clansman had always believed that the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master hadn't materialized, so there was no need to inspect it. Nevertheless, things were different now as Yang Kai was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. If He Yuan suddenly had the urge to ask Yang Kai to open up his small universe to him, would the latter agree to it or would he be forced to flee? As soon as the small universe was opened, his secret would be exposed. With that said, there was only a slim chance that this might happen. After all, a territory lord had personally made a move on a Seventh-order human, so he probably wouldn't doubt whether he had succeeded. However, accidents happened when one least expected them to. Now though, during the intense battle, Yang Kai had even given up some parts of his small universe, which could effectively fool the Black Ink clan. After all, no human would want to go through the pain of cutting off parts of their small universe if there was any other choice. It could be said that Yang Kai's action landed him in a safer situation. Moreover, as far as the Black Ink clan was concerned, the four universe pillars had always been in the possession of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters. Seventh Order humans didn't have the right to own these treasures that could ward off Black Ink strength. If nothing unexpected happened, He Yuan most likely wouldn't try to examine Yang Kai's small universe. Given his capabilities, even if something had gone wrong, he could have fled from He Yuan. Since he never returned to the inner sanctum, it means that he must have followed He Yuan to the Black Ink clan's territory. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. The only thing we can do now is go back and recuperate. As soon as he finds some useful information, there will be an epic battle to fight. Wuxia nodded. Let's go. The next moment, they activated the universe transference law and two grand arrays appeared beneath their feet. As a light flickered, they disappeared from the spots and returned to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink clan had successfully retreated. Along the way, some teams left the larger group and returned to their own places, but the large ship led by He Yuan was still heading towards the depths of the void. It wasn't certain where the ship was going. On the deck, Yang Kai silently adjusted his breathing and recuperated. He had exerted himself and even given up parts of his small universe in the previous battle. These losses couldn't be made up for in short order. It could be said that the heritage he had accumulated over the years was almost wiped out due to his actions. If he hadn't consumed a high-rank world fruit picked from the World Tree clone, his heritage would have plunged to when he just ascended to the Seventh Order. Even so, he had lost a few hundred years' worth of cultivation by giving up a part of his small universe twice. Black Ink clansmen were seen recuperating on the deck. The ones who had the right to stay here were all feudal lords, so it was expected that they were not friendly to Yang Kai. However, considering the fact that He Yuan truly treasured Yang Kai, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him despite feeling displeased. Moreover, Zhao Gu was also seated beside Yang Kai as he was treating his wounds. A few days later, all of Yang Kai's flesh wounds had almost completely healed. However, the losses to his small universe couldn't be made up in a short time, especially the missing pieces. Even though he had the World Tree clone to help repair it, it would take him several years to fully recover. When Yang Kai was meditating one day, he suddenly heard He Yuan calling out to him. He quickly got to his feet and headed to the third floor of the large ship. As he followed the voice, he soon found He Yuan in a luxurious room. Although He Yuan still appeared pale, he had clearly restored some of his power. At that moment, he was seated on a large chair with his chin resting on his palm. He seemed to be lost in thought. "Master!" Yang Kai called out in a subservient manner. He Yuan didn't respond to him as he was still thinking about something. A while later, he took a deep breath and straightened up. "What's your name?" Yang Kai reported his name. He Yuan nodded gently. "Human names are so strange. In any case, I've asked you to come here because I have some questions for you." "Please go ahead, Master." Yang Kai remained respectful, which was expected of a black ink disciple. "You must be an important figure on the human side, right?" "I was just the squad leader of a squad." "You're just a squad leader?" He Yuan was surprised. "Given your strength, you could have held a more important position. According to the classification of the humans, you should be good enough to be the battalion commander." With a proud expression, Yang Kai replied, "There are no other seventh-order masters who are a match for me. However, I'm not well versed in commanding soldiers. In previous battles, my conduct was somewhat reckless, so they only let me become a squad leader." Upon hearing his explanation, He Yuan said, "I see. It's no wonder that you had the guts to ambush so many Black Ink clansmen when you only had one squad with you. You were eager to earn merits, weren't you?" Yang Kai immediately played along by saying, "Please forgive me, Master." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5065, Territory Lord's Territory. Yang Kai was just replying to He Yuan's questions in a perfunctory manner, but it happened to cause the latter to have some misunderstandings. Certainly, he wouldn't try to correct him. "I saw you consuming a spirit pill in the previous battle to dispel the black ink strength." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He Yuan leaned forward. "What kind of spirit pill is that? Show me." Yang Kai appeared to be in a dilemma. "Master, the pill is called the Purifying Black Ink Pill, which was newly invented by the humans. Due to the difficulty in producing them though, I was only given one pill. I consumed it on the battlefield, so there are none left." Purifying Black Ink Pill. He Yuan felt his brow twitching. "When was it invented?" After appearing to give it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "About 20 years ago." He Yuan gritted his teeth. It must be thanks to these purifying black ink pills that the humans have repeatedly fended off black ink strength. Is that why there have not been any new black ink disciples recently? Yes. Damn. He Yuan was furious as he finally realized why there were no new black ink disciples over the past 20 years. They had speculated that the humans must have invented a way to defend against black ink strength, but they had no idea what it was. If he hadn't subdued this human named Yang Kai by chance, they still wouldn't have found out about it. After blowing his top for a moment, he asked, "How difficult is it to make these purifying black ink pills?" Since this was an important matter, He Yuan had to find out all the details possible and report them to the royal lord at a later time. Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I know nothing about alchemy, but I've heard some rumors that it is difficult to refine purifying black ink pills. Even the alchemy grandmasters wouldn't always succeed in producing them, so the success rate is fairly low. Usually, a squad would only be given one pill." He Yuan's expression turned milder. Yang Kai's statement verified what he had seen on the battlefield. There were a total of 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in that squad. However, other than Yang Kai, who consumed a purifying black ink pill to dispel the black ink strength, the other 7th-order humans didn't take such pills even though they had been affected by black ink strength as well. After, they fled from the battlefield and disappeared. This was good news for the Black Ink clan as every squad was only given a single purifying black ink pill. He Yuan was most worried that it would be easy to refine these pills and that all humans would be given several of them. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan would suffer a huge setback if they were caught unprepared. As he set his mind at ease, he went on to ask, "Has the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass recovered from her injuries?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment. He wouldn't have known that the old ancestor in Yinyang Pass was injured if He Yuan hadn't asked, so how was he supposed to know the old ancestor's condition? He thus tried to recollect the situation in Blue Sky Pass. Even though he had no idea what had happened, Yang Kai reckoned that the old ancestor in Yinyang Pass must have exchanged moves with Mu Guang before, so her injuries must have something to do with the latter. Since the old ancestor was wounded, there was no way Mu Guang was in a better state. Yang Kai wondered when the two of them had fought against each other. After pondering on it for a moment, he replied, "My cultivation is weak, so I haven't gained the old ancestor's favor. Moreover, her place is heavily guarded, so I was unable to go anywhere near it. However, she has been recuperating for quite some time now, so I would guess she has almost recovered." He Yuan nodded. It has been about 100 years since the last Great War. Regardless of how badly wounded she was, she must have recovered by now. I'm worried that another large battle will break out again soon. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai found out it had been 100 years since the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass was wounded. In other words, there was a grand battle in the Yinyang Theater 100 years ago. Even the old ancestor and the royal lord had exchanged moves at that time. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and both races had had enough time to recuperate, so war was now imminent. However, the big battle in the resource harvesting area just recently would probably delay the all-out war by several years. After all, several powerhouses from both the Humans and Black Ink clan were injured. It would take them some time to restore their strength. Just then, a feudal lord entered the room. It was none other than Jia Gu, who cupped his fist and said, "Sir Territory Lord, we're about to arrive." He Yuan nodded and waved his hand at Yang Kai. "You can go back now." Yang Kai responded respectfully and left the cabin. Upon returning to the deck, he looked into the distance and saw a huge universe fragment. It was so large that it was comparable to a whole universe world. The universe fragment was covered with a layer of darkness, which went to show that Black Ink's strength was abundant. By living in such an environment, the Black Ink clansmen would see their powers rising quickly. Yang Kai had lived in the Black Ink clan's domain for 2 years and followed the high-rank Black Ink clansmen he belonged to into many different areas. However, none of those places was comparable to this universe fragment. Yang Kai soon realized that this universe fragment was directly owned by He Yuan, and the areas occupied by his subordinate feudal lords would form the territory lord's territory. The large ship continued heading towards the universe fragment. As the ship passed through the clouds of Black Ink strength, it soon hovered above a large city. The city was so vast that there was no end in sight. In the center of the city was a gigantic Black Ink nest that looked like a flower bud that was about to blossom. The Black Ink nest seemed to be a living creature, and every time it breathed, a lot of Black Ink strength would be released. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had seen a lot of Black Ink nests before, the one before his eyes was undoubtedly the largest. Given enough resources, such a Black Ink nest would be able to produce many Black Ink clan soldiers in no time. Black Ink nests had always been the foundation that the Black Ink clan relied on to survive. Black Ink clansmen were born from the Black Ink nests, and they also had to achieve breakthroughs inside the Black Ink nests. If the Black Ink nests were gone for good, the Black Ink clan would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. For this reason, the humans always tried to destroy Black Ink nests so that they could cut the enemy off at its source. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to carry out such plans. There was basically a Black Ink nest in every Black Ink clansman's territory. Zhu Feng even had a small Black Ink nest in his temporary hiding place. There wouldn't be enough humans to destroy all of these Black Ink nests, and it wouldn't be useful if they only destroyed a few of them, for the Black Ink clan could easily create new black ink nests. So far, the humans still hadn't figured out how the black ink nests were born. Some people speculated that they were built by the Black Ink clan, but this speculation was not logical because everyone who had seen a black ink nest knew that this thing seemed to have a life of its own. Nothing the humans had ever built was comparable to these black ink nests. There were also some people who speculated that the birth of black ink nests was just like growing flowers. With a seed planted in the ground, it would grow into a new black ink nest when it was well taken care of. If this speculation was right though, what kind of seed was that? Where did it come from? In the past, in order to study these black ink nests, an old ancestor barged into the Black Ink clan's territory and stormed a feudal lord's estate. After killing all the Black Ink clansmen in that area, he snatched the black ink nest. However, not long after the black ink nest was taken away by the old ancestor, it started withering just like a plucked flower. Obviously, no study could be conducted. Even the old ancestors were unable to figure out the secrets behind the black ink nests, therefore, the humans cast this idea away. Whenever they came across any black ink nests, they would just destroy them. Regardless, demolishing black ink nests would mean immense losses for the Black Ink clan. The large ship directly landed in front of the gigantic black ink nest. Some Black Ink clansmen were already waiting for them. It was apparent that they had learned about He Yuan's return just now. Following Zha Gu's lead, Yang Kai leapt off the deck and stood to the side. The unfamiliar human attracted the attention of many Black Ink clansmen. However, there were already some Black Ink disciples who resided in this place. Although many Black Ink clansmen were curious, they soon looked away. He Yuan's figure appeared on the deck, but instead of leaving the ship, he waved his hand. As Black Ink's strength undulated, he shouted, "Wake up!" Following his shout, powerful beings inside the large ship's cabin started awakening. Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized that they were the territory lords who had been sound asleep in the large ship. Even though these auras were powerful, Yang Kai could feel that they were somewhat frail. It was obvious that they were all severely wounded. These territory lords hadn't recovered one bit following a long time of deep sleep, therefore, He Yuan directly brought them to the black ink nest so that they could make use of its power to recuperate. A moment later, some burly figures stepped out of the cabin and stood on the deck. The Black Ink clansmen below saluted them respectfully. Yang Kai stole a glance and realized that these territory lords were all injured as they were soaked in blood. The most severely wounded one had half of his neck cut. Yang Kai wondered who the army commander was that had made such a ruthless move. Black blood was still leaking out of the wound on his neck and there was a mysterious force around the wound that was stopping it from healing. This territory lord was especially unstable and seemed to be muddle-headed. It was as though he would soon lose his life if he wasn't given immediate treatment. Including He Yuan, there were a total of 6 territory lords on the large ship. The 5 territory lords who had just awakened nodded at He Yuan and silently dashed towards the black ink nest, soon disappearing. After they were gone, He Yuan swept a glance over the rest. "While I am recuperating, all the affairs in the territory will be handled by Gue Liao." One of the feudal lords, who had been waiting for He Yuan's return just now, bowed, yes. There was no doubt that this feudal lord was Gue Liao. He Yuan then shuffled towards the black ink nest, but he soon stopped in his tracks and turned his head to speak to Gue Liao. "He's the new black ink disciple I've taken on. Get him a profound Een spirit fruit later." A hint of surprise flashed through Gue Liao's eyes as he turned to look at Yang Kai. In fact, he had caught sight of Yang Kai the moment the latter leapt off the deck, but he didn't pay much attention to him. After all, it wasn't rare for them to capture black ink disciples on the battlefields. However, what the territory lord had said suggested that he valued this black ink disciple highly. That was why Gue Liao was surprised. It had to be noted that most of the Black Ink disciples had suffered some damage in their small universes, so profound Yin spirit fruits were needed in order to repair them. Even though the Black Ink clan had some reserves of profound Yin spirit fruits, they were not rewards that could be given out easily. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5066, He's very strong. Only the Black Ink disciples who had made immense contributions on the battlefield and proved their worth had a chance to be rewarded with a profound Yin spirit fruit by the Black Ink clan to repair their damaged small universes. However, Yang Kai had received this kind of treatment when he was just a newcomer, which was why feudal lords like Gui Liao were surprised. With that said, since He Yuan had given the order, Gui Liao naturally wouldn't object to it and bowed respectfully. He Yuan then stepped into the Black Ink nest. As he disappeared, the Black Ink nest automatically closed. Since the territory lords had to recuperate here, the Black Ink nest wouldn't reopen for a few years. In fact, the Black Ink clansmen previously cultivating in the Black Ink nest were all chased out in advance to make way for the territory lords so that they could derive enough energy to recuperate. After the territory lords entered the Black Ink nest, the feudal lords, who had returned alongside the large ship, dispersed. Soon, only Gui Liao, Zha Gu, and Yang Kai were left standing in front of the Black Ink nest. Gui Liao shot a meaningful glance at Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets Sir Gui Liao. Gui Liao nodded gently, "Come with me." He then turned to Zha Gu, "You too." Upon finishing his words, he led the way for them. Yang Kai followed him closely. Despite not knowing what was going on, Zha Gu had no choice but to follow them as it was Gui Liao's order. Soon, they arrived at an exotic-looking castle that was in a prime location. It should be He Yuan's castle. There were many Black Ink clansmen who resided in this castle. Following Gui Liao, Yang Kai stepped inside and looked around curiously. Gui Liao called out to a Black Ink clansman and ordered, "He's the new Black Ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord has taken on. Help him settle in." The person was just a high-rank Black Ink clansman, and his weak aura suggested that he was only equivalent to a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. This kind of Black Ink clansman only served as cannon fodder to exhaust the human cultivators on the battlefield, and they were not in a prestigious position within the Black Ink clan. Having said that, they were good enough to be servants in such a castle. Upon hearing that, the high-rank Black Ink clansman bent his back, "Yes." He then turned to look at Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai cupped his fist at Gui Liao, then left the place with the high-rank Black Ink clansman. Gui Liao watched him leave in silence. It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of sight that he continued moving forward. A moment later, Gui Liao sat down on a large chair in a side hall. Then, he fished out a world sphere, which was full of world force, from his space ring and sniffed at it. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated. Zha Gu simply stood in front of him. Even though both of them were feudal lords, one obviously had higher status than the other. This couldn't be helped though, as Gui Liao was He Yuan's confidant. Otherwise, He Yuan wouldn't have said that Gui Liao would manage all the affairs while he was recuperating. In fact, whenever He Yuan went to war, Gui Liao would be the one handling the affairs in his territory. Every territory lord had their own confidant. Moreover, Gui Liao would most likely ascend to become a territory lord within 100 years. By then, he would no longer be in the same caliber as Zha Gu. Therefore, even though Zha Gu was standing in front of him while he was still wounded, he wouldn't dare to appear displeased. Gui Liao breathed in the world force from the world sphere before asking slowly, "Tell me. What's so special about that Yang Kai that Sir Territory Lord regards him so highly?" I knew he was going to ask about it. In fact, Zha Gu already had a speculation when Gui Liao told him to tag along, and it seemed that his speculation was right. After giving it a thought, he replied with a solemn expression, "He's very strong." Gui Liao narrowed his eyes. Very strong? How strong? Zha Gu went on to say, after the Sirs were ambushed by the human army in the resource harvesting area, they were defeated and forced to retreat. That Yang Kai led a single human squad around the battlefield to ambush our clansmen as they were escaping. He single-handedly killed several thousand of our clansmen, including more than 10 feudal lords. Gui Liao initially appeared nonchalant, but his expression turned solemn when he heard that he killed several thousand, including more than 10 feudal lords. Are you sure? Zha Gu put on a helpless smile. Sir Territory Lord was standing beside me as we watched it happen. It's because that person was so powerful that Sir Territory Lord wanted to subdue him despite the fact that he was badly injured. Gui Liao fell into a dazed state for a moment before saying, "Tell me everything you know in detail." Certainly, Zha Gu wouldn't dare to hide anything as he vividly narrated the battle on that day. Gui Liao could instantly imagine an epic fight unfolding before his eyes. That guy gave up a part of his small universe twice. In order to let his companions escape, he took the initiative to stay behind and halt our forces. In the end, when he realized that he was unable to escape, he decided to kill himself. Sir Territory Lord promptly made a move and captured him. Zha Gu felt the emotions in his heart undulating when he recalled what happened that day. He had a feeling that if Yang Kai hadn't intended to protect his allies, he could have easily fled, and the wounded He Yuan wouldn't have been able to turn him. At that time, He Yuan was worried that the human masters were still pursuing him, so he wouldn't have taken the risk of chasing after Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. The humans are still as foolish as ever. Gui Liao couldn't help but snort upon hearing that. Then, he asked, "Who do you think will be the winner if he and I fight?" Zha Gu hurriedly replied, "Sir Gui Liao, you'll soon ascend to become a territory lord. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai is, he wouldn't be a match for you." Gui Liao snorted as he was somewhat displeased at Zha Gu's prompt reply. Even though Zha Gu replied to him without hesitation, he didn't seem sincere. Nevertheless, Gui Liao didn't intend to harp on this issue. He tossed the world sphere, which was only left with half the original world force, at him and said, "Good, I can see that you're badly wounded. Go back and recuperate." After taking the world sphere, Zha Gu replied joyfully, "Many thanks, sir." Since the black ink nest was closed due to the territory lords having to recuperate there, it would be hard for Zha Gu to treat his wounds as he was unable to make use of this territory's power. It would probably take him a longer time to recover. However, with the world force inside the world sphere, it would significantly reduce his recovery time. Although he could afford a world sphere as well, this thing was still expensive. After Zha Gu was gone, Gui Liao narrowed his eyes and tapped on the armrest. Following a moment of silence, he called out, "Lu Ziyan." A figure emerged from the darkness and replied, "Master." Gui Liao lifted his head, "There's a newcomer in the castle. He's the black ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord has taken in. Since both of you are of the same race, you should approach him when there's a chance." Upon receiving the order, Lu Ziyan replied, "Yes." After bringing Yang Kai to a side hall in the castle and helping him settle in, the high-rank Black Ink clansman left. This side hall was built according to the Black Ink clan's average size, so the ceiling was pretty high. This place appeared too spacious when a human lived here. In any case, Yang Kai didn't really mind. After looking around, he was satisfied. He then sat down with his legs crossed, though he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Now that his small universe had been damaged, it was less efficient for him to cultivate. Even though the World Tree clone would help him repair the damage done, it would take several years to fully recover. Fortunately, before He Yuan entered the Black Ink nest, he told Gui Liao to get Yang Kai a profound Yin spirit fruit, which solved the pressing issue for him. He had planned on obtaining a profound Yin spirit fruit upon arriving at the Black Ink clan's domain so that the secret in his small universe wouldn't be exposed. If his small universe fully recovered without a profound Yin spirit fruit several years later, it would undoubtedly arouse He Yuan's suspicion. Moreover, there was one thing that concerned Yang Kai. After He Yuan and the other territory lords entered the black ink nest, the entire territory was closed off. Yang Kai had no idea how long it would take He Yuan to recover, but the latter obviously wouldn't come out of the black ink nest in short order. In other words, he probably wouldn't see He Yuan for the next few years. There was both a good and bad to this situation. The good was that Yang Kai could gather information on his own without any restraints. The bad thing was that he wouldn't be able to head to the royal city without He Yuan. He might not even be able to leave this universe fragment. There was a black ink disciple, who was approaching the great grandmaster level in artifact refining, developing warships in the depths of the black ink clan's domain. Yang Kai had to ascertain this individual's identity and location, so if he was unable to leave this universe fragment, his means of gathering information would be limited. The difficulty of the task made him feel anxious. While this was giving him a headache, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching him. After becoming startled for a brief moment, he quickly tried to examine it. He realized that it was a human who was coming over. Soon, Yang Kai heard someone knocking on the door. He hurriedly got to his feet and opened the door, only to see a burly man standing outside his room. There was no doubt that the humans residing in this place were all black ink disciples. Yang Kai had seen some black ink disciples when he followed Gue Liao back to the castle though, so he wasn't surprised. However, the black ink disciple in front of his eyes was overly towering as a human. Standing in front of this man, Yang Kai only came up to his chest. It had to be noted that even though Yang Kai wasn't a particularly tall man, he wasn't short by any means. This went to show how burly the man before his eyes was. What bothered Yang Kai wasn't this man's height though, but his aura. The energy fluctuations around this man suggested that he was in the seventh order open heaven realm, but his aura was tinged with a conspicuous sense of ferocity. Black ink strength could be seen wafting from his body, which made it look like he was covered in a layer of dark fog. What concerned Yang Kai even further was the anomalies on his figure. There was a sarcoma on this person's neck, and his hunched back really had a large hump in it. The moment Yang Kai saw this person, he felt a sense of danger. This kind of danger didn't come from the threat this person might pose, but rather the other party's own condition. In other words, this person was constantly in a perilous state. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall what Luan Baifeng, who was corrupted by black ink strength at that time, had shown him in the black prison. Back then, Yang Kai witnessed several people with similar conditions to this man. One of the primary reasons the cave heavens and paradises had been hiding the existence of black ink strength from the general public was that this strength was too dangerous, so a panic might be caused if this news was spread. Moreover, they were worried that some people couldn't resist the allure of black ink strength and would proactively seek to become corrupted. Martial Peak, Chapter 5067, Lu Ziyan. Human growth was limited, especially in the open heaven realm. How high a cultivator could eventually push their martial Tao was decided the moment they ascended to the open heaven realm. Usually, after a person ascended to the open heaven realm, they could only increase their order by 2 regardless of how hard they cultivated. This was the reason the cave heavens and paradises spent lots of time and resources nurturing the brightest disciples from a young age. Only the disciples who directly ascended to the 5th order and above had the right to become high-rank open heaven realm masters one day. If a person directly ascended to the 4th order, the limit in their lifetime would be the 6th order. However, after an open heaven realm master was corrupted by black ink strength, they could break through this limitation and keep ascending to higher orders. This was an allure that many open heaven realm masters could not resist. That was certainly the case for the vice sect master of Langya Paradise, Yuan Du. Despite his lofty status, he was still unable to resist this temptation, so he proactively sought to become corrupted and turn into a black ink disciple. Ever since then, he became the source of disturbance in Langya Paradise. It was imaginable that once this news was spread, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, Yuan Du wasn't the only one who was unable to keep moving forward in the martial Tao due to their innate limits. However, most were not aware of the hidden dangers that came with this method. While black ink strength could help an open heaven realm master achieve a breakthrough beyond their initial limitations, there was a price to pay, one that most people wouldn't be able to bear. Back in the Black Prison, Yang Kai had seen several open heaven realm masters who achieved a breakthrough with the help of black ink strength. Nevertheless, they all ended up in a horrible state. The breakthrough beyond their limits and the sharp increase in their power could cause them to explode then and there, and those that did survive had their figures radically transformed, developing misshapen features and horrible tumors. In addition, their mental state deteriorated significantly, becoming far more aggressive and irrational. The black ink disciple in front of Yang Kai undoubtedly suffered such side effects. The sarcoma on his neck, the hump on his back, and his unusually large build were all the result of the black ink strength's corruption. In other words, this person wasn't supposed to have ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm. He broke through the limit by leveraging the black ink strength. Even though he had successfully reached the next order, his figure had also been transformed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though the aura of this 7th order open heaven realm master was dangerous, his foundation was unstable. Like an insect-infected building, it would fall apart when someone gently pushed it. If this person kept cultivating to increase his strength, he would most likely explode as his body was no longer able to bear a power that was too great for him. Someone like him could never be saved even if his black ink strength was dispelled with purifying light. The limit of his small universe was the 6th order, so the 7th order open heaven realm power had far exceeded what he could sustain. Once he lost the black ink strength support, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Countless thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly sighed. He then asked, "You are?" The person cupped his fist and grinned, "I'm Lu Ziyan, a black ink disciple under Sir Guiliao." "So, it is Brother Lu," Yang Kai nodded gently, "is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Ziyan put on a big smile, "I heard that Sir Territory Lord personally took on a black ink disciple, so I came here to have a look out of curiosity. Sir Territory Lord is powerful, so he's usually not interested in ordinary black ink disciples. I've not seen him taking one over the years. You're the first one, Brother Yang." "I'm truly honored," then, Yang Kai replied humbly. He reckoned that Lu Ziyan must have a reason for visiting him, so he stepped aside. "Please come in, Brother Lu." Without being overly polite, Lu Ziyan stepped into the room. Yang Kai then closed the door. This side hall was basically empty, so it must have been vacant for quite a long time. He hadn't prepared anything since he had just gotten here, therefore, he fished out a table and some chairs from his small universe and invited the other party to have a seat. Lu Ziyan directly sat down on a chair. After Yang Kai was seated as well, he asked, "Brother Lu, you said you're a black ink disciple under Sir Guiliao?" "Yes." Lu Ziyan nodded. "How long have you been living here?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Ziyan smacked his lips and sighed, "It's been 1,000 years. Not a short time, is it?" "It's indeed a very long time." Yang Kai nodded, "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing about the Black Ink clan. You'll have to give me some guidance in the future, Brother Lu." Lu Ziyan guffawed, Of course, of course. Since we're both working for Sir Territory Lord, you can just tell me if you need any help. Although we're Black Ink disciples, we're of the same race, after all. Let's meet up more often whenever there's a chance." "You're right." Yang Kai agreed with him. "Which cave, heaven or paradise did you come from?" Lu Ziyan waved his hand. "Since we're Black Ink disciples now, the past no longer has anything to do with us. There's no need to talk about where we came from. Since you're now within the Black Ink clan's territory, you should quickly try to understand your place. Understood, Yang Kai replied humbly. Lu Ziyan went on to say, to be honest, I wasn't used to it when I first came here. However, after coming into contact with more people, I've realized that the Black Ink clan aren't any different from humans. You just have to get along with everyone else. If you want anyone to help you with something, or if you want to be regarded highly, you have to be on good terms with others. If you do that, you'll be fine. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. You have a point, Brother Lu. Since this guy had made it clear, Yang Kai was naturally aware of his intentions. He then rummaged through his clothes and fished out a space ring before pushing it towards him. Since we're friends now, I'd like to give you a small gift. I'll definitely need your guidance in the future. Lu Ziyan arched his brow and guffawed. Well, you shouldn't have. There's actually no need for that. Despite saying that, he directly picked up the space ring and scanned it with his divine sense. The next moment, his smile froze. There were only a few 100,000 open heaven pills in the space ring. This number of open heaven pills could only last him for half a month. Even though he was a Black Ink disciple, he was still a human, hence, the cultivation resources he needed were the same as what humans would use. He directly shot Yang Kai a glance and made it clear that he was displeased. That's not very generous of you, Brother Yang. An unfazed Yang Kai explained, this is already half of all my current assets, Brother Lu. You should know that when human soldiers go to war, they don't bring a lot of resources with them. The same rule applied to all the great passes, as they were worried that once a cultivator lost his or her life on the battlefield, their resources would be lost as well. Therefore, the cultivators who went out to fight would leave almost all their assets in their residences. That way, even if they were killed, their fellow clansmen could still take the resources and make use of them. Yang Kai was aware of this rule, but those from Blue Sky Pass had never restrained him with it, therefore, all his wealth was still in his small universe. Lu Ziyan frowned upon hearing that, as he was unable to refute Yang Kai since what he said was indeed the truth. The Black Ink clan had obtained a lot of space rings from the humans on the battlefields in the past, but there weren't really any valuable items in those rings. After giving it a thought, he said, forget it. It's the thought that counts. Many thanks for your understanding, Brother Lu. Yang Kai cupped his fist, then said, since you're Sir Gue Liao's Black Ink disciple, can you help me with something? Even though Lu Ziyan had accepted the gift, he didn't seem ready to lend him a hand. Instead, he asked vigilantly, what help do you need? Yang Kai replied, before Sir He Yuan entered the Black Ink nest, he had told Sir Gue Liao to obtain a profound Yin spirit fruit for me. Since you are Sir Gue Liao's Black Ink disciple, can you help me ask him when he'll give me the profound Yin spirit fruit? Upon hearing that, Lu Ziyan was startled. Sir Territory Lord ordered a profound Yin spirit fruit be given to you? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, then asked curiously, what's wrong with that? Lu Ziyan sized him up and shook his head, nothing. Then, he rose from the chair, I can help you ask Sir Gue Liao about it, but it's not up to me to influence his decision. Regardless, I thank you for helping me. Lu Ziyan nodded impassively, I'll inform you when there's any news. Yang Kai got up and saw him off, see you around, Brother Lu. Lu Ziyan left the place and waved his hand without turning his head. Yang Kai sported a dispassionate expression as he watched him leave. Even though both of them were humans, he didn't think Lu Ziyan genuinely wanted to get closer to him after their conversation. This was different from his previous experience. When he pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and worked for New Yen back then, Yang Kai had been on good terms with B2, D4, and E5. Even though they had different temperaments, they sincerely wanted to get along with him. Perhaps it was because they were all humans. However, Lu Ziyan was different, as he didn't even seem to regard Yang Kai as someone from the same race. Perhaps the Black Ink strength had fully warped his temperament. Even though all Black Ink disciples would have their thinking changed so they were completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, the impact of Black Ink's strength was obviously more severe on Lu Ziyan. This must have something to do with the fact that Black Ink's strength had helped him achieve a breakthrough. Yang Kai had no idea whether it was Lu Ziyan's own intention to visit him or if it was Gue Liao's order. It would be interesting if it was the latter. Why did Gue Liao want to probe him? He was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple on paper, while Gue Liao was the designated person to handle the affairs in He Yuan's territory. They basically had nothing to do with each other, as they had never met prior to this, nor were there any grudges between them. Since he was unable to figure it out, Yang Kai decided to put the matter aside. He then returned to his room and refined some open heaven pills. He wouldn't dare to refine any resources to cultivate. After all, he had just told Lu Ziyan that he was broke. It wouldn't be sensible if he was suddenly able to fish out a set of 7th-order resources. Moreover, there wasn't any restriction around his room that could block divine senses. Any energy fluctuations in this place could easily be detected by anyone else. At the same time, in a grand hall that was in the deepest part of the castle, Lu Ziyan was standing in front of Gue Liao and reporting to him about his conversation with Yang Kai. Gue Liao listened to it with an unenthusiastic expression. After Lu Ziyan was done with the report, he stole a glance at Gue Liao. Upon seeing that the latter was expressionless, he summoned his courage and asked, "Master, Yang Kai said that Sir Territory Lord had promised to give him a profound Yin spirit fruit." Gue Liao grunted, "Yes, that's true." Lu Ziyan frowned. "Why does Sir Territory Lord treasure him so much? He's a newcomer who hasn't made any contributions. If he's given such a reward right away, he'll most likely become arrogant." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.